chickadees. Happy Monday to you. You got to know if it's a federal holiday, chances are I'm going to be spending it with all of you. So happy President's Day to you. All federal holidays I get to participate in, not going to work. Yay, me. So today, I do have my jail stripes on. Thank you so much, Kelly, for noticing. Because as I was getting dressed this morning, I said to myself, because that's what I call myself, I'm wearing stripes today in hopes that Dale Warner at the end of this trial will be convicted. You won't see these stripes when I'm watching anything about Edric Faust. I can tell you that right now. So we're going to have a full day today going through day 1 and day 2 of Michigan versus Dale Warner. I did put a little summary in the details of the live stream for today. So if you're new and you don't know anything about this particular case, that will at least give you a little bit of a summary as to what this case is covering. I will likely say this multiple times throughout today's live stream. I realize day 1 and day 2 have already taken place. If you're in my chat, please, no spoilers. We would like to watch this for the first time. So, please make sure to like, subscribe, do the YouTube things. It doesn't cost anything to be to have a subscription. I do have a full-fledged YouTube channel so that you can indeed become a member. You can send super chats or super stickers. And of course, you can just hang out as a subscriber with me as well. Hi, Christine. Thanks for joining us again today. So this is going to be a lot, I think, today. There's from what I can tell when I kind of breezed through to prepare for today's live stream, it appears the Michigan court has a lot of downtime. So that's why we're able to do day 1 and day 2 today without too much difficulty. We're probably going to breeze through this relatively easily. So I am trying to get my life in order as usual. Hold. Sorry. Got too many things going on. I have to do 2 chats because I don't always see everything in StreamYard. It delays. So, okay. Quick synopsis on this case. Dee Warner went missing in 2021. They did all kinds of investigating, were unable to find her, locate her, no electronic activity, none of that. And in 2024, the family tried to have her declared deceased. Not too many months after they had the preliminary hearings to do that, her remains were found in August of 2024. From that point on, and by the way, her remains were found in a welded shut anhydrous tank on their property. Dee was a business owner. She ran a trucking company. She was not to be fooled with. She was someone that worked in a predominantly male or in a male-dominated field, and she held her own. She was not there to make friends. She was there to conduct a business. And I think we'll hear some of that in trial testimony throughout. In addition to that, her husband, Dale, is the one who eventually was charged with her murder. Now, I will also say there's this weird swapping thing. I'm just going to give you a little warning because a lot of people don't know about this, and I think it may become important as people start to testify in this particular case. So Dale was married to another woman. Dee was married to another man. They divorced, and Dale and Dee became married, and Dee's ex-husband married Dale's ex-wife. So they did a little switcheroo. And I think that's important because some of these witnesses that are going to come in, you will need to understand who their biological parents are, because it's not as simple as just saying mom and dad. In addition to that, Dale and Dee had a child of their own, and I believe she was 9 at the time of this incident. So that is some of the background I think you need for today. Oh, hey, welcome USMC. Thanks for hanging out with us today. I am not intending on taking a lunch break. We're going to push right on through. I may make myself go away so I can get a little snacky poo for myself, but I am ready, hydrated, got my Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar here, so I can keep the energy up for all of you. And I think now we should just get into it. Are we ready to get into it, everybody? I feel like I'm forgetting something. It's weird. I don't know. On Mondays, I always feel like I'm forgetting something. I'm going to test to see here if the sound is okay, because I did boost it, but this court, y'all, it's rough. So we're going to see how this goes here. Y'all let me know. Can you hear papers shuffling and someone cleared their throat and some things like that? I just need to know if I need to try to do something else with it. I think it's boosted enough, but you know, you never know. Hi, Kelly Bean. And yes, Kelly, you're absolutely correct. If you're just a peeper, you know, little peeping Tom, you're looking in and then you're heading out, it's all right. We're so happy that you are here and hanging out with us. Good morning, Dizzy. Happy to have you. So no one said anything about the sound, so we're gonna roll with it. I'm gonna say it's okay for all of us. So I'm clicking all over the place. Sorry. It is a Monday.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. At this point, I will be giving you the remaining preliminary instructions, and after that, the attorneys will make their opening statements. You will have a written copy of the instructions that I am going to read to you. You may refer to them during the trial. Since no one can predict the course of a trial, these instructions may change at the end of the trial. At the close of the trial, I will provide you with a copy of my final instructions for your use during deliberations. Now I will explain to you some of the legal principles you will need to know and the procedure that we will follow in this trial. The defendant is charged with the crime of open murder. If you find the defendant guilty of murder, you must state in your verdict whether it is murder in the first degree or murder in the second degree. The defendant is charged with the crime of first degree premeditated murder. To prove this charge, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant caused the death of Dee Warner, that is, that Dee Warner died as a result of blunt force trauma and or strangulation. Second, that the defendant intended to kill Dee Warner. Third, that this intent to kill was premeditated, that is, thought out beforehand. Fourth, that the killing was deliberate, which means that the defendant considered the pros and cons of the killing and thought about and chose his actions before he did it. There must have been real and substantial reflection for long enough to give a reasonable person a chance to think twice about the intent to kill. The law does not say how much time is needed. It is for you to decide if enough time passed under the circumstances of this case. The killing cannot be the result of a sudden impulse without thought or reflection. You may also consider the lesser charge of second-degree murder. To prove this charge, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant caused the death of Dee Warner, that is, that Dee Warner died as a result of blunt force trauma and or strangulation. Second, that the defendant had one of these three states of minds. He intended to kill, or he intended to do great bodily harm to Dee Warner, or he knowingly created a very high risk of death or great bodily harm, knowing that death or such harm would be the likely result of his actions. You must think about all of the evidence in deciding what the defendant's state of mind was at the time of the alleged killing. The defendant's state of mind may be inferred from the kind of weapon used, the type of wounds inflicted, the acts and words of the defendant, and any other circumstances surrounding the alleged killing. Premeditation and deliberation may be inferred from any actions of the defendant which show planning, or from any other circumstances surrounding the killing. The prosecutor need not prove a motive for the killing, but you may consider evidence of motive in deciding if there was premeditation and deliberation.
Oh, we think there was motive.
Motive by itself does not prove premeditation and deliberation. The defendant is charged in count 2 with tampering with evidence. The defendant is charged with intentionally removing, altering, concealing, destroying, or tampering with evidence to be offered at an official proceeding. To prove this charge, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that there was some evidence to be offered in a present or future official proceeding. An official proceeding is a hearing held before a legislative, judicial, administrative, or other governmental agency, or a hearing before an official authorized to hear evidence under oath, including a referee, a prosecuting attorney, a hearing examiner, commissioner, a notary, or another person taking testimony in a proceeding. Second, that the defendant removed, altered, concealed, destroyed, or otherwise tampered with that evidence. Third, that when the defendant removed, altered, concealed, destroyed, or otherwise tampered with that evidence, he did so on purpose and not by accident. Fourth, that the evidence that the defendant removed, altered, concealed, destroyed, or otherwise tampered with was used or intended to be used in a criminal case where open murder homicide was charged. The prosecutor must also prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the crime occurred on or about April 25, 2021 within Lenawee County. You may consider whether the defendant had a reason to commit the alleged crime, but a reason by itself is not enough to find a person guilty of a crime. The prosecutor does not have to prove that the defendant had a reason to commit the alleged crime. She only has to show that the defendant actually committed the crime and that he meant to do so. The defendant's intent may be proved by what he said, what he did, how he did it, or by any other facts and circumstances in evidence. A person accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent. This means that you must start with the presumption that the defendant is innocent. This presumption continues throughout the trial and entitles the defendant to a verdict of not guilty unless you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that he is guilty. Every crime is made up of parts called elements. The prosecutor must prove each element of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence or to do anything. If you find that the prosecutor has not proven every element beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. A reasonable doubt is a fair, honest doubt growing out of the evidence or the lack of evidence. It is not merely an imaginary or possible doubt, but a doubt that is based on reason and common sense. A reasonable doubt is just that, a doubt that is reasonable after a careful and considered examination of the facts and circumstances of this case. A trial follows this procedure. First, the prosecutor makes an opening statement where they give their theories about the case. The defendant's lawyer does not have to make an opening statement, but she may make an opening statement after the prosecutor makes theirs, or may wait until later. These statements are not evidence. They are only meant to help you understand how each side views the case. Next, the prosecutor presents their evidence. Prosecutors may call witnesses to testify and may show you exhibits like documents or objects. The defendant's lawyer has a right to cross-examine the prosecutor's witnesses. After the prosecutor has presented all of their evidence, the defendant's attorneys may also offer evidence, but they do not have to. By law, the defendant does not have to prove his innocence or produce any evidence. If the defense does call witnesses, the prosecutor has the right to cross-examine them. The prosecutor may also call witnesses to contradict the testimony of the defense witnesses. After all of the evidence has been presented, the prosecutor and the defendant's lawyer will make their closing arguments. Like the opening arguments, these are not evidence. They're only meant to help you understand the evidence and the way that each side sees the case. You must base your verdict only on the evidence.
It's interesting that he
My
calls it opening
responsibilities as the
arguments.
judge in this trial are to make sure that the trial is run fairly and efficiently, to make decisions about evidence, and to instruct you about the law that applies to this case. You must take the law as I give it to you. Nothing I say is meant to reflect my own opinions about the facts of the case. As jurors, you are the ones who will decide the case. Your responsibility as jurors is to decide what the facts of the case are. This is your job and no one else's. You must think about all of the evidence and all the testimony, and then decide what each piece of evidence means and how important you think it is. This includes how much you believe what each of the witnesses said. What you decide about any fact in this case is final. Part of your job in deciding what the facts of this case are is to decide which witnesses you believe and how important you think that their testimony is. You do not have to accept or reject everything a witness says. You are free to believe all, none, or part of any person's testimony. In deciding which testimony you believe, you should rely on your own common sense and everyday experience. However, in deciding whether you believe a person's testimony, you must set aside any bias or prejudice you may have based on the witness's race, national origin or ethnicity, gender, gender identity or sexual orientation, or religion, age, or socioeconomic status. There is no fixed set of rules for judging whether you believe a witness, but it may help you to think about these questions. Was the witness able to see or hear clearly? How long was the witness watching or listening? Was there anything else going on that might have distracted the witness? Does the witness seem to have a good memory? How does the witness look and act while testifying? Does the witness seem to be making an honest effort to tell the truth? Or does the witness seem to evade questions or argue with the lawyers? Does the witness's age or maturity level affect how you judge his or her testimony? Does the witness have any bias or prejudice or any personal interest in how this case is decided? Have there been any promises, threats, suggestions, or other influences that affect how the witness testifies? In general, does the witness have any special reason to tell the truth or any special reason to lie? All in all, how reasonable does the witness's testimony seem when you think about all of the other evidence in this case? When it is time for you to decide the case, you are only allowed to consider the evidence that was admitted in this case. Evidence includes only the sworn testimony of witnesses, the exhibits admitted into evidence, and anything else I tell you to consider as evidence. The questions the lawyers ask the witnesses are not evidence. Only the answers are evidence. You should not think that something is true just because one of the lawyers asks questions that assumes or suggests that it is. I may ask some of the witnesses questions myself. These questions are not meant to reflect my opinion about the evidence. If I ask questions, my only reason would be to ask about things that may not have been fully explored. During the trial, you may think of an important question that would help you understand the facts in this case. You are allowed to ask such questions. You should wait to ask questions until after a witness has finished testifying and both sides have finished their questioning. If you still have an important question after this, do not ask it yourself. Raise your hand, write the question down, and pass it to court staff, who will then give it to me. Do not show your question to any of the other jurors. If your question is not asked, it's because I determined that under the law, the question should not be asked. Do not speculate about why the question was not asked. In other words, you should draw no conclusions or inferences about the facts of the case, nor should you speculate about what the answer might have been.
Are we all excited that we're going to be able to listen to juror questions? Yes, Dizzy, right? I love a trial with some good juror questions. Let me just tell you. I am even more excited. When I lived in Michigan, they were kind of on the cutting edge. I served many years ago. And the trials that I sat on, we were allowed to take notes, which was very cutting edge at that time. It was not something that was done in all court systems. And so I'm loving the fact that Michigan is again kind of on the forefront of allowing more interaction with a jury and the case that's being presented. And good morning, Melissa. It is early for you, girl. I am so sorry. You haven't missed much of anything, so.
Also, in considering the evidence, you should not give greater weight to testimony merely because it was given in answer to questions submitted by members of the jury. If you cannot hear something that is said or presented, or if you cannot see a witness or evidence, please raise your hand immediately. During the trial, the lawyers may object to certain questions or statements made by the other lawyers or witnesses. I will rule on these objections according to the law. My rulings for or against one side or the other are not meant to reflect my opinions about the facts of this case. Sometimes the lawyers and I will have discussions outside of your hearing. Also, while you are in the jury room, I may have to take care of other matters which have nothing to do with this case. Please pay no attention to those interruptions. You must not discuss the case with anyone, including your family or friends. You must not even discuss it with the other jurors until the time comes for you to decide the case. When it is time for you to decide the case, I will send you to the jury room for that purpose. Then you should discuss the case among yourselves, but only in the jury room and only when all of the jurors are there. You must not talk to the defendant, the lawyers, the witnesses, or anyone who may be connected with the case. This means that you may not speak to these individuals even if it has nothing to do with this case. You should be very cautious about speaking to people because you may inadvertently speak to someone who is connected to the case. This restriction is necessary to avoid even the appearance of any improper conduct on anyone's part. If anyone tries to discuss the case with you or in your presence, tell them to stop. Explain that you are a juror and you are not allowed to discuss the case. If they continue, leave and report the incident to court staff as soon as you return to court. When the trial is over, these restrictions will no longer apply. When the trial is over, you may, if you wish, discuss the case with anyone. The restrictions I'm about to describe are meant to ensure that the parties get a fair trial. In our judicial system, it is crucial that jurors are not influenced by anything or anyone outside of the courtroom. Under the law, the evidence that you consider must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because information obtained outside the courtroom does not have these safeguards, it could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side.
Unless
These
you're in Judge
restrictions
Lott's
start
court.
now and continue until I discharge you from jury service. It is your duty as a juror to decide this case based solely on the evidence you see and hear in this courtroom. You must not consider information that comes from anywhere else. This means that until you deliver your verdict, you must not read, watch, listen to, or receive any information, including opinions or commentary about the case, whether in newspapers, on television, the radio, the internet, or social media platforms. You also must not research any aspect of the case during trial.
I just want to remind everyone, or maybe some of you are new to this case and you don't know, it took them a long time to seat this jury. We were actually supposed to get opening statements last week. And because they had such a difficult time seating a jury, we're just now, well, I say last week, it was last week, but the week before that, because they had such a difficult time finding jurors that weren't so familiar with this case already. And some of them were part of the Justice for Dee Facebook group, and it was a lot. And so this just starting opening statements last Thursday is significantly later than when they wanted to start opening statements.
This means research using a cellular phone, computer, or other electronic device to search the internet, as well as research with traditional sources like dictionaries, reference manuals, newspapers, or magazines. You must not investigate the case on your own or conduct any experiments concerning the case, including investigational experiments using the internet, cellular phones, computers, or other electronic devices. You must not visit the scene of any event at issue in this trial. If it is necessary for you to view or visit the scene, court staff will take you there as a group under court supervision.
I just have to interject something else. Can you imagine any of us that are immersed in true crime and have to sit on a jury and we can't even look up stuff about other cases? Or what if you're reading a book, and the books that I read are generally like James Patterson and Jan Ivanovich, and they're murder mysteries. Like, what do you do with your free time? Because you don't want to see anything on TV. You don't want to go to social media. Like, legit, I don't know what I would do. I don't know if I could sit on a jury anymore if it were high profile like this. Anywho, just.
You must not consider as evidence any personal knowledge you have of the scene. You must not share any information about the case by any means, including cellular phones or social media. This means that even if you are not discussing the case with someone else, you may not post any information about the case on social media websites or in any other manner. If you discover that a juror has violated these instructions, report it to court staff. You may take notes during the trial if you wish, but of course you don't have to. If you do take notes, you should be careful that it does not distract you from paying attention to all of the evidence. When you go to the jury room to decide your verdict, you may use your notes to help you remember what happened in the courtroom. If you take notes, do not let anyone except the other jurors see them during deliberations. Each night, your notes will be collected and locked in a filing cabinet. Your notes will not be examined by anyone, and when your jury service concludes, your notes will be collected and destroyed. You can see that we have chosen a jury of 16. After you have heard all of the evidence and my instructions, we will draw lots to decide which 4 of you will be dismissed to form the jury of 12. Possible penalty should not influence your decision. If If you find the defendant guilty, it is the duty of the judge to fix the penalty within the limits provided by the law. I may have more instructions during the trial. After all the evidence has been presented, you will hear the lawyer's closing arguments. Following the closing arguments, I will give you additional instructions about the rules of law that apply to this case. You should consider all of my instructions as a connected series. Taken together, they are the law that you must follow. After my final instructions, you will go to the jury room to decide on your verdict. A verdict must be unanimous. That means that every juror must agree on it, and it must reflect the individual decision of each juror. It is important for you to keep an open mind and not make a decision about anything in the case until you go to the jury room to decide the case. You must not let bias, prejudice, or public opinion influence your decision. Each of us may have biases or perceptions about other people based on stereotypes. We may be aware of some of our biases, though we do not express them. We may not be fully aware of some of our other biases. Take the time you need to test what might be automatic or instinctive judgments and to reflect carefully about the evidence. I caution you again to avoid reaching conclusions that may have been unintentionally influenced by stereotypes. You must reach your own conclusions about the case individually, but you should do so only after listening to and considering the opinions of the other jurors who may have different backgrounds and perspectives from yours. At this point, we are ready to proceed with the opening statements. Mr. McCree.
Oh, before we get too far into this. All right. I am going to give everyone that is watching with me a warning right now about this gentleman. So, before everybody gets their panties and briefs in a wad, this particular prosecuting attorney has a specific mannerism that is quite distracting to some people and disturbing. It is, I believe, a way that he copes with nervousness. It does get overwhelming if you have issues with, say, if you're neurodivergent, have significant ADHD, you're gonna need to take some deep cleansing breaths through this particular opening statement because this man does not need water. He needs to calm his nerves down so that he can deliver his opening statement, because the entire opening statement, he is clearing his throat over and over and over again. So I have warned you all now. And so we're going to tackle this together. Thank you, Disney. Thank you so much. And by the way, I hope you get picked for your jury. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. And hello, I had someone else new. Hello, Jillian. Thank you for joining us. Okay, so I gave you your warning. Be careful. I will say I did watch the opening statements. I feel, because there is so much to this case, I thought he did a fantastic job of laying it all out. But you got to get past the I'm just warning you now. Just warning you. All righty? We ready to do this? Here we go. Oh, boy.
Mr. McCree, before you begin, I would just ask you to remember you need to stay at the podium in front of the microphone so that your voice is caught in our recordings.
Yes, we'll do.
Oh, Lord. Oh, and he does.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Now we get to start what we're here for. This is Dee Warner. April 24, 2021, she went home to tell her husband, the defendant, that the marriage was over, they were selling their businesses, and they were through. She was never seen or heard from again. August 17, 2024, over 3 years later, she was found in an anhydrous ammonia fertilizer tank, dead. How did she die? Well, the medical examiner examined her body. She had been strangled. She had blunt force trauma to her face and head. Her face and neck were wrapped in duct tape. She was in her pajamas, wrapped in a tarp, welded into a tank. Now, she was born Dee Hardy. She was born into the Hardy family. She was first married, before she was married to the defendant, to Tim Bach, and the two of them had 4 kids. You'll hear from 3 out of the 4 will testify.
And then they
In
switcherooed.
order from oldest to youngest: Amber, TJ, Zach, and Raquel. At the time of April 24, 2021, all 4 kids were adults. You'll hear that Dee and Dale worked together at a company called Crop Production Services. They each got divorced from their spouses, got married, and they had a child together named Angelina. In April 2021, Angelina was 9 years old. Dale had also been married to Julie Warner. That couple had 4 kids who were also all adults in April of 2021. And their names are Jenica, Mackenzie, Jaron, and Campbell. You may hear testimony from some of them. After Dee and Dale got married, they started a business or several businesses together at a farm that they owned at Munger and Carson Highways. The businesses were called War Egg Farms, War Egg Farm Services, and DDW Trucking. They farmed thousands of acres. They provided chemicals and other farming supplies to local farms. And they did over-the-road heavy trucking to all places in Michigan and in Ohio. Dale did the farming, and Dee basically ran the office. There's going to be a lot of testimony about the Munger property. So I'm going to spend a little bit of time to show you the property that we're talking about, the different buildings, so you're familiar with that as you hear the testimony. I understand that you're sitting far away, so I've blown this up as big as I could possibly do that. But you will get, for all these things that you're going to see, you will get physical exhibits as the witnesses testify. So you'll be able to hold those in your hand and see them up close.
We've seen this picture.
This is a 2020 overview. This is the closest in time that we have to April of 2021. And you'll see at the bottom edge, that's Munger Road. So the farm is to the north of Munger Road. This is another view that we will use fairly often throughout the course of this trial. You've got the buildings numbered because other than the house, which is number 3, people use different names for different buildings. But right there at the southern edge, building number 3, that's the house. That's where Dale and Dee lived. They had bedrooms for the kids, even though they were adults. This all takes place on this property. That's the back of the house. It's where everybody came and went from, parked in front of. That's the view from the road. That's the garage.
One of them.
Okay, that building to the west, number 1, I'm going to refer to it as the old shop. There's several witnesses refer to it as the old shop. That's where the mechanic would work on the farming equipment and the semi-trailers. This is a view from the porch of the house, and you see that building. That's the old shop, just to give you an idea of the perspective and the distance between these buildings. That's a shot from inside the old shop. Okay, moving on to building number 2. That building stored dry chemicals, dry fertilizer, etc., in bays inside what we would call the dry barn or the dry fertilizer barn. That's a picture from inside the barn. You can kind of see the bays there. They're not real important to this case, but that implement, that farm implement is important. That's a front end loader. You'll hear it referred repeatedly as the JCB. And you can see initials JCB on the front end loader. Okay, the building facing north and south, that's building number 5. I know it's hard to see the numbers on these. That is, I'm going to be referring to that as the new shop. Several employees also refer to that as the new shop. There's a side view, and you can see these large overhead doors. So they had bays, so they could drive large farm implements and other machinery in there to get out of the weather or to be worked on. Okay, number 6 there at the bottom is the office. This is where the office employees would go. So you can see it's part of that same building as the new shop, but it's on the right end there. Here's a close-up of the entrance to the office. And this is a shot. If you would go through that main door, you would be in this part of the office where several people had their workstations. To the northeast, building number 7 is the building where the large sprayer would go in and be filled up with chemicals to then be applied to the fields. We'll be calling that the spray barn. And you can see sprayer can pull in one end, get filled up, and pull out the other end. I also want to bring your attention to this area to the northwest. I'm going to blow that up just to show you a few things. Right there in the middle, those 2 white tanks is where they stored the anhydrous ammonia. Again, it's a fertilizer. Tens of thousands of gallons were stored in those 2 tanks. Towards the bottom, you see 4 smaller tanks. Those smaller tanks would attach to the larger tanks and be filled with the anhydrous ammonia. That area there is referred to as the burn pile. This is where they would burn their trash. This will be important as we go on.
Burn pile is new to me too.
In that photo, you can see, I know it's small, but there are probably a dozen more anhydrous ammonia tanks lined up close to the main mother bottle, as it was called.
The mother bottle.
Now, you're going to hear about the surveillance camera system that they had on the property. And there are hours and hours and hours of footage from these cameras. And we're not going to put you through watching a week's worth of video. So
thank you for not being
what we are going to do
loud.
is we've taken out what we think are the most important parts. And of course, the defense can show you parts that they also think are important. But I want you to understand where the cameras are and what they show and what they don't show. So building number 1 is represented, the whole building in red, the old shop. basically there's a camera inside that captures everything that's not behind a partition or a box or a truck or whatever. So that whole building is represented in red because that whole building, basically the inside of it is under camera surveillance. The north part of the new shop is also got cameras on the inside. The shot I showed you of the inside of the office is also under camera surveillance. There are 3 outside cameras as well. So attached to the north side of the old shop, there's a camera looking north, and the arrows kind of represent the view that that camera captures.
I like this particular demonstrative.
Another camera on the west side of the new shop, looking in a northwest direction as shown by those arrows.
I hope they come back to it repeatedly when they're
And then
talking
there's another
to
camera
witnesses.
on the east side of the office, and it's a fisheye lens, so it's kind of got a wide angle, but it kind of points towards the spray barn and kind of down towards Munger Road. So it's got that viewpoint. Now, you have a sense of the property.
I want to back
It's
that
got
up for
the
just a
spray
second
barn.
and pause on this, because I want everyone to kind of pay attention. I think you can see my cursor. If you're driving and just listening or something, please don't just go back on replay or something. But there is a significant area right here that there are no cameras that would capture anyone going in. And I believe, based on what we heard in the preliminary hearings, that this area is also the back of the office. And if that is the case, it would be very easy to get in this back office area and go back out, and no one would know. And so I was having some trouble in the preliminary hearings when we were watching, figuring that out. Like, how are you not seen when you have all these other surveillance cameras? But this makes it very, very, very clear. There is a significant dead spot in this area here. And I believe this little tiny red box here is the office. So we'll see how things pan out. I just wanted to bring your attention to that because I think it's going to become important as testimony comes in.
And kind of down towards Munger Road. So it's got that viewpoint. Now, you have a sense of the property. I'm going to talk a little bit about Dee and Dale's relationship, which the witnesses will testify was never good. Constant verbal disagreements over text, face-to-face, a pattern of stalking by Dale towards Dee, which I'll tell you more about in just a second. Extreme secrecy and distrust between the two of them. Some of the text fights that you'll hear about during this trial, and this is in the weeks leading up to April 2021. Here we have February 23, 2021, where Dee says to Dale over text, "I'm ready to move out and be done with this. You treat me as if I'm not worthy of anything. You want to be in control so that the other person is powerless. I'm not going to live like this."
Wow. That was 2 months before.
2 days later, we don't even talk. We are just roommates. February 25, our relationship has gotten so much worse. I can't be with someone that does this to me. March 1st, nothing is ever good enough for you. You wonder why I don't sleep with you. All of this.
Oh, separate rooms?
They had a vacation planned to Disney World. I think they left on March 6th. 2 days before, she says, "Fuck you, I'm not going."
Yeah, I'm glad he owned it.
You hear about face-to-face confrontations as well. Dee's daughter Raquel will testify to that. They had an exchange student from Italy staying with them, living with them, watching them, day after day. She'll testify. Giada Rowe is her name.
Exchange.
And another young woman who was good friends and spent a lot of time at the Warner household. Her name is Madison Wolf. She goes by Maddie. We'll hear from her as well.
Oh my, that's new.
Hardly a day would go by without a fight. There's one in particular that Stephanie Volkel will testify about. Stephanie was a good friend of Dee's. She also worked with Dee in the office. She says that at one point, Dale comes storming into the office in front of all the employees and puts his finger at Dee and says, "You, outside now," and proceeded to scream at her 2 feet away from her face in front of all the employees to see.
Oh.
Now onto the stalking behavior. Dee, her main car was a Cadillac Escalade. Comes with OnStar. So you can go on your phone and you can find out where the car is. Well, you'll hear from the person from OnStar, Devin Newell is his name. They were able to pull up their records, how many times that Dale tracked Dee over the period from January of 2020 through April of 2021. And it was over 2,000 times that he tried to get her, or did find her location. It's over 4 times a day. Here's the app that would be used. And I know you can't read the text at this point, but you'll get the exhibit. There's the button right there on the front part of the app that says View More. From there, you go to the second page, which would be the More page, the middle page here. There's a vehicle locate option. And then you pull up a map and it'll show you where that vehicle is. 2,000 plus times.
Wow.
She also drove a Hummer occasionally. That was also a GM product, but it didn't come with OnStar. His then son-in-law, Brian Bush, will testify that he wanted to track her in the Hummer too. And so Dale, had Brian buy off Amazon a tracker that could be installed in the Hummer.
Oh boy. There it
He
is.
discovered it. There's a picture of it.
Oh.
We also have the Amazon purchase history from Brian Bush that shows him buying the GPS tracker. Brian will testify that Dale would call him and say, go online and find out where the Hummer is. Where's Dee in the Hummer?
Wow.
They had an IT person for the farm. Kyle Wagner will testify.
We heard about Kyle in the
Dee was
preliminary
scheduled
hearing.
for a medical procedure, and Dale approaches him and says, "Can you clone Dee's phone for me? Basically download everything that's on there, all her texts, all her phone calls." And Kyle says, "No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna violate her trust." Later on, when the police got a hold of his phone, Dale's phone, they see that he took 90 photographs of Dee's text with her son, Zach.
What?
And you'll see that exhibit as well.
Oh my.
At one point, Zach and Dee were hiding things from Dale in the Munger house, in Zach's bedroom. And Zach goes to get in his safe, and he can't get in it.
Oh, we heard about this
Well,
too.
long story short, Dale had Brian, the guy who got the tracker, get an exact replica of Zach's safe, switched them out, and broke into Zach's safe and replaced it with the one he got off Amazon. Zach will testify to this. But again, June 11, 2019, we have the record from Amazon of the safe that Brian bought.
Hold it. Okay, if any of y'all watched the preliminary hearings with me last month, we did not hear anything about this. I remember Zach testifying, and he said that he couldn't get into the safe. But I don't think at that time that Zach knew how Dale or what Dale had done, because it's sounding like he swapped the safes. Is that what y'all are getting out of this? Or did he just break into it and change the combo? Either way, it's awful. Okay, this is new as well. Oh, and oh my. Oh my.
for Dale.
Here, I'll back that up for everybody so that we can get a clear understanding.
Zach will testify to this. But again, June 11, 2019, we have the record from Amazon of the safe that Brian bought for Dale. Last thing he did with Brian was to try to set up cameras in the living space so he could monitor Dee in the home.
Oh my.
So here's a picture of the living room. I know you can't read this, but you will see this. At the bottom it says places for camera. And this text string had 3 photos. And here's another place he's suggesting for a camera. This is in the living space of the house. This is in the kitchen area. Again, place for a camera. So I think you're getting the impression here, the idea that this marriage had no intimacy, only secrecy. They didn't sleep together. They were just roommates. You're going to hear from Giada and Maddie that they would go shopping with Dee, and she would say, pretend these are yours. You carry them in the house. Or they would wait until Dale wasn't around to sneak them in the house. She kept her phone on her at all times. I mean, she was on the couch, she would have her phone. She would never let her phone be somewhere where it's just sitting on a table. She wanted it in her hand or on her person.
Okay, I see y'all in the chat talking about Brian Walsh. Hey, they were gift cards for returns, which was even more gross than just using a gift card. But yes, creepy behavior out of men. What are we doing, sir? Oh my.
She even locked her car when it was in the garage. She had her purse in the car. She locked the car in the garage in the house. All right, so now let's turn to the weekend of April 24, 2021. So Friday, there is a blow up with 2 employees, 2 of the trucking company employees, the brothers actually, Todd and Terry Narick. And you'll hear more about this. It's not important right now what the issue was about, but Dee was at odds with both brothers at the end of the day on Friday. Saturday morning, Dee goes to her oldest daughter, Amber's house. Angelina, the 9-year-old, has spent the night there. Lena has a soccer game at 10:30 or 11. So Dee goes over to Amber's house to get Lena and take her to the soccer game. Dee comes back from the soccer game, sobbing, hyperventilating. What happened? I told you about the 2 brothers Friday night, Terry and Todd. Well, Terry, his girlfriend or his ex-wife is also named Terry with an I. While Dee was at the soccer game, she gets this text from Terry.
Oh boy.
And I'm not going to read you the whole thing, but here's the important part, about 2/3 of the way down.
Oh, okay.
You're evil, nosy, miserable. Your own husband said you take Xanax because you're a mess. That's the truth he told me and Terry. This text, this betrayal, where she believes that Dale is telling the employees that she is on Xanax and a mess, sends Dee into a tailspin.
I don't blame her.
So she goes back to Amber's house and she shows Amber the text. She can hardly talk. She's so upset. She's sobbing. She's hyperventilating. She goes right into the bathroom and throws up. She is so distraught. She tells Amber, I've had it. This is it. There's been talk of a divorce over the years, and he's never gone through with it. No, this is the time. This is the last straw. So she says to Amber, we're getting divorced. We're selling the businesses. Later on that afternoon, this is when she's talking to Amber. It's about 1 o'clock, let's say. 4:30, 5 o'clock, she's talking to Raquel at the Munger house. She's back there. She tells Raquel the same thing. It's over. I'm ending it tonight. She arranges for the 9-year-old Lena to stay at relatives at her Aunt Amy's. And so it's now just Dee and Dale at the Munger residence. Now, Dale, after Dee goes missing Saturday night into Sunday, he speaks with the police numerous times, and you're going to hear these interviews. And so he's acknowledged that he got a call Saturday, late morning, when he was out in the field doing his farming things. Dee calls him. He could tell by the tone of her voice, quote, he was going to get an ass chewing.
Well, sir.
And Dee said to him in that phone call, why are you telling the help I'm on Xanax? And we're done. We're selling everything.
Uh-oh, that's bad news for Dale.
This is from his own lips.
The reason I say this is bad news for Dale is, again, gleaning from what came in the preliminary hearings that we watched last month. If anybody is watching here today and hasn't watched that, you might want to check it out, just because there is additional information that provides a little context to what was going on at the time. But Dee's business, her trucking company, was propping up all 3 of Dale's businesses. I think it was 3 businesses. And so her saying she's done and she's, selling the business and getting up, that is bad news for Dale. Really bad news.
So again, back to other interviews, that what Dale told police happened after everyone left the property and it was just him and Dee Saturday night. He said that she was upset over the employees. Not that it was about divorce, it was about the fights Friday night. She accused him of being mean. And he tells the police, look, we've been going to marital counseling and I've been told to de-escalate. And that's what I did. I de-escalated. He says, we never had the sell everything conversation. She brought it up and I said, Dee, it's just not your decision.
What?
He tells police she wanted to escalate more, but I wouldn't go there. But she wouldn't let it go. She got herself so upset, according to him, that she got a migraine. She took some pills, ate some food. He rubbed her shoulder. She was calming down. She fell asleep on the floor. He put her on the couch and went to bed. And that's all that happened Saturday night. Sunday morning, Dale gets up early to go farming. He tells police, I leave the house. She's still snoring away on the couch where I left her.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Okay.
This is a shot of the living room looking towards the kitchen, and he later tells police that's the couch that I'm talking about. <clears throat> 7 o'clock, the surveillance cameras that I talked to you about earlier, they show him getting on the JCB. And here's that.
Where's he going? I hope they have that on fast speed, because he looks like he's boogieing.
So again, just to remind you, I know you don't have this memorized yet. We're talking about number 2, the dry fertilizer barn at the top. And the camera that you just saw was the camera off of building number 1, the old shop, pointing north. There's a blow up of that. There's the area that we saw the JCB in.
Right here, guys.
You can
The
see
circle.
if that JCB had turned in front of the old shop, it would be heading right toward the house. Between the house, number 3, and the dry barn, number 2. Okay. He acknowledges that he drove the JCB up to the house.
Oh,
Okay. Sunday, later that day, witnesses will actually see the JCB tracks going up to the house. If you recall from the camera angles, there's no camera that shows that stretch from south of the dry barn to the house. So that it's not on camera, him driving up to the house. But witnesses will say, yeah, we saw the tracks, and Dale agrees he did drive up to the house.
So the tire marks out front, so on Sunday, when someone comes over here and they see the tire marks from the JT, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting whatever the yellow one on the motor, up to the porch, you call, I mean, you know, it's aggressive, they're, you know, the deep tried it, and so you remember, did you do anything? You did it for us the other day,
Remember I told you, when I went out, you know, I forgot, I pulled on the JCB, I pulled over this way, I forgot something, I went into the house, grabbed it. I think I probably forgot my tool, I opened everything up with, so.
You said you would drove that over there, but you didn't say so. So I didn't ask you.
Right, you know, I pulled out, shit, I didn't get this, I ran in, grabbed it, went back out, and I went back around. I opened everything up.
Okay, you'll see the man in the orange shirt. That's Kevin Greca, Detective Kevin Greca is now retired.
Kevin Greca, everybody. That's Kevin Greca right there. That's Mr. Detective that eluded every single subpoena they tried to have served, and then he finally got arrested. Now we know where Dr. Greca was, or Detective Greca was. I'm reading your chat about Dr. Now. All righty. Why did this man not want to come testify in this trial? That's one of the reasons I started following this. So, yeah, runaway detective. Oh, Felicia, exactly.
He was the lead investigator on this case for the first months or year. So what does Dale say? That Dee was snoring away when he gets ready to spray. 7 o'clock, surveillance shows he's on the JCB, drives up to the house. Then when he was interviewed later by the Michigan State Police, they said, can you mark on a map where you drove up with the JCB? And he did. Here's the map they gave him. It's going to be impossible for you to see the X. Apologize for that. Couldn't blow it up any bigger than that without making it totally blurry. With that red circle, I added to this to show you that's where the X was, or is, when you will see the exhibit.
Right here. I don't know if y'all can see, but the red circle there, which is
That's about
right
as
at the back
close
of
as I can get it.
the
And again,
property
right
where
there is
that
the X.
that door is.
Okay, so we're looking at the back of the house, and basically right in line with that peak coming off the main part of the roof.
There.
Right?
Now you
so
see
you can
it.
see that same peak. You can see
See the back door.
my blue X. That's not part of the photo. But essentially where the X was in the picture that Dale marked up when he was being interviewed by the Michigan State Police. All right, now I want to talk about the Hummer on Sunday.
Ah, the Hummer.
So they had taken the Hummer to Florida, and you'll hear from several witnesses say it was parked in the same spot for weeks after they got back from Florida. And Saturday night it was still parked in that same spot. And Dale admits to the police later on that Sunday morning, the only people that were around that could have moved it were him and Dee. And here's a picture from a couple of days later, taken by the police, April 29th. Okay, Sunday is April 25th. But this is where the Hummer had been parked and was moved back when this picture was taken. Okay, you can see there the relation between the front end of the Hummer and the back door, which is right there. Okay. Now, in relation to the
Happy to
living
have you,
room,
Jody.
the door that the Hummer is parked in front of is right there.
Right at the back of the house. Uh-huh.
Again, back to Devin Newell and the OnStar records. They'll testify that at 7:08, okay, remember 7 o'clock, JCB comes up to the house.
Oh, same day. So this was-
7:08, Dale uses his phone to go on My Cadillac OnStar and unlock Dee's car in the garage. Again, just here's the app, and there's the unlock button right there.
Interesting.
There's the garage door open. Again, this is a couple days later, April 29th, but that's where Dee always parked her Escalade. Okay. You'll hear that Dee locked her purse in the car, but after Sunday, April 25th, no one could ever find it.
Oh,
7:14, you'll see the JCB driving up to the northeast corner of the property. You'll also hear that Dee's phone made the last contact with the cellular network at 7:14.
oh.
And after 7:14, never on again. Its last location is on the Munger property. We know that because there is a cell tower to the north and another cell tower to the south. We know the distance the phone was from each tower, and we can triangulate that the phone was on the Munger property. You'll hear from a witness that'll tell you that. 7:45, he gets in the sprayer, leaves the property to go spray a neighboring property. And he's basically out spraying until a little after 11. When he leaves, he texts Dee's phone, going spraying, call you later. Okay, so he leaves at 7:45, so he returns at 8:15 for about a half an hour to reload, goes back out in the sprayer, and that's where he is for about 3.5 hours total. So he's gone. Daughter Raquel, Dustin Lally, and their kids, two daughters, they have a standing invitation for Sunday morning breakfast. Okay, so this is not something that's prearranged. They just show up expecting Dee to be there, expecting to have breakfast with her. They come in the house, she's not around. Okay. Now remember, she was on the couch snoring when he left. 9:30, they arrived. She's not on the couch anymore, for sure. Both of her cars are there. This is odd. Where is she? 9:41, Raquel texts, where are you? No answer. So they eat breakfast, not really alarmed yet, just kind of curious, why isn't she here? Why isn't she answering her texts? She always answers her texts. But they go back to their house, and you'll hear that they live only maybe a mile up the street. But before they even go in, Raquel's like, I'm going to call her. And it goes right to voicemail. Again, that never happens. Dee's phone is attached to her, and she will always answer. So they return to the Munger property to say, okay, something's not right here. So Raquel, they come back. The Hummer is now up at the office, and so is the JCB. She'll testify that actually the Hummer was up at the office when they were there at 9:30 for breakfast. So she figured, okay, Mom's not in the house. They must be in the office arguing. So Mom's not answering. Let's go to the office, and just make sure that everything's okay. So you'll see 10:09. She appears on that office surveillance camera looking for her mom, and Dee is not there. Okay, so Raquel and Dustin then go to Dee's brother and sister-in-law's house, Greg and Shelley Hardy. Again, they're all living within a 5-mile radius. This is like 2 miles down the road. First, they go to an event center that Greg and Shelley have, and then they go to Greg and Shelley's house to see, is Dee here? No. Do you know where she is? No. So now Shelley joins them as they start looking any place that Dee could possibly be. And the Warners have a property up at M50 and Onstead Highway that they call the Cedar Point property. It's got a lodge there. They go up. No, Dee is not there either. So now they've crossed up all the places that she possibly could be. We didn't really search the house. I mean, she wasn't answering when we called, but let's go search the house. But in the meantime, she calls her siblings, Amber, Zach, and TJ. Hey, do you know where mom is? Have you seen her? No. She calls Stephanie, one of her best friends. Do you know where mom is? Stephanie doesn't know either. Nobody knows where she is. Now, Dale is out farming, but we know from his phone that between 7:45 and 10:30, he went on there and used Find My iPhone to see where Dee's phone was. Okay. He also tried to look, those Munger surveillance cameras have a remote access app. So you can go online, you can watch your security cameras. He tries to do that as well. 10:32, Stephanie calls, where's Dee? And his answer, well, when I left, she was sleeping on the couch. So Dale says, I'll come back. He gets back to the Munger farm about 11:20. He goes to the office where the kids, Zach and TJ, are trying to figure out, they're calling around different places. They're looking at the computer monitor. They're accessing the history, the camera history, the footage, going back a few hours, seeing, can we see anything on the security cameras and what happened? How did she leave? Did she leave? What happened? So he comes in there, and next to that office, the picture I showed you, there's a hallway, and there's a lunchroom where Dale has his desk. And Dale comes out of there and he says, oh, fuck, she left her wedding ring. And he shows them. So here's the camera view of the office. And you can see TJ, the oldest son, on the left, with his arms behind his head. Dustin Lally is in the top corner with looks like a hoodie and some kind of a hat. And Zach is at the computer screen. And Dale is almost off screen on the right. And this is about the time, although he's off camera. And here's Shelley also in the room at the same time. But we can see that they're there at 11:59 on Sunday. From there, he goes to the house. Raquel is in the bedroom, in Dee's bedroom. And Dale says, here, she must have left because she took her go bag, she took her makeup bag, she took her curling iron, she took her hairspray. They're all gone. That's the bedroom we're talking about.
Weird, he says go bag.
So kids want to report her missing.
I got to stop for a minute. I have been married coming on 26 years. I do not have a go bag. Why would I need a go bag? I hate going any place overnight without Mr. Demeanor. That's very telling that even he calls her belongings, her overnight belongings, her go bag. Oh, I stand corrected. I am so sorry. Little drummer boy says we do preparedness. Yeah, no. Mm-mm. I don't have a go bag because I'm not going anywhere. And I mean, if something comes, I'll go buy whatever I need to buy wherever I am. So yeah. Oh, a lot of people for emergencies. Okay, that's a completely different thing. I used to live in Tennessee, Tornado Alley. Oh, we had a tornado box. It had water in it, fresh socks, shoes, underwear for everybody in the family, all of that. I'm fine with that. Nobody in my house called that box a go bag. And yes, Dizzy, a pregnant woman calls it a go bag for when she goes into labor because it's like, let's go, we're going to have a baby. Yeah, that's a new one to me. Do we know were they preppers? That would make sense to me if they were preppers. But I'm not getting that out of this particular context. I'm getting it's a go bag to get away from him. That's what the go bag is. And Kelly says she worked in care for 10 years. Go bags are mandatory, so I have one. Again, I think in all of the contexts that everybody else is talking about, if you're in an area that gets hurricanes, then you have some sort of preparedness for that. I think it has a different context here. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, I've been wrong lots of time. Jillian, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. This is like time to go to get away from him before he kills me. That's what I think. All right, we'll continue. My rant is over
None of this is adding up.
for now.
Dale says, no, I don't want to do that right now. So they all meet up secretly at Zach's house. Not all. Amber's not there. It was TJ, Zach, and Raquel. And they make the call to the police because something is definitely wrong. 6:55 p.m., Sheriff's Deputy Austin Hall shows up at the Munger property and talks to Dale. Dale says, basically confirming the facts that I just went through with you, that Stephanie had called him. He found out from her that Dee was missing, that she had left her wedding ring. And he said, this is weird because, yeah, we've had arguments over and over, and Dee has left many times, but she always takes Lena. Okay. He says, yeah, we argue all the time, but she's never without her phone. And he says, yeah, she's secretive though, and she parks her car locked in the garage. So Deputy Hall leaves. He's taking his report. Monday, Detective Greca comes back and talks to Dale again. And he says, Dee left like she usually does, but again, he's going through the ways that this is different. Again, he says she never leaves Lena. She's never left her ring before, and she's never left without her vehicle.
She didn't leave her ring. You ripped it off her finger because it was worth money.
That it was better that Lena wasn't there for their argument Saturday night. And he admits that on Saturday night, Dee would not let it go. So that's the Monday interview with the police, and you'll see that. Tuesday, Detective Greca comes back, and he walks the property with Dale, looking in all the cabs of the trucks, looking for any possible place on the property that if Dee had some kind of episode, she might have gone and passed out or had some kind of distress. No sign. So he leaves. Tuesday night, comes back with a search warrant to search the properties, all the outbuildings. Okay, and you'll see this on his body cam. He's talking with the daughters, and he's got Dale on the phone because Dale's not at the property at that point in time. This is like after 8 p.m. And he says to him, Dale says, or he knows that Dale's not there because he's talking to him on the phone. And but he has Dale Dale has Jaron, his son, come and get him. And you also see that he moves a tank while the police are searching. And the reason for that is the decision has been made to just let Dale do his farming, not to interfere with his farm. So the police do multiple interviews with witnesses, but Dee, her whereabouts cannot be explained. Okay, days and days and weeks and months go by. From May 2021 to May 2023, numerous other searches of Munger and other places, interviewing dozens of witnesses. October 2021, the FBI stepped in and they did a search of the Munger residence and property. 2022, the state police take over from the sheriff on the lead to the investigation. May 2023, dozens of officers from all over the state came down and searched just about every field that could possibly have been where Dee's body was. Walking the fields and no sign of her. Now, police got Dale's iPad that he used in 2021, and they saw that he had done a search in May, after Dee went missing in April, of how to dispose of a 1,000-gallon propane tank. Now, if you know anything about propane tanks, they look almost identical to anhydrous tanks, the big ones, not the little ones you get at the gas station. Also, looking back at the surveillance video from the Sunday, April 25th, you can see Dale on camera getting welding supplies together. So they put those two things together and they got a search warrant for tanks that had been re-welded shut, cut open and re-welded shut with a weld that looks different from the weld that the tanks come from when they're new. Right. And so there's a couple of places that they store anhydrous tanks when they're not in use, and one of them is at a property on Paragon Road, a couple of miles away from Munger. And they're looking at, I don't know, 6, 10 tanks that are there. No re-weld. But in the very back, all by itself, there is a tank, number 34.
Oh,
it's got
yes.
a weld that no tank would come from the factory like that.
Oh,
It's got
boy.
a sign, a tag attached to it that says, "Bad dip tube, do not use."
Bad dip tube. Is that what we call her remains now?
So they take the tank.
Oh, this
get
is
X-ray.
new too. Oh, they x-rayed it. I love it.
And here's what they find.
Oh, y'all.
Based on seeing obviously a body in the tank, they then are ready to see, okay, who is that?
Wow.
So they take the tank. Before they cut it open, they put a camera inside, and sure enough, there's a tarp. In that tarp is a body, and that body is Dee Warner.
Wow.
They test the tank. Dale's fingerprint is on the ammonia sticker that you see there. They test the paint, and it's similar to the paint in the old shop on the Munger farm.
They'll bring an expert in for that because I know there was some preliminary
Please consult with
theory
a
about it.
welding expert. Okay, how would this be done? How would you cut a tank open, put a body inside, and re-weld it? Well, he looked at the tank. He looked at how it was cut open. He could determine from the marks that he could see on where it had been cut open that it was cut open with an abrasive cutoff wheel. Well, here's surveillance in the
my.
old shop And you'll see this. This is Dale with an angle grinder and cutoff wheels. The expert says, okay, it was welded shut with a gas metal arc welding process. And here's Dale also on Sunday afternoons standing by the welders.
Shut up. Oh my
The expert
goodness.
says, okay, there was something attached to the top of that cap that got cut off. It was probably a hook, so you could hold the cap while you're cutting it.
Oh.
There's Dale getting a hook on Sunday afternoon.
Shut up.
He said, okay, you would use a chain, you'd hook that, you'd wrap the chain around that hook. That's how you would hold the cap while you're cutting it.
I believe so,
Just
Kelly.
Dale grabbing some chain.
I think that's between the iPad search and this is
If you're
what
gonna
led
weld
them
the
to
tank
that
shut,
tank.
you're gonna need a welding mask and gloves. There's Dale getting a welding mask and gloves.
Shut the front door.
If you weld something, you're in short sleeves, you're actually gonna get a sunburn.
Yep.
This is from the body camera on Monday.
Y'all. If ever there were a welding sunburn. Oh, that is pretty significant. Look at the line right there. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, my dad used to do a ton of welding. He did not do anything dumb like this. He would keep himself covered up. Exactly. Oh, Felicia, caught red-armed. He is not the smartest man. Did he think no one would pay attention to all of these things? Yes, Dizzy. I do remember that there were interviews in which people around Dale remembered him doing this sort of activity. So yes, gotta love it, Felicia. That is great. And somehow I have slowed down my mouse and I am going to be miserable now. Here we go.
The 26th. And there's Dale's arm. So now, please go back to all the surveillance. All right, where's this tank? Let's see if we can find this tank. So we know that when Detective Greca came on Tuesday, he walked the property with Dale looking for Dee. And here's a section of that body cam. Okay, and this is the area of the burn pile. That's a still shot from that body cam. I know that you can't see it from where you are. Again, you're going to get this as an exhibit. When you do, you'll see there's an obvious defect in the weld in that area. Blew it up as much as I could. Remember the defect in the when the police found the tank in the barn in Paragon, right there.
Or rocks.
Also remember on Tuesday, in the evening, the police had come with a search warrant. Go back and look at the body cam from that search warrant. Again, I said, Dale's not on the property at that time. Detective Greca says to him, yeah, we're here with a search warrant. We've got cadaver dogs on the way. They're about 20 minutes out. Cadaver dogs that can smell human remains. tells Dale, yeah, the cadaver dogs are about 20 minutes out. We're going to start the search. You're welcome to be here. You don't have to. You can come back if you'd like. As soon as Greca gets off the phone with Dale, he turns, and there's Dale's son, Jaron, on the phone. He's like, you talking to your dad? Oh, I just got off the phone with him. 20 minutes, the dogs will be there. Jaron leaves, comes back with Dale in 18.
Oh,
Here's what happens when he gets back.
oh, do tell. This is
Those men on the
probably,
pad are part of the search team. They're running a drone.
this is likely why there were charges against Jaron at one point. Those have since been dropped. But there were tampering with evidence charges.
Here comes the JCB.
Oh,
Ryan Rank is one of those men. He's going to testify. It was Dale behind the wheel of that JCB.
oh.
There it goes to the burn pile. And here it comes with the tank.
Wow. That is so risky. Holy smokes.
Ryan Rank, who was flying that drone, decided to capture it with his camera.
Oh my goodness, they caught him on the drone? I should
Now,
not.
again, I don't know how
I shouldn't
well you're
laugh.
oriented to the property yet, but that building that he is going towards is the spray barn.
Okay, if you go back to the beginning of the opening statements, that's going to be your best bet to get caught up, because this is a
There's
great
inside of the spray
summary
barn
of what
on Thursday the 29th.
happened in the
With Dale
story.
spraying the floor. There's a different view of that.
And thanks for being with us too, Kay. Wow.
One of the things you're going to be able to do, in addition to looking at all the evidence that I just showed you in terms of photographs and video, you're going to be able to compare the statements that Dale made to the police versus other pieces of evidence in the case. So, for example, Dale told the police that he used Find My iPhone to look for Dee. Remember that? He said, I tried to access the surveillance cameras. It wouldn't work on my phone, but I tried because I wanted to see, did someone come and pick up Dee? I was looking for Dee. Okay. But the evidence is he accessed those apps before 10/29. We have the records. By his own admission, he didn't know that Dee was even missing until Stephanie called him at 10:32.
There's your consciousness of guilt.
You can think about Dale's conflicting statements that just conflict with each other. For example, he acknowledged the Hummer was parked in front of those steps. He acknowledged only Dee or I could have moved it on Sunday morning. He acknowledged that he drove the JCB up to the steps and went in the house. And he also said at the same time, Dee was still sleeping. But yet he claimed that Dee was the one that moved the Hummer up to the office. Again, here's where the Hummer was parked, as he acknowledged to the Michigan State Police. Right in front of those steps. Those JCB tracks went right up to the steps. In January 2024, the Michigan State Police went out and they did a little test, a little demonstration to see what would the JCB be able to do up there parked right in front of those steps.
Look at
And you can
that.
see what could be done with the bucket.
Wow. Right to the
Other
door.
statements of Dale's that you should consider, or that you can. He told Raquel and the police that Saturday night he recited back to Dee their wedding vows. For Richard for poor, sickness and in health, etc.
This man.
He also said to the police that he sure as hell wasn't getting divorced again. He'd already done that once. Now, Judge Olsaver read you the elements of the charges that you'll be considering at the end of the trial. Okay, so he's charged, you're going to be able to consider first-degree murder, second-degree murder, and tampering with evidence. And I know that you heard this already this morning. I just want you to have this in mind as you're listening to the evidence, the things that we have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. We have to prove for first-degree murder that Dale caused Dee's death. And we have to prove that he did it intentionally, with the intent to kill. And for first-degree murder, we have to prove that he did it with premeditation and deliberation. Now, I hope you all remember back to when we did the jury selection, and you all agreed that it's possible for a person to run a red light with premeditation and deliberation. This does not take days of planning, even hours of planning. If you have time to weigh the pros and cons of your decision and you decide to go forward with it anyway, that is enough for premeditation and deliberation. Second-degree murder is similar. First element is that Dale caused Dee's death. And it could be with the intent to kill, or it could be with the intent to cause great bodily harm. You're not intending to kill, but you do something with the intent to cause great bodily harm and death results, that's second-degree murder. Or if you do something so risky, okay, so if you knowingly create a very high risk of death or great bodily harm, knowing that death or such harm would be the likely result of his actions, that's enough intent for second-degree murder if he did that and caused her death. The other charge is tampering with evidence, okay? And again, so there's some evidence to be presented in a future official proceeding. Think of her phone, her purse, her body, right? If you have an autopsy, you can tell, how did someone die? Was it natural causes? The defendant removed, altered, concealed, destroyed, or otherwise tampered with that evidence. He did so on purpose and not by accident. That's the
Oh, I
third
think
element.
they have it on video.
The evidence was intended to be used in a criminal case where open murder was charged, which is what he's charged with here. A couple other things that Judge Olsaver will tell you that I want you to keep in mind in terms of proving his intent, that we can prove it, you can infer his intent from the type of wounds inflicted, the acts and words of the defendant, and any other circumstances surrounding the alleged kill. Motive may be important, but we don't have to prove that he had a motive or why he did this. So I remind you of what I started with. This is what Dr. Cho will testify to. And think about this in terms of those elements. She was strangled. She had blunt force trauma to the face and head enough to have killed her. She had duct tape over her face and neck. She was in her pajamas, wrapped in a tarp, welded in a tank. When you hear this evidence and at the close of the trial, we'll be asking you to return a verdict of first-degree murder and tampering with evidence. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to do just a little small, I don't want to say break here, but I want to highlight some things in the state's opening statement that I was not aware of before this opening statement. So I highlighted some things. I did not know that her face and neck were wrapped in duct tape and that she was in her pajamas. That's new to me. What is also new is that we needed to pay attention to this burn pile. That's new to me. I didn't know an exchange student lived with them. What? That poor exchange student. What else do I have highlighted here that were kind of like, oh my goodness moments? That he moved the anhydrous tank while they were on the property searching. I mean, sir, what are you thinking? I had wondered how they knew to look at the anhydrous tank, or any tank for that matter. And we found out in the opening statement there was an iPad search that he has let me back up. There was an iPad that had an internet search that he was looking at how to dispose of a large tank, like a propane tank. And that they caught him removing the tank while they were recording on the drone. I mean, shut the front door. Yeah. Did not have any of those things on my bingo card at all. So, yeah, so many red flags. She's at the beginning. She'll catch up. She'll get there with us. So, all right, let's see what the defense has to say.
Defense wish to make a statement?
Yes, Ms. Vinsky will do that. Thank
Oh,
you.
thank goodness, because that woman drives me nuts. Her voice is like nails on a chalkboard. Whew, I might have to drink early or something. This one doesn't.
Throughout this trial, you'll see that the government's evidence and case is built on speculation, assumption, and innuendo.
Oh,
They will put witnesses on the stand and show you numerous exhibits, but you know what you won't see? Proof beyond a reasonable doubt. The government has a theory, but there is no concrete evidence of that theory. That's what is important to pay attention to. Consider very carefully if what the government is actually presenting to you is actual evidence of murder or something that they are theorizing and speculating is evidence of murder.
called circumstantial evidence.
Really think
ma'am.
about the details of the case that the government is going to put forward to you. As you heard from the court, the law does not allow imagination to replace proof. Instead, the oath that you took requires that you consider all of the evidence when analyzing the specific details of this case. The law also requires that you consider the lack of evidence. The critical time here is the night of April 24th, 2021, going into April 25th, 2021. That is when this murder supposedly happened. This time frame is when the government claims that Mr. Warner killed Miss Warner, moved her body, took a tank, cut it open, put Miss Warner's body inside of the tank,
How else do you
welded the tank
explain it?
shut, painted the tank, put more stickers on the tank, and then moved it.
What are we doing?
You'll see, you saw in the pictures, that this is a giant anhydrous ammonia tank. Its size and weight are significant.
She does have great hair.
And all of this is supposedly being done while Mr. Warner is working on other chores and doing work that is part of his regular duty on the farm. The government wants you to believe that this was all done on the farm without anybody noticing it. You'll learn that there were numerous people on the farm during the time frame that the government has focused on. As early as 3:27 in the morning on April 25th, a truck driver comes onto the farm to load up a truck and make a delivery. You'll learn that people can and actually do show up on the farm at any given time. Around 7 a.m., Mr. Warner starts his day and begins to work on the farm like he typically does. Mr. Warner leaves his property, the farm, at 7:47 a.m. to go and spray a different farm. That's part of his job. Around 8:04 a.m., another worker comes onto the farm to work. This is before Mr. Warner even comes back. You'll learn who's on the farm throughout the day. For instance, if we move to the 11 a.m. hour, more people arrive. There are 7 people that are on the farm in addition to Mr. Warner. The same worker who arrived at 8 a.m. is still there. He's joined by a friend. Miss Warner's son, her son arrives on the farm. Her son-in-law is on the farm. Another son joins them. Her sister-in-law arrives, and then her daughter arrives shortly after that.
Ma'am, is your defense there were a lot of people there? Is that what I'm picking up here? What is happening and what are we doing? Oh, for heaven's sake.
Again, in that hour alone, there were 7 people that were on the farm with Mr. Warner. The afternoon of April 25th is no different. At 2:31 p.m., Miss Warner's son-in-law, nephew, daughter, a farm worker, his friend, they are all on the farm. And then about 20 minutes later, another employee arrives. Here is another hour where there are 7 people on the farm with Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner didn't put restrictions on where people could go. He didn't know who would randomly show up and walk around. You'll see surveillance videos from the farm where they track people's movements and where they went. Again, this case is not about what might have happened. It's about what the evidence proves beyond a reasonable doubt. And what it does not prove. Now, it's easy to point fingers after the fact. It's easy to take words and behaviors and take them out of context and twist them and intensify them into the stories that you will hear in trial. But at the end of the day, you all aren't here to judge whether Mr. Warner was a good husband or not. You're here to determine whether the government has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Warner committed the crimes that he's charged with. You'll hear a lot of testimony throughout the course of this trial. I'm sure you're aware of that at this point. And I don't want to take up more time telling you what you're going to hear from the stand, but I do ask that you focus on 3 things when you're listening to the testimony. First, think about the government's own timeline for when they claim Miss Warner was murdered and then the tank was cut open, Miss Warner was placed inside it, the tank was welded shut, painted, and moved. The government will try to force events to fit into this timeline that do not fit because they cannot fit within it. Their own timeline will fall apart with close examination.
Oh, I can't wait.
Second, pay attention to what's going on the farm, and including all of the people that are on the farm at the time that the government is claiming Mr. Warner is hiding Miss Warner's body. And third, consider how the investigation was conducted and how the police ignored other relevant information. In the end, the court will instruct you and has instructed you at this point that the burden of proof is beyond a reasonable doubt. That is the highest burden in our legal system. And this high burden is as it should be with the allegations we have here of murder and tampering with evidence. This is a burden that the government will not be able to meet. And because the government carries the burden of proof, any unanswered questions, any inconsistencies, any holes that the government does not fill because it cannot fill, after hearing the facts, our reasonable doubt. By the end of the trial, the government will not be able to rule out each and every reasonable doubt that exists in this case. And the law requires that even one, just one reasonable doubt, means that there must be a finding of not guilty for Mr. Warner. So for all of these reasons and others that you will learn about, we ask that you follow your oath and follow the law and find Mr. Warner not guilty on all counts. Thank you.
Wow. That is very reminiscent of the kind of closing argument I saw done by, I know his name is Mr. Yalmancelli, but I call him Mr. Yamaguchi because I don't particularly care for him. But the timeline. Okay. I am. Thank you for telling me what to pay attention to, ma'am, because I'm going to be paying attention to the timeline. But before I pay attention to the timeline, James Cruz, thank you for becoming a member. So happy to have you with us. You are now a little baby chick. In 6 months' time, you can become a chickadee. Happy to have you. Hope we don't disappoint here on my channel. So, okay, I don't have a whole lot to say about that. All righty, let's move on. And I think they took a pretty significant break here. And yeah, I'm going to take us to the first witness. Oh, Lord. That's hideous, isn't it? Hello, Maddie. Thanks for joining us. Okay. Let's see who we got.
Hi, Amber.
Hi,
Introduce yourself to the jury. What is your full name?
Amber Million.
And how did you know Dee Warner?
Who's my mom?
I'm going to ask you to speak up real loud.
She was my mom.
Okay. And do you have siblings?
Yes.
Who are they?
TJ Bach, Zach Bach, Raquel Bach, and Angelina Warner.
Okay. And your maiden name was Bach?
Yes.
Okay. And the the four Bachs, who is your dad?
Timothy Bach.
Okay. And so your mom and Tim were married?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you know Dale at that point in time when your mom and Tim were married?
Yes.
Okay. And at what point did your mom and Dale get into a relationship?
They worked together at, I can't remember the name of the company, but it was a chemical fertilizing company, I believe.
Okay. Did you do your very best to speak as loud as you can?
Sorry.
So you said they worked together.
Yes.
How old were you at that time?
Probably between 13 and 14.
Okay. And did it come a point when your mom and Tim got divorced?
Yes.
And that was about that same time, about when you were 13 and 14?
Yes.
Okay. And then what happened with Dee and Dale? They got married, is that correct?
Years later.
Okay. And that's why I'm asking about how many years after the divorce?
I believe it was
It was like a year or two, 5 years?
no, like 5 to 6 years
Okay.
later.
Okay. And so how old were you then when Dee and Dale got married?
18.
And where were you living at that time?
With my dad.
And in relation to the Munger property, how close was your dad at that point in time?
Maybe 5 minutes.
Okay, so close.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I want to take you to Friday, April 23rd, 2021. Did you do something with Angelina that day?
Yes.
What was it?
We went and had lunch together. It was at her school. It was bring an important person to school day, I believe. And we went and had lunch, and then we picked up my son from school, and then we went back to my house.
Okay. And do you remember how old Angelina was at that time? Or what grade she would have been in?
Oh, maybe 9 or 10.
Okay. All right. And then that night, is Lena still with you?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for becoming a member, Kelly Bean. We're happy to have you here. You get to be a little baby chick for the next 6 months as well. When I get more members going, we will absolutely be doing members only live streams in which you can get some additional information. I have a list of specific cases that we are intending on covering in members only that are more historical type cases. The Black Dahlia is one we've talked about. The disappearance of the McStay family is another one. When I have enough members, then we will absolutely be doing some members only live streams, and you all will get to learn about those cases. So thank you so much for becoming a member.
Spend the night?
Yes.
When was, after Friday night, when was the next time you saw your mom?
After Friday night,
Right.
Saturday morning.
And do you remember approximately what time?
It was in the morning, maybe between 9 and 10.
Okay. And do you know where did you see her?
My house. She came to my house.
And do you know why?
To pick up my sister, Angelina, for a soccer game.
Okay. And again, do you have an approximate time when the soccer game was?
Around 10,
Okay.
10:30.
All right. And so do they go to the soccer game?
Yes.
All right. And what are you doing, just generally speaking, on that Saturday?
I'm working from home.
Okay. And what kind of work do you do?
I'm a nurse.
Okay. And you can do your work from home?
Yes. I was a triage nurse at the time.
Okay. And how do you do your work from home?
I speak to patients and help them troubleshoot issues from home.
Okay. People who've had surgery?
Yes.
All right. So do you see your mom again on Saturday?
Yes.
About how much later?
About an hour and a half to 2 hours later after the game.
Okay. And again, approximate time frame?
Between 11 and 12.
And is there anything about when she came back that you remember?
She was hysterically crying when she came in to the house.
Okay. Where were you when she came in?
I was at my desk in my room.
Okay. And so she just, Dee just came in the house?
She came in the house and directly into my room.
Okay. And what happens when she gets in your room?
She sets her phone on my desk with a text message open.
Okay. And if I showed you that text, would you remember it?
Yes.
All right. Showing the witness people's proposed 87.
Yeah.
That's the one she showed you?
Yes.
Did you read it at the time?
Yes.
What was the gist of the text?
Somebody was mad at her for getting in their business and
Okay. What was your mom's reaction to that text?
she went, after she set the phone on my desk, she went directly into my bathroom connected to my bedroom, and she threw up and was crying and just saying she was done.
And did you know what she meant by when she said she's done?
She said, "We're selling everything. I'm done."
This is 8033, future plan or intent. Go ahead. What was she saying about what she wanted to
She
do?
said, we're selling everything, I'm done.
Okay. And what did you take that to mean?
She was done with her marriage.
Okay. Did the text that she showed you involve Dale?
Yes.
How did it involve Dale?
At the end of the text message, the person said, something along the lines of, even your husband says you're a mess and take Xanax.
And would you say that your mom was a person that wouldn't care if that information was out in the public or something else?
She would care.
Okay. And so where are you when you're actually having this conversation? Is it in the bathroom, in the bedroom?
She was first in the bathroom, kind of shouting out how she was done, and I was sitting at my desk at the time. And I did get up and go in there to comfort her
Okay. Had your mom talked about divorce before to you?
multiple times.
Okay. At this point, can you give us a sense of how long Dee and Dale had been married? Was it a year, 5 years, 10 years?
20?
Okay.
No, 15 to 15.
Okay. And were you able to observe them over that 15 years in their marriage?
Yes.
Okay. And would you consider it a good marriage?
No.
Okay. And can you give us a ballpark? How many times you think your mom had talked about divorce?
I couldn't even keep count on a regular.
Okay. So was this episode any different, or had you heard this all before?
Mm, It wasn't this bad.
Okay. You'd never seen her this bad?
Correct.
Okay.
So this time was different.
All right. What happens next?
I went into the bathroom to comfort her, and then I had to get back to work. And so she sat with me and kind of just tried to pull herself together. She sat in my room. And then she had an appointment to get her lashes done. So she was trying to pull herself together to do that.
Okay. And then at some point, does she leave for her appointment?
Yes.
And did you see her again after that?
Yes.
Okay. She comes back to your house?
Yes.
Okay. And where is Angelina during this time?
She's at my house playing with my son.
And approximately how long did your mom stay after she came back from the eyelash appointment?
A couple hours, I would say.
Okay. And what are you doing during that time?
I'm working.
Okay. And what is your mom doing?
She was cleaning and doing some of my laundry and kind of tending to the kids. And I think she might have made lunch.
Okay. And you're working in your bedroom?
Yes.
Where is she doing the laundry, folding clothes, and that kind of thing?
In the laundry room, and she was in the kitchen.
Okay.
Phew, my mom never did that.
And then at some point she leaves?
Yes.
And again, approximate ballpark time that she would have left?
Mid to late afternoon.
And did she take anybody with? No?
Actually, it's probably later than that.
Okay. Was it still light out? Or as you
Yes.
can remember? All right. And did she take anybody with her?
She took my sister,
Okay. Lena?
Angelina.
Did you do anything after she had left in relation to the earlier episode where she was so upset?
I called my sister Raquel.
Okay. And why did you call her?
I was worried about her.
About who?
My mom.
Okay. Was that a normal thing where you would call Raquel after a visit from your mom?
No.
Now, I want to ask about, was your mom, tell us a little bit about your mom in terms of, did she care about her appearance when she was out in public, that kind of thing?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit more about that.
She never left the house without makeup and her hair done
Okay.
and fully dressed nice.
Could you ever see her leaving the house in her pajamas?
Never.
Okay. Did you see your mom at all on that Sunday?
No.
Did you see her at all after she left your house on Saturday afternoon into Saturday night?
No.
Did you hear anything on Sunday morning regarding your mom?
Yes.
Okay. Was that one time or multiple times?
Multiple times.
Okay, and who was communicating with you?
My sister Raquel.
And this is during the day on Sunday.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see your mom again after she left your house?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Oh, good. It's not the nasty one. Y'all will see what I mean when the other one gets up.
Savinsky. Good morning. I just have a few questions for you. My name is Mara Savinsky. I represent Mr. Warner. You had testified that you were in high school when Mr. Warner and Miss Warner got together. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you observed them fighting a lot throughout the time that they were together,
Yes.
but you never saw physical violence between Mr. Warner and Miss Warner.
No.
You never saw Mr. Warner on the verge of hitting Miss Warner during any of these arguments.
No.
You never saw him get close to her during these arguments.
No.
And I believe on direct you indicated that your mom brought up divorce many times. Is that accurate?
Yes.
It wasn't surprising to you when she would say things like this?
No.
According to you, I think you said she brought it up millions of times. Is that accurate?
I did not say millions.
She didn't.
Do you remember having an interview with the police in November of 2022?
Yes.
Do you remember saying that it was a million times according to you?
Possibly.
And she brought that up on April 24th, 2021.
Yes.
Mr. Warner's response to Miss Warner saying she wanted a divorce was, okay, whatever, Dee.
I don't remember.
Would looking at the police report help you refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Ms. Saylor, can you do GWR02, page 57?
I don't think this is some big gotcha moment by the
And
defense.
just read that and let me know when you are done.
Okay.
Did that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
That was Mr. Warner's response to, I want a divorce. Okay, whatever, Dee.
Yep. That's what I said.
Objection. Can we get some clarification on the time frame of when this, okay, whatever the response is?
You had a conversation with your mother about wanting a divorce. She wanted a divorce from Mr. Warner on April 24th, 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
And she actually indicated that to Mr. Warner before she had come over to your house.
Okay.
Do you agree with that?
I might have said it at the time. I can't remember specifically the conversation now.
Would looking at the police report again help?
It looks like I said that. Yes.
Okay, and based off that, on that same day, April 24th, 2021, Mr. Warner's response was, okay, whatever, Dee.
Yes.
She also in the past had threatened to be done with businesses and sell it all, correct?
I don't recall.
Would listening to your interview to the police help you refresh your recollection on that?
Yeah.
Okay. It's going to be GBC 04. 4054.
I'm flipping us through some of this non-testimony. She's just listening to her own conversation.
So your mother, 114.
Okay.
Did that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
So your mother, Miss Warner, she threatened in the past to be done with all the businesses and wanted to sell them all. Is that correct?
Yes.
And she'd said that many times before.
Yes.
You would describe your mom as dramatic.
I guess.
And it's not abnormal for her to argue.
No.
Going to April 23rd, 2021, you picked your sister up, Angelina, from school.
Yes.
And she spent the night at your house, which was actually something common for her to do. Is that right?
Yes.
Your mom came to drop off clothes for her on April 23rd.
Yes.
And at that point, you had spoke to your mom, had a conversation.
Yes.
And your mom didn't complain about anything unusual. It was all normal things she would discuss. Is that accurate?
She was complaining about business things, but I don't remember specifically.
What is that normally something that she would discuss with you and have complaints about?
Yes.
And you testified that the next day, April 24th, she picked up Angelina around 10 a.m. Is that accurate?
Around.
The day that she went to the soccer game, she was wearing leggings, black slip-on shoes, and a black zip-up.
That's what I remember.
You mentioned that she was upset about Mr. Warner mentioning her use of Xanax to other people.
Yes.
And just to be clear, your mom had also said negative things about Mr. Warner as well throughout the course of their relationship.
To me?
Yes.
Yes.
She referred to him as that asshole.
Yes.
And when your mom was at your
Would be
house that
appropriate.
Saturday, April 24th, she was starting to get a migraine.
I don't recall.
Would looking at the video or listening to the video of your interview with the police help refresh your recollection?
Possibly.
Thank you. It's 28. That day on April, does that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
She started getting a migraine that day on April 24th,
Yes.
and she took medicine for it.
That's what I said. Yes.
Just lastly, on April 25th, you were not alarmed at first when nobody could find your mom.
Not right away.
You thought she'd left because she was mad at Mr. Warner,
Correct.
and you were not worried because that's something she had done many times before.
Yes.
I have no further questions.
No regret. Thank you, ma'am. You can step down.
Okay, and I think we take a pretty significant break here. So let me get us queued up for the next witness. Told you there was a pretty significant break here. Okay. Here we go.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury?
Yes.
Okay, you can go ahead and sit down. I'll just keep your voice loud so that everyone in the courtroom can hear you.
Can you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Kelly Stace, Kellistace.
All right. Ms. Stace, where were you employed in April of 2021?
Salon Lucero in Tecumseh.
And what do you do at Salon Lucero?
I used to work there. I no longer work there, but I do. I'm an esthetician, so I specialize in brows and lashes.
Okay. And so when you say lashes, can you walk me through that process? I don't know what that means.
So I do eyelash extensions. I do lift and tints, which is more of a perming process.
Okay. During the course of your employment, did you meet Dee Warner?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall when that was?
No, not exactly.
Okay. How long had you known Dee Warner, if you can recall, in April 2021?
Probably about a year to a year and a half.
Okay. And was she a client of yours at that
Yes.
time? And how long had she been a client? That whole time you'd known her? Is that how you
Yes.
met her? Okay. And what service did you do for Dee?
Eyelash extensions.
Okay. Can you describe the process of doing eyelash extensions?
Yes. So the client's eyes are closed and you're adhering one synthetic lash to each one of their natural lashes.
Okay. And did you have an appointment scheduled with Dee Warner in April of 2021?
Yes.
When was that?
I believe it was Saturday. I think the date was the 24th.
Okay. Do you recall approximately what time it was?
Either 11 or 12, I would say, is usually when she would schedule.
Okay. And did she show up for that appointment?
Yes.
All right. And did you do the appointment?
Yes.
All right. When she arrived there, how did she appear?
Very upset. She was crying, shaking. She sat for a few minutes so she could stop crying.
Okay.
Yeah.
Her crying, would that affect your ability to do her lashes?
Yes.
All right.
I would
Why?
think So,
You cannot adhere very well if the lashes are wet.
Okay. All right. So she sat there for a little bit, and at some point you ended up doing her lashes.
Yes.
All right. And while you were doing her lashes, did anything happen that you remember?
Yes, we had a conversation briefly about, she was upset, asked me to talk about.
I would agree with that, Your Honor. So did, while she was getting her lashes done, did anything happen?
Can you elaborate a little bit more?
Sure. Do you remember if Miss Warner got a phone call while she was getting her
Yes,
lashes
she
done?
did. She got a few phone calls while she was in there.
Okay. How many phone calls do you think she got?
At least 2 that I remember.
All right. And when you described the process of getting your eyelashes done, can you explain to me how the client is positioned when you're doing the lashes?
Yes, so they're laying on something similar to a massage table
Okay.
on their back. Their head is up towards me and their eyes are closed through the whole service.
Okay. And so how many phone calls do you think she's getting?
At least 2 that I remember for sure.
Okay. And is she asking you to do anything for her?
Yes, tell her who was calling.
Okay. Is that because she couldn't see herself?
Yes,
All right. And did you in fact tell her who was calling?
yes.
And who was calling?
The first one, I don't remember the person's name, but it was a female that she knew.
Okay.
And then the second one was her husband.
Okay. And did she respond to the phone call she was getting?
Yes.
And how did she respond?
That she was not going to take the call.
During the course of Dee being a client of yours, did you develop a close relationship with her?
Yes.
All right. How describe that for me?
Just bonded over similar things that we were going through at the time, I guess.
Okay. And what were some of the things that you were going through at the time?
Relationship issues.
Okay. When Miss Warner left your office that day, did she make any additional appointments?
Yes.
All right. And how many appointments did she make?
She made 2 more appointments.
All right. And would that be common for her to make appointments before she left?
Generally, yes.
All right. How often did you see her?
Generally every 2 weeks.
After that appointment on April 24th, 2021, did you see Dee Warner again?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Now, you know that Dee isn't going to be going out in public without her lashes done. So there's no way she left of her own volition and never got her eyelashes done again. That would have been a huge tell.
How often, you said, I believe you testified Miss Warner would come to you every 2 to 3 weeks?
Generally, yes, every 2 weeks.
And the first session, when she first came to you as a client, that lasted about 2 hours?
Yes.
And then the other sessions were about 1 hour?
Yes, that's correct.
You did not hang out with Miss Warner in any capacity outside of these appointments?
Correct.
And you've never met Mr. Warner?
Correct.
You testified about her coming into her appointment on April 24th, and you mentioned 2 phone calls that she received
Yes.
during that appointment. Did she answer either phone call?
No.
You've never seen any red marks on Miss Warner?
Not that I recall, no.
And you've never seen any bruises on Miss Warner?
Not that I recall.
I have nothing further.
No follow-up, and she can be excused, Your Honor.
That's correct, Your Honor. We have no issue with that. Thank you.
Oh, gosh,
Thank you
that's
for
the
your time,
boy.
Ms. Stacy. You are excused from your subpoena, so
Thank you.
just ask you to try to keep your voice up as much as possible.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Can you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
Raquel Bach, RIKKELLBOCK.
Ms. Bach, how did you know Dee Warner?
She was my mom.
Okay. How would you describe your relationship with your mom?
Very close.
Okay. And where did you live in relation to where your mom lived on the Munger farm?
Like almost in her backyard.
Okay. I'm going to show her. Okay. Is that not working? Okay. What road did you live on?
Carson Highway.
Okay. And so your mom lived on the corner of Munger and Carson?
Correct.
Okay. And so you would describe it essentially in her backyard?
Yes.
All right. And in April of 2021, what were you doing with your house?
A total remodel.
Okay. Did you go to the Munger farm a lot?
Almost every day.
All right. For what?
My mom watched my kids and while I worked, and then she would also watch them sometimes when I would help on the house. She helped me do my laundry. We'd eat dinner there almost every night.
Okay. What about Sundays?
Sundays, pretty much every Sunday we would eat breakfast, but we would always go grocery shopping on Sundays.
Okay. Always go grocery shopping?
Yes.
All right. And when you say we would go, who would go?
My mom and I, my little sister, and my kids.
Okay. How many kids did you have at that time?
2.
All right. And when you guys would go for breakfast, who would be part of the Sunday breakfast usually?
Just kind of depended on the day. Sometimes it was just me and my kids and my mom and Lena. Sometimes my boyfriend Dustin would be there with us. Just depended on the day.
Okay. And you're familiar with Dale Warner then, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Okay. And would he be around for Sunday breakfast?
Every once in a while.
Who usually cooked Sunday breakfast?
It kind of depended. If we had it, sometimes Dale would cook it. Sometimes I would cook it. Sometimes my mom would cook it.
Okay. Just so we're all clear, so you're talking about Dale, and I saw you nod your head. So is the Dale that you're referring to, is he in the courtroom today?
Yes.
All right. Can you point to him and identify what he's wearing for the record?
A gray suit.
I'd ask the record to reflect she's identified the defendant.
No objection. Thank you.
Record will still reflect.
All right. So in April of 2021, what vehicles was your mom driving?
She had a black Escalade and a black Hummer.
All right. Was there one that she would drive more? Was it more common for her to drive than the other?
The black Escalade she drove more.
All right. Were you at the Munger farm at any point in time when your mom had a concern about the Hummer, a device in the Hummer?
Yes.
Okay. And did you actually see that for yourself?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you observe?
I observed a piece or a small device.
Okay. Who actually found that item?
My mom.
Okay. And who's Dustin Lawley to you?
My boyfriend.
Okay. Was he present there too?
Yes.
All right. Was it your mom that found it or was it Dustin that found it?
It was my mom that found it, who showed us and asked what it was.
Okay. And she had that conversation with both of you or just Dustin?
Both of us.
All right. And did you identify that item or did Dustin?
Dustin did.
Okay. Were you ever around your mom and Dale when they would have fights?
I feel like a lot of the fights were over the phone. I mean, I did live there, so I was present. I could hear from my bedroom. Yeah.
Did you have a chance to observe your mom's reactions to Dale when, if they would be fighting and he would try to give her a massage or touch her?
Yes.
All right. And can you describe those reactions?
Uncomfortable.
What do you mean by uncomfortable? What would she do?
Almost freeze.
Do you recall a time when in March of 2021, your mom and Dale and Lena went to Florida?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know what they drove down there?
The camper.
All right. And when they came back from Florida, do you recall seeing the Hummer at the house?
Yes.
And where was that parked at?
Outside of the sliding glass doors.
Okay. Your Honor, may we approach?
I want to know what she's talking about. What sliding glass doors? The ones to the house? Oh, break time. Let me get us flippity flipped here, folks. We got ourselves a sidebar.
Recess to try to get that resolved as soon as we do.
Oh,
we will be
boy.
back in.
What's happening?
Yeah, we're just.
No,
Yeah.
it's not setting, so it's not coming in either an iPad, so it's hooked up to the TV.
Oh, sounds like technical difficulties to me. All right, let's
Sorry, Your
zip
Honor, we
these.
had it figured out the other night. It worked. And I have so many exhibits.
What do you need? What do you guys?
Oh boy. I think they were having trouble getting their electronics to work the way they
To
wanted.
show you. So
That's, yeah. Okay.
too many exhibits to show you. So we had to fix the technology issue.
I think so, USMC. I
We
just
talked a
want
little bit
them to show
about where
me.
your home was in relation to the Munger farm. So I'm going to go back and show you exhibit 205.
Here we go.
And do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. And what's in the bottom of the screen, in the bottom left corner of the screen?
My mom's house.
Okay. And that the Munger farm.
Yes.
All right. And where is your house in relation to that on the map?
Like almost in the middle of the picture.
Okay.
think
On
this
the right
is
side of the
her.
road.
Yes.
Okay.
Her home is here.
Here, I'm going to approach the witness with some exhibits. Actually, I'm not going to. I'm going to show you exhibit 12.
Cool. Show us exhibit 12.
All right. What's that?
My mom's house.
All right. What side of the house?
The back side of the house.
Okay, so if you're on Munger Road, you would have to go behind the house.
Correct.
All right. Exhibit 13. What's that?
The sliding glass doors in the back of the house.
Okay.
So it is exactly what we were
Exhibit
thinking.
14
The front of the house.
from Munger Road.
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit 15.
The side of the house that faces Carson.
Okay. Exhibit 16.
The other side of the house.
Okay. Exhibit 17.
Inside the garage.
Okay. And is that your mom's Cadillac that you were talking about?
Yes.
All right. Exhibit 18.
The Hummer.
Exhibit 19.
Same Hummer.
All right. And is that where your mom would normally keep that Hummer parked, or where would it normally be?
Yes, that's where it was.
Okay. Exhibit 20.
Would be nice if we could see it, but no such luck.
Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
What's that?
The JCB loader.
Okay. So when we refer to the JCB, this is what?
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit 21. What's that?
The Kubota.
All right. And that's, it looks like just like a little off-road
Like a utility.
utility vehicle. Okay. All right. Number 6.
The office.
Okay. And is that, so if I'm looking on the left side of the screen, I can see a big bay garage door. Is that also part of the office?
No, it's a barn.
Okay. Exhibit 7.
Like the main office doors.
Okay. And with those doors, are those doors kept locked, you know?
Yes.
Exhibit 8. Are you familiar with the inside of the office?
Yes.
All right. What is this?
That is the layout of the inside of the office.
Okay, so I see on the bottom of the screen, there's, so it says the main office, and then you can kind of see the bottom of the screen where the doors, would that be the front doors that we just looked at on the previous slide?
Yes.
Okay, and then to the left is a conference room?
Yes.
All right,
Talking
And-
here, this is the conference room.
where did your mom have an office in there?
Yes.
Where at?
Right when you walked through the front doors.
So in the part that's labeled main office?
Main office in
All
this
right.
area here.
And then so if I walk through the doors and I take a right, where am I going?
Down a hallway to like Dale's office or the break room, and then the trucking side.
Okay. Is there another door to get in and out of that office?
Yes.
All right, where's that at?
It's located in front of like the trucking office.
Okay. Would it be in the front or the side or the back? Do you know?
The front.
Exhibit 9.
She's making it sound like the
Do
front.
you recognize this area?
Yes.
All right. And what area is that?
It's like the break room / Dale's.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah,
so
there's the
break room
door.
/ Dale's desk.
Yes.
All right.
Hmm.
And is that what we see in the top right corner? Would that have been his desk?
Yes.
All right.
Dale's
Exhibit
desk.
10. What's this?
It's just like the side of the house, between the office and the house. It's the
Okay.
driveway.
11. What's that?
The sprayer barn.
Okay, the sprayer barn. Do you ever go in there?
No.
Just wanted to get a little bit of layout of the property out there on Munger.
I'm glad you did.
So I'm
Ms.
going to take
Prosecuting
you
Attorney.
back to the Saturday, April 24th, 2021. Did you see your
boy.
mom that day?
Yes.
All right. Where at?
Her house.
Do you remember what time it was?
4 or 5-ish
PM?
p.m. Yes.
Who were you with?
I was with my daughter, one
Alright.
of my daughters,
All right. Who was at the house when you got there?
my mom and Lena.
All right. What were they doing?
Lena was sleeping and my mom was sitting on the chair.
Okay. How did you observe her to look?
Unwell.
Describe that.
Very upset. Almost the shell of herself. Upset.
Okay. Was she crying? Was she doing anything?
Yes.
All right. Did you have a conversation with her about what was going on?
Yes.
All right. Based on that conversation, did she tell you that she had any plan that night?
That she was gonna leave Dale.
All right. Did she say when you say she said she was going to leave him, what was the plan for that night?
She was gonna tell him that she wanted a divorce.
All right. Was she going to tell him anything else?
That she was gonna sell the trucking company.
Have you had that conversation with your mom before?
Not necessarily in that context, but the sale of the trucking company, no.
Okay. Had she talked about divorce with you before?
Yes.
All right. So that wasn't something that was uncommon.
Correct.
All right. But this was the first you were hearing about selling the business?
Yes.
All right. And what time did you leave the house?
I wasn't there very long, maybe an hour, so 5, 6. I don't even think I was there that long.
All right. Did you have a plan to come back to the house later that night?
It was kind of up in the air. She asked me if I wanted to come back for dinner, but I wasn't sure. So I didn't necessarily have a plan for that night.
Okay. Did you text your mom at all that night?
I did. I texted her like pretty late and told her that we weren't coming.
Okay. When you say pretty late, do you recall about what time it was?
I want to say maybe 10 or 11.
Okay.
I think. I don't remember.
Okay. Do you think it could have been a little earlier than that?
Could have been.
Okay. And well, if I let you read this report, would it refresh your recollection as to the time?
Yeah.
So, just to give you all a little update on Edric Faust's trial, it does appear that the jury is coming back to deliberate.
All right. Do you remember
And I'll
approximately what time you
keep my-
texted her?
Ears,
It was
I'll keep my ears and eyes peeled for any updates. So,
21.
Military time. So
Yeah.
text.
sorry about that.
All right. Do you remember approximately what time you texted her?
It was 21.
Military time. So
Yeah.
about 9 o'clock. Does 9 o'clock
Yeah.
sound right? Okay. Fair enough. Did your mom respond to you at all?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you want-
Sorry. I
No,
should have
that's
read
okay.
further.
Do you want to read a little bit further?
Sure.
Okay. Marie?
Yes.
Okay. Did she respond to you at all?
No.
Okay. All right. Saturday night, what time did you get home? You and Dustin went somewhere after that, after your mom's house, correct?
Dustin wasn't with me when I was at my mom's, but when we were at our house, then we went back to my dad's house.
Okay. And where does your dad live?
Maybe 3 miles from my mom's house.
All right. Would you have to drive by your mom's house to get back to your house?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately what time you drove back by her house?
I think it was like 10:30.
Okay. And did you look over at the house?
Yes.
Did you observe any of the lights on?
Yes.
And at that time of night, was that odd to you? Did that stand out to you?
Yes.
All right. Why?
Because the living room, like main lights, weren't typically on, especially that late at night.
Okay. All right. And did you observe the Hummer?
Yes.
Where was the Hummer parked at?
At the, behind the house, by the sliding glass doors.
All right. And how did you observe the Hummer parked behind the house?
It's when you drive by from the one side, it's basically right in the back of the house.
Okay. So you can see it from the road.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to show you Exhibit 19, which you've already described as the Hummer. Is that where you observed it parked?
Yes.
All right. Get home, go to bed, do whatever you do. What do you do Sunday morning when you wake up?
I woke up and went over to my mom's house.
Okay. Do you know approximately what time?
8:30, 9 o'clock.
Okay. Who went over to your mom's house with you?
Me and Dustin and our kids.
All right. And was that for your Sunday breakfast?
Yes.
All right. What'd you do when you got there?
We went in and just kind of started making breakfast. And then I texted my mom and asked her what she was doing. I believe that's what I asked. And I didn't get a response.
Okay. And does your phone tell you if a message doesn't go through?
I don't know.
Okay. So you texted your mom, asked her what she was doing. Did you observe her in the house?
No.
All right. Then what'd you do?
I kind of walked around the house a little bit to see if anybody was there, and nobody was there.
Okay. When you say you walked around the house, where all did you go at that point in time?
The living room is like right off of the kitchen, so I looked in the living room, and then in her bedroom,
Okay. What'd you do after that?
and then I remembered that I saw the Hummer parked down at the office along with the JCB,
Oh.
so I figured she was at the office.
Okay. So when you arrived there Sunday morning, you saw the JCB and the Hummer parked outside the office?
Correct.
All right. And so you walk down to the office. What do you do?
I didn't go down to the office at that point.
Okay.
I think we just ate some breakfast and then we left
Okay. Where'd you go?
to my house.
All right. What'd you do from there?
I called my mom.
Did she answer?
No.
Okay. Did the phone ring?
No.
What'd you do after that?
I went back down to the office to see if my little sister was down there
Why would you be going down there to see if your little sister was down there?
because I thought they were fighting in the office.
When you say they, who are you referring to?
My mom and Dale.
All right. And so you were going to go get your sister or something?
Yes.
All right. Did you go in the office?
Yes.
All right. And what'd you see?
Nothing.
Okay. What'd you do after that?
I left. I think I left again and went back to my house and called my siblings and anybody that I thought would know where she was.
Okay. When you said you called your siblings, who all did you call?
I called Zach and Amber.
Okay. Did you call TJ?
I don't think I had called him yet at that point.
All right. After you talked to Zach and Amber, what'd you do?
I sent a message to Stephanie
Stephanie who?
Vogel
Okay.
and Shelly. No, I don't think I called Shelly at that point yet.
Okay. I'm going to stop you. Who is Stephanie Vocal?
She was my mom's secretary.
All right. And do you know if her and your mom were close?
Yes,
You know, or they are? They were.
they were.
Okay. And okay, you sent Stephanie a message. And then I'm sorry, did you say you did called Shelly or you?
I don't think I called her yet at that point.
Okay. So after you left a message for Stephanie. What'd you do after that?
Then we drove to my uncle's farm.
All right. Who's your uncle?
Greg
Who?
Hardy.
All right. Why did you drive over there?
Because I thought maybe she was down there, my mom.
All right. Why did you think that she might be down there?
Because sometimes when my mom and Dale would fight, she would go to Shelly and Greg's.
All right. And so who is Shelly?
Greg's wife.
All right. So your Aunt Shelly and Uncle Greg?
Correct.
All right. And how far from the Munger farm did they live?
Mile, maybe.
Okay. So everybody kind of lives pretty close together.
Yes.
All right. So do you talk to Greg and Shelly at that point?
I talked to Shelly. No, I didn't see anybody. I'm sorry.
Okay. And then where'd you go?
I went to Shelly and Greg's house,
Okay.
which is another mile or so down the road.
All right. Did you talk to him at that point?
I talked to Shelly.
All right. And what'd you do from there?
Shelly came along with us then, and we went up to the property in Onstead.
Okay. When you say Shelly came along with us, are you still with Dustin and the kids?
Yes.
All right. So it's you, Dustin, the kids, and Shelly.
Yes.
All right. And you went to the property in Onstead. Can you give me a location?
The Cedar Point property.
That's
Okay.
why I
and
wondered if
Virginia
it was the
Road.
Cedar Point.
If you know the road, that'd be great.
It was off of
M50.
50.
M50?
Yeah.
Okay. And M50 in Tipton, does that sound
No, M50 and Onstead Highway.
Onstead Highway? Okay. So you guys load up, drive out to you call it the Cedar Point property?
Yes.
All right. What do you do at Cedar Point?
We pulled in, and Dustin went in to see into the barn to see if she was in there.
Okay. And
She was not there.
okay. What'd you do after that?
Came back to my mom's house.
And then?
Looked around the house some more just to see if we missed something maybe the first time.
All right. So this time, where all did you look when you go back to the house?
Pretty much everywhere. The garage, her car was there. We went in, her bedroom or bathroom, and then we went upstairs to the bedrooms.
Okay. What did you do after you looked through the house and you can't find her?
I kind of stayed up there. Dustin went down to the office.
Did you at any point in time call Dale and ask, where's mom?
He called me.
Okay. Do you know when he called you?
He called me when I was at my Aunt Shelly and Uncle Greg's farm.
Okay. Did you have a conversation with him?
Yes.
What did you guys talk about?
He asked me if I had talked to my mom.
All right. So he called you looking for your mom.
Yes.
All right. Why?
Because somebody had called him. I think Stephanie called him. And Stephanie told him that I was looking for my mom.
All right. So does he say anything else about your mom?
That they got into, no. No, I think I asked where Lena was, and he told me that she was at her aunt and uncle's house.
Okay. Did he say anything else?
In that phone call,
Did he tell you where your mom was at when he left the house?
he said that she was sleeping on the couch when he left at 6 a.m.
Okay. And you hang up with him, then what happens?
And then that's when we went to Shelly's, and then,
Okay. All
so
right.
then we came back to the house.
So at some point when you come back to the house, does Dale arrive at the house?
Yes.
All right. Do you have a conversation with him?
Yes.
All right. And what's the first contact you make with Dale when he comes back to the house? Where's that at?
In my mom's bedroom.
All right. And I'm going to show you Exhibit 2. Okay. What's that?
My mom's bedroom.
Okay. And is that where you had a conversation with Dale?
Yes.
All right. What do you guys talk about?
He asked me if I knew about my mom had he asked me if I knew that my mom had a secret phone. He said that she's been leaving in the middle of the night, and then he said that she's got pills everywhere. And then he showed me that she left her ring on the desk in the office, on his desk.
Okay. So you're looking for your mom, and he says to you, she's been leaving in the middle of the night. She's got all these pills, and here's her ring. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Does he say
Wow.
anything else to you?
That's a lot. I don't think
at
she
that
did
point-
have a secret phone, Dizzy.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I mean, we'll find out, but I don't necessarily believe that she did.
Do you have any other discussion with Dale about
She should have.
the fact that you can't find your mom anywhere?
Yes.
All right. And what do you guys talk about?
It kind of led into the back into the kitchen, and he opened up the medicine cabinet and started talking about the pills again, and then said, everything I've worked for is gone.
Okay. Did you ask him what he meant by that?
No.
All right. What else did he say?
I don't really remember.
Did he tell you that they had any discussion or any fight the night before?
Objection leading.
Is what?
If you don't remember, can I refresh her? I'd like to refresh your recollection.
And we're going to flippity flip while she's refreshing. Because that's a lot of time to
Do you
refresh.
remember that conversation?
There we go.
Yes.
Okay. What else did Dale say to you about their conversation that night?
Well, he told me that they barely fought, and he gave her a massage. She fell asleep, and he picked her up and put her on the couch. And in their fight, he asked her if she loved him, and he said, through sickness and in health, and for rich or for poor, and so on. He read her the vows, essentially.
Okay. So he said they're fighting and he read her their vows.
Yes.
Okay. Do you stay there and continue to talk to Dale, or what do you do after you have that conversation with him?
He ended up leaving the house. I stayed just a little bit longer, and then I left.
All right. Where did you go?
I dropped my kids off at a friend's house.
Did you talk to Dale about any concerns you had, or what you wanted to do next because you couldn't find your mom?
Yeah,
All right. And what did you want to do?
I wanted to call the hospitals to see if she had checked herself in somewhere. Phone records. Call the police.
Okay. What would you call the police for?
Missing person.
All right. And did you tell Dale that you wanted to do that?
Yes.
And how did he respond?
He said, well, I'll take Lena to school in the morning, and then if she's not back by then, I'll stop by the police department.
Okay. Throughout the course of your mom's marriage to Dale, did you know her to leave at times?
Yeah.
Okay. And so it wasn't common for her to leave do you know how long she would leave for?
Maybe a day, maybe two.
All right. And how long do you think your mom was married to Dale?
15 years.
Okay. In the course of that 15 years, the times that you have knowledge of, how many times do you think your mom left for a day or two?
maybe every couple of months at
Okay.
least.
Every couple of months over 15 years. So maybe a couple hundred?
Yeah.
Okay. Had you ever called the police to report her missing prior to this?
No.
All right. And did you end up calling the police?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall, was that on that Sunday, the 25th?
Yes.
All right. Did you have the opportunity to look at a somewhat mild autopsy photograph of your mother's clothing?
Yes.
All right. And did you recognize the clothing that she was found in?
Yes.
And what was she wearing?
Pajamas.
Thank you.
Wow. Oh, it takes her forever to get herself set up here. We're gonna flippity flip.
Good afternoon. I just have some questions for you. You testified that you went over to your mom's house basically every day leading up to her going missing.
Correct.
And how long had that been going on for?
Since October of 2020.
And you also testified that you lived there when you were younger as well,
Yes.
in the house. You personally observed yelling between Mr. Warner and Miss Warner.
Yes.
You'd classify your mom as a yeller.
Yes.
And not in color.
I think we just established that your mom, Miss Warner, was known to randomly leave for a day or two throughout the 15 years that she was married to Mr. Warner.
Yes.
And it was also common for her to say that she was done with her marriage.
Yes.
It wasn't surprising when she would say things like that to you.
No.
Would you often consider it just talk?
Yeah.
I don't know necessarily that that's a big.
It was
important
also common for her to say that she was
thing.
done with her businesses as well.
No.
Mm.
Ms. Saylor, I'm going to have you play for Ms. Bach GWOD 06 3418 to 3440, please. 18 to 3440.
Are we refreshing? You didn't even say anything. What are we doing? Oh, yeah, she is coming up to refresh. Okay, we're going to flippity flip.
40. Told the police that. Did you hear that?
I did, but that's not
You told the police that your mother, Miss Warner, would commonly say that she was done with the marriages and done with the businesses.
done with the marriages.
You also said she was done with the businesses, and that's what she told your brother that day, and that was a common thing.
That's not exactly how it was meant.
That's what you said.
I mean, I guess if that's not exactly, she was commonly saying she was done with the marriage with Dale, but that was the first time I'd heard her say that she was going to sell the businesses.
Your mom suffered from chronic migraines,
Yes.
and she also had chronic neck pain.
Yes.
Right, Dizzy. Yeah, she's trying to trip her up, and she's kind of like, I don't know how to answer this. So, yeah, she said it that day.
I want to put a time frame
Hadn't
on
said it before.
this common topic of bringing up divorce. In the months leading up to April 2021, that was frequently when she would talk about wanting a divorce, correct?
Before they even got married.
Okay, so it was
Yeah.
frequent all the time.
What
Speaking
an awful
of
relationship. Ugh.
April, you testified on direct April 24th, 2021. You saw the Hummer in the back of your mother's house on Munger,
Yes.
and it was pulled up to the glass, sliding glass doors.
Yes.
When you were driving on Munger Road, were you driving toward Carson Highway or away from Carson Highway?
Away from Carson Highway.
And when you were driving, was the Munger house on your right?
Yes.
When you saw the Hummer, was it when you were approaching the house, when you were in front of the house, when you were driving away? At what point did you see the Hummer back there?
As I was approaching the house.
Do you know where exactly you were in relation to the intersection of Carson Highway and Munger Road?
I guess it would be sort of in front of that big door that was in the same building as the office.
Okay, so you were outside the office building and the big garage door that Miss Weiss had mentioned?
Yeah, which is where the road is.
I want to move to April 25th. You went over around 9:30 a.m. to your mother's house,
Yes.
and you just walked right in. You didn't knock.
Right.
That's something that you would typically do?
Yes.
The door was unlocked.
Yes.
You couldn't find your mom, so you went back outside.
No.
After you were in the house, you were there for a certain amount of time. You eventually left the house.
Right. Yes.
And so you went back outside, you went to your house.
Yes.
And when you sat in your driveway, that's when you made the phone calls.
Yes.
After you made those phone calls, then you went back to the office on Munger.
Right.
When you got to the office, you just walked in.
Yes.
At that point, when you had gotten to the office, none of your siblings were there yet?
No.
The door, was it unlocked when you had walked in?
The
Oh, my
trucker
goodness.
side office doors were unlocked more than the main office doors were unlocked. So yes.
And you used that door?
Yes.
At some point after that, you also went back to your mother's house and looked around?
Yes.
You walked around the property on the farm?
I did. Yes.
And when you had arrived to the Warner home on April 25th, you didn't see any stains on the couch?
No.
You didn't see any marks on the couch?
No.
You didn't see any stains or marks on the carpet?
No.
At one point, you were in the office with your brother, Zach. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you looked at the camera surveillance videos.
Yes.
And you were able to view them because your brother, Zach, had access to the cameras.
Correct.
That day, April 25th, Mr. Warner was acting how he typically acts.
Yeah.
And he actually told you that Miss Warner would come back.
Yeah.
He thought she voluntarily left.
Yes.
And that's why he didn't feel the need to call the police or do anything at that point in time.
Correct.
To your knowledge, Mr. Warner would use the JCB that we saw in that photo to move trash around from place to place.
Correct.
And he would drive it to the office, he'd drive it to the house to collect the trash,
Yes.
and then he would dump it out in the back.
Yes.
Your mom, she liked attention. Would you agree?
Yeah.
And she was dramatic.
Yeah.
And she would overreact to situations.
Hey, pipe down, defense attorney. I'm feeling attacked.
I have no further questions.
So over the 15 years, the many times the topic of divorce came up, was there something different about this time, in your opinion?
In my opinion, yes.
Okay, what did you observe that made you feel this was different?
Because my mom is a reactor and she's going to yell and have an argument.
And she wasn't.
But this time she was almost calm.
So, one of the things you may not know about this, Maddie, about this particular case, yes, you're completely accurate in saying you marry someone you at least hope you'll stick with at the start. Like I've heard the joke, let me introduce you to my future ex-wife. But here's the deal. I think a lot of the attraction for Dee was that Dale seemed to understand how to take the trucking business to the next level. And I think that was a massive, massive attraction for her initially. And so she was willing to kind of overlook those things. Not that it was going to make their marriage work, because if you're already having those kinds of thoughts, I mean, hello. So I completely agree with you. I just think that there were additional circumstances that made Dee look at the relationship a little differently.
Nothing further.
I have nothing further.
I thought she was going to say, I have nothing.
Want to statement?
All righty, hang on. Got to get us queued up. Some of you, if you watch
The
the
people would call Amy Alexander.
preliminary hearing with me, you will recognize this next witness.
Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury.
I know,
You
Disney.
can say it louder than that. Please.
Yes.
You can go ahead and have a seat. It is important that everyone be able to hear you, so I'll need you to keep your.
Oh, no, Maddie. She was not. She was the stable force, but her ex-husband was not necessarily as business savvy as I think Dale was, and a little more aggressive. She was clearly, definitely the breadwinner in this relationship. And I think you'll see that bear fruit as we continue with the testimony. I expect that anyway. But yes, the rest of you will probably remember Amy Alexander. My heart absolutely broke for her the last time. I'm hoping she does a little better this time. So,
Voice up as much as possible.
Okay. Amy, can you please state your full name and spell it for the record?
Amy Jo Alexander, AMYJOALEXANDER.
Miss Alexander, did you know Dee Warner?
Yes, I did.
And how did you know her?
I have been with her brother-in-law since 2011.
Okay. And when you say brother-in-law, who is this?
Bill Warner.
And is that would be Dale's brother?
Correct.
All right. And so you also knew Dale Warner then, I'm assuming?
Correct.
All right. What was your relationship with Dee Warner?
We were good friends.
Okay. Did you guys talk often?
Yes.
How often would you talk?
Sometimes daily, sometimes every other day, sometimes a couple of weeks, depending on what our schedule was or her schedule was.
Okay. And in April of 2021, Dee had a 9-year-old daughter. Is that accurate?
Yes.
All right. And you have a child of similar age. Is that
Yes.
accurate? All right. Were those kids close?
They were very close.
oh,
Did you guys often do things together?
Yes.
Did you ever observe any arguments and fighting between Dee and Dale?
Yes, I did.
All right. Did you observe Dale try to massage or otherwise touch Dee while they were arguing?
No.
In April of 2021, did there come a time when you had a conversation with Dee about keeping Lena for the night?
Yes, I did.
All right. And do you recall what night that was?
It was April 24th, 2021. That was on a Saturday.
All right. Did you talk to Dee that day?
I did.
Okay. Text message, face to face. How did you talk to her?
Text message at first. I don't remember if there was a phone call involved. And then I went over to their house and picked Angelina up.
All right. Do you remember what time you got to the Warner farm?
Seven something. I don't know the exact time. It would be on my text record because she had asked if I was close or something, and I said here.
If I show you your text record, would you remember what time it was?
Yes.
When did you get there?
7:42.
All right. Who did you go to the house with?
My daughter and one of my daughter's little friends.
All right. Did you go inside the house when you got there to Dee's house?
No, I just stood on the deck out back.
Okay, so you got out of your vehicle, but you didn't go inside.
Correct.
All right. Did you talk to Dee?
Yes, I did.
All right. Tell me what observations you made of Dee.
I could tell she had been crying. She had like red blotchy spots on her neck. She always had her makeup like done perfectly, and I mean her face was just, eyes were puffy, swollen. I mean, you could just tell that she had been crying quite a bit.
Okay. When you said Dee always had her makeup done, can you describe to me what the typical Dee was like on a...
Oh, she was always dressed very nice, hair and makeup done, jewelry, everything. No.
Did you ever see Dee leave the house in her pajamas?
No.
So she's crying, she's blotchy. Does Dee tell you what her plan for that night is?
She was going to talk to Dale, and she said she was done. She was going to sell the trucking company, and she was done, and she was going to tell him that she wanted a divorce.
Okay. Had Dee said this to you before?
Yes.
All right. How often do you think she said that?
A handful to a couple handfuls of times.
All right. Was there anything different about this time in your opinion?
Yes. She was, there was just something about her that was different.
And before you went to pick up Lena, did Dee ask you to come pick her up, or how did that happen? How did it come about to where you came to pick up Lena?
The girls hadn't been together in, I don't know, they hadn't seen they saw each other at school, but for like a week. And I said, well, why don't you just let her come over here and stay the night? Hazel is here and she has one of her friends, and all three of the girls went to school together. Lena was a couple years older, but they all knew each other. And I'm like, they'll have fun.
Okay. Did you know at that point in time when you made the plan for Lena to come over that Dee was going to have a conversation with Dale?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And so whose idea was it to have Lena come over?
Mine.
Do you know if Dee was going to have Angelina stay somewhere else that night prior to you offering to keep her?
I don't know.
Oh, she's getting a tissue. I'm like, what is she doing up there?
I have nothing further.
Well, she made it through a whole lot better this time than the last time. So far. Oh, God. Y'all.
Good afternoon. Sure. My name is Mary Chartier, and I have some questions for you this
Oh,
afternoon.
boy. Here we go.
So, ma'am, to confirm, it was your idea to have Angelina come to your house and spend the evening with your daughter Hazel and then one of Hazel's friends.
Correct.
And that wasn't unusual. It sounds like your daughter Hazel and Angelina were friends and they did fun things together.
They were very close, yes.
And they spent time at the Warners, correct?
Correct.
Hazel would also spend the night there sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
You arrived at, you indicated roughly 7:42 p.m. to pick up Angelina.
Yes.
Now, you had indicated that Ms. Warner, according to you, looked like she had been crying. She had a blotchy neck, right?
Correct.
In addition to what you testified to, Ms. Warner also told you that she had had a fight with a trucking employee named Terry.
Terry and Terry.
Terry.
Terry and Terry's wife, Terry.
So, sure. So I was getting to that, but thank you for the clarification. So she had an argument with Terry, the male who worked as a truck driver for the Warners, and then Terry, his wife, ex-wife, who's a
Todd.
female.
And Todd. I think Todd was involved, if I remember correct.
And that was troubling to her, right?
Yes.
She had indicated to you that she had been fighting with Mr. Warner about the circumstances with Todd and Terry.
I don't know what the circumstances were. She was going to screenshot some text messages to me later that evening, but they never came.
So I'm not asking you about the specific circumstances. I'm asking you, did Ms. Warner talk to you about one of the things that she was arguing with Mr. Warner about was the situation with Todd and Terry?
Yeah, but I don't know what it was about.
Thank you. And when you were getting the leave with your daughter, Mr. Warner arrived at the home.
Correct.
Earlier in the day, when you had been communicating with Ms. Warner, she indicated that she had a migraine.
I don't remember.
Would looking at a copy of your exam transcript where you testified, would that be helpful to help your memory?
Yes.
Page 106, Ms. Saylor. Thank you.
And by the way, anyone
Did that
popping,
refer?
anyone popping in here for the first time, I do try to keep the banner on the bottom correct so that you'll know who is actually on the stand. If I know what their relation is to the case, I'll put it there. Sometimes it gets a little dicey, but I will always have it on the banner on the bottom. Kelly keeps me on track because I think I'm getting better today about it, but I was very much out of practice. So.
Okay.
Did that refresh your memory, ma'am?
Vaguely, yeah.
Ms. Warner had indicated to you that she had a migraine earlier that day.
Yeah,
Correct.
and if I remember correctly, she said that she had
No, so I'm going to just ask you to just answer my question if that's okay.
Okay.
So the question was just about the migraine.
Okay,
And that was accurate, your testimony when you provided that, correct?
correct.
Now, you testified that she indicated she wanted to get a divorce from Mr. Warner. She had said that to you previously, correct?
Correct.
And she'd also talked about not wanting to work so much, right?
I don't recall that.
So prior to April 24th, 2021, you don't remember her talking about not wanting to work so much. would looking at a copy of your exam transcript where you testified under oath, would that help refresh your memory?
Would hope, yes.
Thank you, Ms. Saylor. Text. And there were, Ms. Alexander, did that refresh your memory?
Vaguely.
And there were several times at least that Ms. Warner had indicated to you that she wanted to stop working too much or working so much.
She did want to spend time with her grandchildren. Yes.
Thank you. Now, you indicated that you, in April of 2021, had known Ms. Warner for roughly 11 years.
I've been in the family since 2011. Yes.
And so that would have been maybe about 10 years at the time.
Mhm.
I'm sorry, you have to answer audibly
Sorry.
for the,
Yes.
everybody does that. Everybody does that. And sometimes you would have to take what Ms. Warner told you with a grain of salt, correct?
Sometimes.
And you also would know that sometimes Ms. Warner would leave her house for a few days during the course of her marriage with Mr. Warner.
Yes.
To get away from him.
When you observed arguments between Mr. and Mrs. Warner, they were only verbal that you saw, correct?
Correct.
You did hear Ms. Warner yelling, but you did not hear Mr. Warner yelling back, right?
Correct.
I have no additional questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Mhm.
All right. You indicated sometimes Dee would leave for a day or two, and that was kind of a common occurrence through her marriage, correct?
Correct.
And how often would you call or text Dee?
Sometimes daily.
All right.
Sometimes
And
multiple times a day.
were there times that she just didn't respond to you?
No.
All right.
She would always respond.
All right. And do you know, from your personal knowledge, if any of these times that she would leave the home for a day or two, did she still stay in contact with you?
Sometimes.
You indicated that you picked up Lena to spend the night with Hazel, and did you say you couldn't recall if Dee had other plans for her that night, or what was your response to that?
Objection, it exceeds the scope of cross. I didn't ask about that.
She did ask about Lena, her picking up Lena that night, and how it was her idea.
But I didn't ask if she had other plans. So thank you.
Oh, this woman.
It's not exactly there, but it's within the scope of what you asked. It's the same basic topic, so I would approve that objection.
Thank you. Ma'am, if I show you your conversation with Miss Warner that night, would that help you remember what the plan for Lena was?
Yes.
And did Miss Warner have a plan for Lena that night?
She said she was going to call Cal.
Okay, and that's when you offered to pick her up?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes. Sorry.
That's okay. After April 24th, 2021, did you ever talk to Dee Warner again?
No.
Thank you.
Nothing additional. Thank you.
Okay. Can we excuse Ms. Alexander from her subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander. You are all set. Your excuse for your subpoena, so if you want to stay in court, you can do that. All right, why don't we take about a 10-minute break, give people a chance to stretch, and we'll come back. And proceed.
So I think what happened on this particular day is they took their break, they came back, and they broke for the entire day. We'll listen to the judge here, but yeah, he says tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. So let me get us all set up. That's the end of day one, folks. I think I might try to put a poll up here. This would be my first time, so I don't even know if I know how to do it. Nope, clearly, I guess I don't. What I really want to know is after day 1, oh, here we go. Start a poll. What I want to know is, do you think the defense focusing on the timeline? How do I want to say this? I want to know what your take is. Do you see holes in the timeline like the defense was talking about what we were going to see? All right. Y'all can let me know. I'll leave it open for a hot second. Y'all are good. It's fine if you want to head over to Kat, because what I'm going to do is I am going to take a quick 5-minute. I'm going to make myself, y'all are going to love this. I'm going to make myself a ham sandwich and get us started on day 2. And then y'all won't really be missing too terribly much on it. I think we have about 3 hours worth of day 2 as well. So I'm going to work on getting that going. And I think this is day 2 here. I'll get us queued up because they had a lot of dead time here. So, yeah, ham sandwich. That's the choice in the Demeanor house today. I'm going to tell you right now, y'all aren't going to want to miss this because it is going to be, oh, day 2 started late because a juror was concerned they were caught on camera. Oh, well, we didn't see any jurors at all. So that was all for naught. But we will be starting the day right out of the gate with, I believe it's Zach. And Zach is the son that was doing a lot of the bookkeeping work for Dee on her businesses. So that's what we're going to be starting out with. I'm going to get us going here. If you want to get snacks real quick, I'm going to get it started. I'm going to change the banner and get myself a snack so you won't see me. And I'll head back. I'll still be watching and listening and everything, so you don't have to worry about that. All righty. Let's see. That, if you don't know, is Dale Warner. So let me get us going to when the witness comes in. How about that? I believe that is the jury coming in.
Okay, people may call their next witness.
The people would call Zach Bach.
Zach Bach, y'all.
Good morning, Mr. Bach. Before you sit down, I'll ask you to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury?
I do.
Okay, you can go ahead and sit down. Please try to keep your
Where'd
voice
my
up.
closed captions go? Oh,
Good
no.
morning. Can you state your full name and spell it for the record?
Sorry, y'all. No closed
Zachary
captions.
Christopher Bach, Zackery, ChristopherPher, BOCK.
Okay, thank you. How did you know Dee Warner?
Dee was my mom.
How close were you with your mom?
Extremely close. We talked, saw each other just about every day.
All right. Explain that to me. How did you talk to her?
We'd talk through text message, phone call, Snapchat, or we'd see each other in person.
By the way, USMC, this is totally fair. That is exactly why I'm asking the question. Is so far, this is witness number 5 that is coming in. We're 4 witnesses in. Have any of those witnesses shown anything that blows a hole in the timeline like the defense is saying it's supposed to? That's really what I'm interested in. So, and we'll probably do this multiple times. Oh, what is happening?
All right. How often did you see each other in person?
I worked for her, so I worked there at the farm. So I typically saw her Monday through Friday,
All right.
sometimes on the weekends as well.
All right. Did you know Dale?
I did,
All right. And that would be your stepdad?
yes.
All right. What was your relationship with him like?
My mom's partner.
Okay.
Hmm.
And you said you worked at the business. Which business did you work for?
All 3.
All right. So
I was paid out of one, but I did work for all 3 companies.
which business were you paid out of?
DDW Investments.
All right. Tell me about, you said there's 3 businesses. What are the businesses?
There's DDW Investments, which was the trucking company. Wareg Farms, which was the farm operating company that farmed ground, corn, beans, that type of thing. And then there's Wareg Farm Services, which was the chemical fertilizer company that was selling products to third parties, other farmers.
Okay. And the Warag Farms that farmed land?
Yes,
All right. And how many acres of land approximately?
roughly 3,000.
All right. Are these the land that's being farmed, is this owned or leased?
Both.
Okay. And what about Warag Services? What did they do?
Wareg Farm Services was the chemical fertilizer company. So that was buying the chemicals or fertilizer from the supplier, turning around and selling them to other farmers and using for themselves as well.
Okay. And DDW Trucking, where did they do business?
As far as like location,
Trucking. Yep. Where did they truck?
all over the place. There was trucks that went in and out of Canada. There was trucks in Illinois, kind of all over, I'd say a couple of states surrounding the state of Michigan.
All right.
It wasn't like they were going to California or anything like that, but.
Okay. How many employees between the businesses were working on the farm?
For just the farm or
For all the businesses?
all the businesses together?
Correct. So let me clarify. Good question. The farm, so you said you worked for your mom every day. Was that business located on the farm?
Yeah, all three businesses operated out of the same office.
Okay. And so how many employees between all three companies were there?
Less than 20.
Okay. Tell me in April of 2021 who the major trucking employees were.
Each name?
If you can remember the trucking employees that you dealt with on a regular basis.
There was Todd, Terry, Mark, Kelly. I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank on the rest.
Okay. What about the farming business? Who were the employees for farms that you saw on a regular basis and you dealt with in April of 2021?
There was Ivan, Jim, Jaren, Stephanie. She worked in the office with me, and Dale.
Okay.
There was some random other people that might come in for helping with certain things, but
Okay. When you say Ivan, is that Ivan Boyd?
yes.
And Jim, do you know his last name?
Hawkins,
Okay. And Jaren,
Warner.
did you know a Jason Gravel?
The name sounds familiar, but I can't say that for sure.
Not somebody you would have interacted with every day?
No, I didn't really interact with of the people that worked there. I mainly was in the office. I dealt with them, maybe communicated over the phone, but most of even the truckers were actually handled by Stephanie.
Okay. And Stephanie, did she work in the office with you?
She did.
All right. How long did Stephanie work there?
We both started there about the same time. I had worked there when I was in high school, but had left and was doing my own stuff. And then when my mom and Dale had fired Mark Weisberg, I came back. I want to say it was about 2017.
Okay. So you and Stephanie both started around 2017?
Yes.
All right.
Probably within about a month of each other.
Did your mom employ any housekeepers?
Several.
Okay. What about in 2021?
The one that I knew mostly was Maddie Wolf.
Okay. Did you know if your mom took in any foreign exchange students at any point in time?
She did. Her name was, and we called her Jade. How her actual name is pronounced, I don't know, but she was from Italy.
Okay. What year was that, if you recall?
Probably 2015, 16, somewhere around there.
Okay. So I believe you indicated you were with your mom just about every day. Do you know what her habit was with her phone? As far as keeping it with her, putting it, not
Attached
having it?
to her hand? Yes.
All right. Were there times that you attempted to call her?
Excuse me.
That's okay. Were there times you ever called or texted your mom that she didn't respond to you?
The only time that she's never responded to me was when she was killed.
Okay. What about her keys for her Cadillac? Do you know what she did with those?
They were typically in her pocket.
All right. And do you know if she kept that Cadillac locked?
Usually it was locked, yes.
Okay. And do you know what was kept inside the Cadillac?
So mom carried her phone case was her, I'm going to say day-to-day wallet. It had a little flap that opened up to protect the screen. And you could put like your driver's license, your credit card and stuff like that kind of right inside of it. But she also had like a small purse. I think it's called a clutch.
Okay.
She had a bigger purse that was like an actual bag, but she very rarely, I think the only time she would typically use that really big purse was like a Black Friday sale when her, my sisters, my aunts, they would go shopping.
Okay.
But typically she only used her wallet that was attached to her phone and then that little clutch purse thing that was usually left in her car.
Okay. With you being around the day-to-day activities on the Warner property,
I just want to say, I heard him say the only time she didn't answer me was the day she was killed. And I was like, oh, how awful. I mean, it was the appropriate way to put it, but good grief. All right. I'm going to go silent because I'm eating my ham sandwich.
on the farm there, did you observe your mom and Dale fighting?
Just about every day.
Okay. Do you know the basic topic of the arguments?
Typically the fights were related to money and something related to one of the businesses.
Okay. When was the last time that you talked to your mom? Whether in person, phone?
The Saturday before. So I think that's the 24th.
Okay. Where'd you see her at or talk to her? How'd you talk to her?
I briefly seen her, I think it was Saturday morning at my sister Amber's. I had kind of just swung by and I think maybe had a cup of coffee and my mom was coming to pick up Lena, and about the same time that mom had gotten there was about the same time I was leaving. So I might have said hi. But throughout the rest of the day I had talked with her. We were texting back and forth. She was having some issues with two of the truckers. And then we were also talking about a friend of ours friend of mine and a friend of hers had passed away.
Okay. And does your mom at any point in time tell you that she has any kind of plan for that night?
Yes, she was done with everything. She didn't want to do the trucking company anymore. She didn't want to be with Dale anymore. She wanted to sell everything and be done.
All right.
One point during the text conversation, she said, I'll sign it all over to you and you can deal with it. I'm done.
Okay. And how long have you been as close as you were to your mom in 2021? How long were you guys that close?
We had always been really close. I had started working originally for the farm when I was still in high school in like 2009, I believe.
Okay.
And had kind of worked on and off whenever they needed somebody else. I was there.
Okay. Had you heard her say that she wanted to do those things before?
Leave Dale and sell everything? Yes.
Okay. So after she says, I'm going to have a conversation with Dale later, do you text her, call her, anything later that night?
We had continued to text most of the evening.
Okay.
She was telling me about the fight and what the employee had said to her.
All right. Approximately what is the last time that you get a text message from your mom, if you can recall?
7 or 8 o'clock.
At 9
At
p.m.?
night.
All right. Some point on Sunday, do you come over to the farm?
Yes, my sister Raquel I don't remember if she had called me or texted me. I believe she had called me that morning and asked if I knew where mom was. She said that both of her cars were at home and she couldn't find mom anywhere.
Okay.
And asked if I knew where she was. And I said, no, I'll text her and then I'll come on over.
Okay.
So I got off the phone with her and tried to call mom. It went straight to voicemail. And then I think I had sent her a couple of text messages and was just starting a conversation. I think the first one was something like, how was your night, or how you doing today, or something like that.
Okay. So
but nothing ever went through.
All right. During the course of your mom's marriage to Dale, do you know if she would leave for a day or two?
Yeah.
All right. Where would she typically go?
Typically, she came to my house. She
Okay.
came to Amber's house, I know, a couple of times. She's gone to my Aunt Shelley and Uncle Greg's house a couple of times.
Okay. So it wouldn't be uncommon for her to show up at your house.
No.
Okay. How long would she typically stay?
Day, maybe 2.
And so then your sister Raquel calls you. What do you do after you talk to her?
So I think I went and took a shower and got in the car and went to my mom's house.
Okay. What'd you do when you got to the house?
I first went down to the office. I remember seeing my mom's Hummer sitting there, which was a little weird because she had been driving the Cadillac mostly. And then I went into the office, kind of just ran through, I guess, all of the rooms that were there, looking to see if I could see mom or anything, if mom had been there. And then walked back out of the office, walked up towards where Terry, the truck driver that mom was in the argument and fight with the night before, was supposed to come clean his truck out. So I went up to check to see if Terry had cleaned his semi-truck out.
Okay.
Climbed up the little ladder, opened the door to the truck. The truck was still full of belongings. Got back down, started to walk back up towards the house, and that's when Dale came up to me somewhere in the driveway and asked if I knew where mom was, if I knew where she was going to be, anything. And I said no, and we both proceeded to walk back down to the office.
Okay, I'm going to stop you. So when you first get to the Munger property and go to the office, is there anybody on the property with you?
When I first walked through the office, there's people on the property, but nobody's like walking with me, no.
Okay. And to the best of your knowledge, was Dale there when you got there?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you know if he got there at any point after you arrived, or you're not?
I don't know.
Okay.
The first actual time that I saw Dale was when we met in that driveway, right after I had looked at the semi-truck.
Okay. And then you both walk down to the office together?
Correct.
What do you do when you get down to the office?
As soon as we walk in the office door, we take a right. I was going to go look at the server room, which is on the back, this back little hallway thing next to the bathroom. And Dale started to walk into the next door, which was his office. So as I took a left to go down the hallway towards the server room and the bathroom, Dale was standing in his doorway. And before I got to the server room, all I hear was, am I allowed to swear?
Say what happened.
Oh, fuck. And I turned around and Dale's standing there holding my mom's wedding ring in his hand in the doorway.
Okay.
And so then from there, I walk back around over to my mom's desk where her computer is connected to the camera system. So instead of looking at it on my phone, I can look at it on the big screen. And I started to get on the cameras to see, well, if Dale's holding her wedding ring, she came into the office at some point. So maybe I can see her on the cameras and what time that might have been.
Okay. So did you start looking at the camera systems?
I did. And I stayed in the office trying to look on the camera system for a little while. I couldn't tell you exactly how long. But the whole time Dale stayed right here.
Was it the whole time, or was he in and out, or?
Whenever he was right next to me, he was right here.
Okay.
He would go walk over to his office. He walked in and out of the office building itself multiple times. He kept saying, oh, I'm going to go back to work. I'm going to go over and do this. But then he never did. He'd come right back in.
Okay. And at this point in time, when you're looking at cameras and Dale's in and out, who else is in the office with you?
At some point, my sister, my aunt, and my brother, my sister Raquel, had all come into the office. At some point, I believe Raquel's boyfriend, Dustin, had actually also come in there, I believe.
Okay. And how long did you stay at the office looking at cameras?
I couldn't tell you an exact amount of time.
All right. What'd you do after you were done looking at the cameras?
So at the rest of that day, I had gone through and I went and drove to look at the other properties that they owned that had structures on them. So like there's a house around the corner that used to be rented to Stephanie that we were selling at the time, and I had it for sale. So I thought, well, she walked somewhere, her cars are here. Maybe she walked and is staying in that house. So I drove up to that house, opened it up. Nobody was inside. I drove over to the Cedar Point property in Onstead to see if maybe she was there somewhere hiding out. I went back to my own house. She had a code to be able to use the front door, figuring, well, maybe somebody picked her up and they went to breakfast and now she's back at my house hiding out. She wasn't there. I came back to the farm once again I think I just drove by or drove through, or maybe I talked to my sisters. But then I had proceeded to then go to Britain to the grain bin setup. See if there was any sign of her there. When I couldn't find her anywhere, when I was leaving Britain on my way back through in Tecumseh, I called a friend of ours, Officer Paul Wolf, for the Tecumseh Police Department.
Okay. And based on that conversation, what did you do next?
I told him what was happening, what I was feeling like, and he said, then you guys need to call the state police.
Okay.
So I got off the phone with him. I called my siblings. I said, hey, this is what Paul said. Can we meet at my house? And we're going to call someone.
All right. Now, prior to leaving the Munger farm, did you have a conversation with Dale, or were you part of a conversation with Dale about potentially calling the police earlier?
I think when we were all in the office and I was still looking at the computer or at the camera stuff on the computer, that had been brought up a couple of times.
Okay. And do you know what his response to that was?
If we haven't heard from her the next day or so, we'll give him a call.
Okay. All right. So you get off the phone with Officer Wolf and you make contact with police?
I made contact with my siblings first. My sister Raquel and my brother TJ and I all met up at my house. And we Googled the state police number. It sent us to a dispatch. The dispatch sent us to the sheriff's department. The sheriff's department said that they would send out a deputy. And I think it was, I can't remember his first name, but Deputy Hall.
Okay. And did you in fact give him a statement?
We did.
All right. And the following day, well, let me back up. Did you have any further conversations with Dale when you were at the farm
After we had called the,
before you called the police while you were there? And he was in and out of the office. Did you have any further conversations with him on the Munger property?
not that I can recall.
Okay. All right. So when's the next time you come back to the Munger property?
The next morning.
Okay. What time?
I don't know the exact time. It would have been the morning, like starting a regular work day.
So Monday
probably
morning.
somewhere around 9 a.m.
Okay. And what'd you do when you got there?
Usually the first thing that I would do in the mornings was always check the credit card, the company credit card, to both make sure that the truck drivers were able to keep operating and getting fuel and everything off of that card, but also to check to see if there had been any usage on my mom's cards.
Okay. And did you notice anything?
No.
At some point during that day, did you have contact with a detective?
At some point that day, the sheriff detective Greca had reached out to me, called me.
There's his name
And
again.
we met up. I had told him that I was planning on going to TLC, our bank, my mom and I's bank. And I was going to see if I could get anybody at TLC to tell me if there had been any activity on my mom's bank account.
Okay. And did you in fact meet with Detective Greca at?
We did. We
TLC?
met at the Tecumseh branch.
All right. And did you learn if it were these accounts that you shared with your mom?
No. Well, my mom and I had a shared account, but my mom had her own personal accounts as well. And then there was a business account there.
Okay.
I was trying to see if TLC would tell me anything about her personal account, not the joint account. The joint account I had access to.
Okay. And did you find anything?
They wouldn't tell us. They told us no, there wasn't any activity on the card or on her cards or her accounts.
Okay. And once you left the bank, what did you do after that?
Detective Greca and I drove separately, but we went back to the farm. He wanted to talk with Dale, so I took him to the farm. When we pulled into the back of the house and we're standing on the back deck. I went into the house to see if Dale was inside, and then I looked out back and you could see Dale in one of the pieces of tillage equipment working in the field. So I called him and said there was a detective here that wanted to talk to him, and Dale came up and spoke with him. When Dale got there, I left.
And you left at that point. Okay.
Yes.
So I kind of forgot to ask you about this big piece. So at some point in time, you lived on the Warner farm at your mom's house.
Several times.
All right. And did you have a bedroom?
I did.
And did you have what was in the bedroom?
Bed, dresser, a safe.
All right. And what was the purpose of the safe? Was that just yours or?
My mom had bought it for me with the intention of her using it.
Ah.
Okay. So did you both share it, or how did that work?
Kind of. I put what I considered important documents in there, like my birth certificate and my passport that I had. I had put those in there, and mom was putting cash and whatever other things that she wanted to save in there.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did anybody else have access to that safe?
Just my mom and I.
All right. Here, I'm going to approach the witness with People's Proposed Exhibit 23.
Oh boy.
So I showed you a photograph of a safe. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is that similar to the safe that you owned?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
So mom bought the safe for him This is a way for her to keep stuff away from Dale without him getting involved in all of it. Oh my goodness. Whisper, whisper, whisper. Mr. Clears his throat a lot is whispering with the prosecuting attorney.
Mr. McCurdy.
Yes, I am. I'm good.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking to Mr. McCurdy.
Yes, I am.
What just happened? What is going on? Oh, that was the end of
Good morning,
questioning?
Mr. Bach. I just have a few questions for you.
Y'all. What just happened? I didn't hear her say, like, I'm done with my questioning. The defense attorney will probably have questions for you. Like, there wasn't anything said. So we're just all sitting here waiting. And all of a sudden she's like, oh, yeah, I am shocked there is not more questioning of this young man, especially based on what we saw in the preliminary hearings when they were trying to declare Dee deceased. This, yes, Kelly, she just sat her tail down. She's like, yeah, I'm done. How weird. I've never seen that before. And I cannot stand this defense attorney, but I mean, I would have had the same question. Like, are you done? Are you talking over there? Like, what's happening right now? Oh boy, here we go.
Today. So you said you had lived at the Munger property with Mr. and Ms. Warner, your mom?
Yes.
About how long did that happen?
There were several times that I had, I was in high school, I lived there. I had moved out, and then at some point, probably in, I think it was 2013, 2014, I moved back in. And then again, probably 2017 to 2019, somewhere in there.
So for a number of years, you indicated that you saw fights between your mom and Mr. Warner, and I'm assuming like verbal fights or disagreements, things like that.
Yes.
Would your mom raise her voice at Mr. Warner?
They would raise the voice at each other all the time. Yes.
So raised voices with the two of them verbally arguing. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Was that for pretty much the entirety of the time that you had lived there, or was that a more recent thing?
Most of the time that I lived there, I can't actually remember a time that I never didn't hear them fight. The fights definitely got more frequent later, but I think they always had kind of fought.
Okay. So from the start of the relationship, from what you remember, there were verbal arguments and disagreements.
Yes.
Now, when you lived at Munger, did you have, or even when you didn't live there, did you have a key, or was that door locked and you were able to come in?
I had a key, but the doors were never locked. I had a key when, after my mom and Dale had Lena, about every March when Lena's birthday was, they would take Lena down to Florida, and they were usually gone for an extended period of time. And I was the one that would watch the house. So mom had given me a key. It actually happened to be the same key for the office.
When they would go for an extended period of time, would they lock the house, or would it be open?
Sometimes they lock it. Sometimes they lock all the doors except for this one door.
And when you would go into the Munger house, just in general, so you're going over to see your mom, would you walk in or would the door be locked?
I just walked in.
When you worked for the companies that you indicated, your job was in finance, is that accurate? So bookkeeping, paying bills, invoices, things like that?
Yes.
Now, did that include paying all the bills, or did you split that with, you referred to her as Stephanie, that's Stephanie Vogel, correct?
Correct.
Did you split that with Stephanie?
Typically, I paid most of the bills, but if I wasn't there and they needed to pay a bill, then Stephanie would pay it.
Did that include things like credit cards, OnStar, car payments, things like that, or was it strictly what we would consider business, so trucking, grain, that kind of stuff?
Both. So we would pay on the credit cards. Mom and Dale had their own personal bank accounts, and personal checks. So those ones that I would say were handwritten checks from their personal accounts, they would pay those themselves. But if it was pertaining to anything with the businesses, then typically we paid it. A lot of their personal expenses were also paid for with business credit cards. So like the OnStar, for instance, I believe was paid for with one of the credit cards.
The business credit cards?
Yes.
And then is this fair to say that your mom essentially would handle a lot of the office staff work and Mr. Warner would handle things that were going on outside of the office? So farming, the chemical company, things like that.
Correct. My mom would handle a lot of the customer stuff for the chemical fertilizer side of things, but Dale did as well.
So your mom would be.
But as far as
go
like
ahead.
the actual like farming day to day, getting in a tractor, that was all Dale.
That's-
Working with those employees, that was typically all Dale.
That's what I was just going to ask.
Yes.
So if a customer came in or called, that might be your mom. But if it was, plowing a field or planting, that would be Mr. Warner. Is that accurate?
Correct. My mom did. I mean, there was many times growing up that my mom was in a combine or in a piece of equipment driving and doing field work type things. But towards the end there, no.
So
that was all Dale.
She knew how to do it, but she
knew
didn't do
how, but that was not where she wanted to be.
it. And she also, did she grow up on a farm to your
She did.
knowledge? And I was with cattle too. Is that something that
She
your mom
did.
was interested in?
Yep, she was very involved in the 4-H kids, and we had cows growing up, I think, my whole life.
You had talked about your mom would keep her purse in the car. Is it fair to say your mom would have also cash stuffed in the car as well?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that your mom had money stuffed everywhere?
Yes.
Okay, 'cause that based on prior testimony, you had indicated that. So she'd have it like kind of squirreled away in pockets in the car and clutch and purse and all those sorts of things.
Yes.
And you indicated that it was not surprising to you when your mom would say, or when she did say she wanted to divorce Mr. Warner or leave Mr. Warner, leave the businesses, things like that, because she had said those things before.
Yes.
And had that been going on for a while?
It had become significantly worse the last couple of years. I would say somewhere between 2015 until 2021. It had gotten significantly worse.
And correct me if I'm wrong, would she say it on one day and then 2 days later she would have a different plan? Or
I think the plan was always there, but I think there was always something in her trying to make it work. I know there was always a big fear of.
I'm going to stop you right there, though, only because that goes far afield of my question.
Oh,
so,
sorry.
okay, no, that's okay.
I just want to let you all know, I just saw an update from Kathy Rusan. She has said that the jury in the Georgia versus Edric Faust trial has a question. I'm going to see while we're watching Mr. Bach here, if I can get a feed that might tell us what the question is. And we'll pause from this to make sure we get in on that, because I don't want us to miss anything. So we'll continue with Zach here, but
So
I'm going to do some.
Would the plan
Sorry, I'm going to do some research to see if I can find a feed.
change? And if you don't know, it's okay to say no.
I couldn't answer that. No.
Okay. So let me ask you this. If she would say, for instance, on a Monday that she would want to leave, it sounds like for years she would say that, but she wouldn't leave, except for short periods of time. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And you indicated that your mom would leave the house for a day or two, and that was a regular occurrence.
Define regular.
Sure. I guess so. It wasn't surprising to you when she would show up at your house and want to stay there for a day or two?
Well, I mean, it was always a surprise, but I mean, it was one of those things that when it happened, I wasn't like, oh, what are you doing here? It was, oh, okay, hi.
Come on
and
in.
Continue about the day.
Okay. And I guess when I say regular occurrence, I should ask you, in a year's time, how many times do you think she did that?
In a year's time, 10.
And is that pretty much on average, you think?
There would be, I mean, there was times that it was more, there was times that it was less.
I just want to let you all know I do have the law and crime feed up. And if anything starts to happen in the courtroom or the camera starts to move, I will pause us abruptly. Okay? We're not going to miss anything, I promise.
Did your mom, you talked about an issue that she had been having with employee. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Was that common or uncommon for your mom to have that kind of an issue with a staff member?
To the extent of what this fight was uncommon. She definitely would get into it with the employees about certain things sometimes, but nothing like what this one was. This one was very different.
What about, so she had conflict with Mr. Warner, she had conflict with staff. Again, the last one was more significant. What about other family members? Any conflicts there? Or?
I mean, she'd get into fights with, I think, just about anybody. Mom stood up for what she believed in. And if your opinion was different than hers, then sometimes that wasn't gonna, she was gonna have her opinion and you were gonna hear it.
She'd let you know, it sounds like?
She'd let you know.
Okay. In a raised voice, it sounds a little bit?
It could be.
Now, on April 25th, 2020.
Okay, the next update I have here, Kathy is in the law and crime chat saying they have been deliberating for 1 hour and their photographer says that the jury has a question. I'll keep you posted.
21, you indicated that when you arrived, the Hummer you said was in front of the office.
Correct.
Did you use your key to enter the office?
I can't remember if I used my key or if the office was open.
Then correct me if I'm wrong. So, Ms. Saylor, can you put up Exhibit A? And then can you call out or point to where the office is? So, see, it looks like
now
there's
it's
almost
clear.
like a barn, which is, and then the two doors. Is that where the office is?
Correct.
So I just want to point out this right here, if you remember correctly, this is all the dead area where cameras don't pick anything up. I was hoping they would give us a better view. This is significantly better view. So this is the front of the office. This is the front of the trucking office. And then you have all this area here that none of the cameras actually covered.
Right there in the middle of that stretch of barn is the main office door. The door all the way to the right would be going into Todd's office. So I enter through that middle door.
And you don't recall if that door was unlocked or locked?
I can't. I had a key. I could have used my key, but to tell you right now, if I used it, I couldn't tell you.
And I know we're going back almost 5 years. So then you said you went to outside of Terry Nayrink's truck?
Correct.
And you ultimately went inside just to see if his belongings were there. Where was that truck parked?
So that the behind the house, the barn that's directly behind the house there. I
don't want to interrupt, but for a minute, is that what the fertilizer barn?
That would be the dry fertilizer barn.
Okay,
yes.
The dry fertilizer barn. Can you zoom in on that, Ms. Saylor?
So to the left of that barn there, you can see a semi-trailer, just the trailer. His truck was essentially parked right there.
And then that's where you went and took a look and you ran into Mr. Warner.
I ran into Mr. Warner there's a concrete slab that is right in front of the barn, I guess I'd say. And that's where I ran into Dale.
So when you were outside looking at Mr. Nayrink's truck, did you hear the sprayer in the background?
I don't recall.
Would looking at a copy of your preliminary examination transcript help refresh your memory?
Sure.
Thank you. Ms. Saylor, would you go to page 44, please?
I'm flippity flipping us.
The sprayer when you refresh your memory, Mr. Beck?
Yes.
Thank you. So I should, did you hear the sprayer when you were at Mr. Nahrink's truck?
To tell you today, I can't tell you that. At the time, I very well could have. But once again, telling you that today, that was 5 years ago.
You don't dispute that. You testified under oath that you did hear it though, correct?
I don't dispute that.
And just to be clear, the sprayer is a piece of farm equipment,
Yes.
pretty big green color.
Yes.
And then it sprays, for some people who didn't grow up on a farm, it sprays chemicals and fertilizer and things like that.
Yes.
Does it have a distinctive sound?
It almost has like a humming sound to it.
A sound that you recognized having
Yes.
sort of grown up on the farm?
Yep.
Thank you. Now, if you really didn't know where your mom is, correct?
Correct.
I have no additional questions. Thank you.
Wow. This is surprising.
So you were asked if it was common for your mom to take off for a night or two, correct?
Yes.
Had you ever called 911 or called the police to report your mom missing prior to the 25th of April 2021?
No, never.
Okay. And have you talked to your mom since April 24th, 2021?
No.
You talked about your mom was expressing her frustration with this employee situation at the business on Friday night, Saturday night. Which one was it?
So if the 25th was the Sunday, then the 24th.
The 24th. Okay. And was the fight about an employee, or was it about the way Dale was responding to Dee that angered her?
Objection calls for hearsay unless Mr. Bach was present for the argument.
If you know.
I don't think that's what she
So
was
the
asking.
fight with the employee was actually about
Wait.
We need to establish a foundation before he's going to testify about this.
Yeah. Okay. Were you present for any of the fight?
No.
Okay. All right.
What was your impression of the cause of the argument? That's what she needs to ask.
When
Not
you were
what he was told,
on the
but-
farm on the 25th, where were you at when Dale asked you if your mom was really at your house?
We were standing on that concrete pad in front of that barn.
Okay, so that was almost immediately that you were asked that.
Yes.
All right. And during this conversation, did you ask Dale if he looked in the caddy at all?
I can't recall exactly what all we had talked about. There was a couple of questions that he had asked me. One, if I knew where mom was and everything when we were standing there on that concrete slab. I hadn't been in the house, but whatever reason, we had said something that made me want to go to the office.
Okay.
That's why I had gone to the office rather than walking into the house. So the both of us had actually walked down to the office together.
Okay.
I mean, not, side by side, but he was right behind me and we walked into the office together at the same time.
Do you remember if at the office or when you guys met out on that concrete pad, did you guys talk about money taken from the safe?
There was a conversation about money taken from the safe.
Oh.
I believe it would have been about that same time because the only time that we had talked otherwise was inside the office, and that was about the ring.
Okay. And what did Dale
Interesting.
tell you?
That there was a bunch of money taken from the safe inside the house.
Okay. And did he give you an amount?
He did, but I can't recall the exact number. It was a big number because I remember being very upset about the fact that they had as much money in the safe in the house that they did when I was struggling to be able to pay the bills for the company.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought it was like 200,000.
When you
is
say
what he
big
said.
number,
I don't know if he told me 100,000, but 100,000 is the number that's coming to mind.
Okay, all right.
I think his prior testimony was 200,000.
Nothing additional, thank you.
Council approval, please.
Yes.
Okay, so something I just want to point this out. I agree, Kelly. Isn't it lovely to watch a trial with an unbiased judge that is actually just doing sound gatekeeping? How enlightening. And I think not nearly enough talk about the safe. I think what is going to happen is they have laid the foundation with Zach, and whomever did the investigating and found the Amazon search and purchase and all that is likely going to be the individual that will bring that testimony or that evidence into the case. So I don't necessarily think too much about it. I think they got in just enough to have proper foundation so that another witness can come in and testify more wholly about that. Still nothing in the courtroom. I just want you all to know. Let me zippity zip us through this. Oh, because they take like a mega break here. All right, bear with me while I get us going to where I think court resumes. Well, not there.
Allow Mr. Bach to stay in the courtroom as he is a the one.
It's driving me crazy
Testify.
not having closed
First
captions.
L7.
Why do you want to address that?
Okay, judge is coming to the bench. Let's get the details on this. Spill some tea, sir. What's going on?
1841-FC, when you broke, I believe there was an issue with respect to the continued sequestration of Mr. Bach. Ms. Wise, do you want to address that?
Yes, Your Honor. Under MCL 780.821, the victim has the right to be present throughout the entire trial of the defendant unless the victim is going to be called as a witness. If the victim is going to be called as a witness, the court may, for good cause shown, order the victim to be sequestered until the victim first testifies. The victim shall not be sequestered after he or she first testifies. Under MCL 780.811, subsection H, victim means any of the following. Under H2, the following individuals other than the defendant if the victim is deceased, and it would define that as a child of the deceased victim if the child is 18 years of age or older. So we would ask the court to allow Mr. Bach to stay in the courtroom as he is a definition as defined under the Crime Victims' Rights Act. And we believe MCL 780.821 is mandatory language as the victim shall not be sequestered. Thank you.
Your Honor, this is another one of those issues that if a Court of Appeals panel is ever listening, I think should be addressed. So there are no, at least that we could find, no court decisions addressing this, not in Michigan. So when we expand it out to look at federal cases that are somewhat comparable, there is a military justice case called United States versus Span, 48 MJ 586, 1998.
Is she serious right now?
Really what we're looking at, I think, is the interplay between the Crime Victims' Rights Act and rebuttal testimony. Mr. Bach is not in a situation where he's going to be called again in the government's case in chief. So that, I think, would be a slightly different analysis. But we've got the possible recall of Mr. Bach in rebuttal. So in United States versus Span, the U.S. Navy Marine Corps Court of Criminal Appeals addressed this specific issue, holding that allowing a rape victim and her mother to remain in the courtroom during part of the government's case in rebuttal and then allowing them to testify was not an abuse of discretion. So that seems to support the government's position. But then there's a Ninth Circuit case called United States versus Eli, 718 F. 2nd 291, 1983, saying it was error for the district court to refuse to exclude the government witnesses from the courtroom because a witness may wish to tailor rebuttal testimony to conform to that of other witnesses as well as to cover up inconsistencies an earlier testimony that have been revealed by the other witnesses. It's tough to know in this situation what Mr. Bach would be testifying to in rebuttal. So I want to be candid. Don't think that there would be a lot of cleaning up to do of his testimony in the case in chief. I don't think that in rebuttal, the government would be allowed to, or at least should be allowed to, go into the same topics that they already addressed with him. So for instance, he said that essentially the door at Munger was rarely locked. Well, now if they put him up to say, oh my gosh, it was locked all the time. Now, I mean, that's just such a benign example, but I don't think they'd be going into those topics. So I don't know that the cleaning up portion is necessarily relevant, but he would be able to hear other testimony from other witnesses that possibly could lead to the tailoring of the testimony in rebuttal. So our position is that unless Mr. Bach is excused as a witness, just as his sisters were, he should not be allowed to remain in the courtroom until the government makes the decision that they are not recalling him. But again, in all candor, there is not Michigan case law on the matter, and I think the federal courts probably more likely lean toward allowing the witness to remain in the courtroom. Even
Why
if they
are you
recall the
talking?
rebuttal. Thank you.
Sit down.
Quick response, Your Honor.
Ay, ay, ay.
The first portion of the statute anticipates if the victim wants to remain in the courtroom and allows the court to find good cause before ordering the victim sequestered. The second portion of the statute is mandatory. Once that victim testifies, the victim shall not be sequestered after they testify. So I would ask that he be allowed to remain, Your Honor.
Okay, Judge, what are we doing? He's a thanking. I think he's reading. Oh, I thought he would be talking sooner. Let's flippity flip, shall we? I don't need to stare at the judge trying to make a decision.
Interpreting U.S. versus L case was interpreting Federal Rule of Evidence 615, which requires exclusion of witnesses at the request of a party. It does not include any analysis, obviously, of the Michigan statute but any analysis of any similar statutes. So it's just talking about the basic federal rule about sequestration of witnesses. In Michigan, we do have a specific statute that speaks to this issue, MCL 780.821. As Ms. Wise indicated, it states that if the victim is going to be called as a witness, the court may, meaning permissive for good cause shown, order the victim to be sequestered until the victim first testifies.
First
The victim
testifies.
shall not be sequestered after he or she first testifies. I think that statute is plain on its face, meaning that the someone.
I have movement. Hold everything. Let me change feeds here. All right. Oh my goodness, I wasn't prepared for that. Let me get the right screen for everybody. And I am so sorry. We're going to have to listen to Judge Pouty Puss here, but what is going on here, Janet? There we go. Sort of. I don't want their chat. Goodbye. There we go.
To State of Georgia versus Edric Faust, SU 24-00547. The jury has been deliberating. since 12:30, and this is question number 1.
Oh,
To the
do we have more than one question? Oh, shoot.
judge. The jury requests the DNA reports and transcript/video of Ricketts' testimony. Mr. Yalmachilli, Mr. Bolden, any response before I say what is allowed?
Your Honor, I think the jury has to recall those facts for themselves, both as it relates to the DNA reports. They were admitted into evidence, but I don't believe that they would go back to the jury due to the continuing witness rule. And as it relates to Mr. Ricketts' testimony, the jury would need to recall that themselves as well. That would be the state's position.
All right, Mr. Cruz.
As far as the testimony regarding Ricketts, I do agree. They do have to go off of their notes. But as far as the DNA reports, they aren't evidence. I would say they would like to come out here and look at them, and you could pass it around to the jurors through the jury box. We have no issue with that.
All right, thank you. Okay, so this is the law. The law allows both of these requests to be had. The jury is allowed to rehear testimony, obviously, as long as it's in the courtroom. We're going to queue it up for Ricketts' testimony if they still want to hear it. And the jury is allowed to review anything in evidence, but it has to be, of course, in open court. It can't be, it would be subject to continuing witness rule if it were back in the jury room. But in open court, they are allowed to look at anything that's been admitted to evidence. So I'm going to have the jury come on out, just have them come out, and I will respond to their question in total. Thank you.
Did I just hear that correctly? What? What? I'm a little behind.
I'm going to ask.
Oops. Oh, for heaven's sake, Janet.
I'm going to ask counsel to go look at the reports while they're listening and make sure you all are in agreement what we're talking about. Thank you.
Wow.
Everybody's here. You all may be seated. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are back here resuming the trial, State of Georgia versus Edric Faust. I've already put this on the record, but since you're in front of us, I'll put it on again. SU 24 CR 0547. The jury has been deliberating since 12:30. Thank you all for being on time today. I'm having you out here because I'm responding to your message. And the message reads, the jury requests the DNA reports and transcript/video of Ricketts' testimony. The answer to both of those questions are yes. You can see anything that's in evidence. It has to be done, of course, in open court. The attorneys are going to get together and make sure they know what reports you're referring to and have you look at them out here in open court. But while they are doing that, we are going to replay the transcript of Ricketts' testimony. And there's no video, but the transcript is allowed by law to be heard again by all of you. So as soon as Ms. Satterfield is ready to play it, this is not a perfect system in terms of being able to sort of transcribe it to all of you. And so if it's faint, sometimes we put a microphone to the actual computer. We'll see how it goes. Thank you. You ready? All right, very good. You may proceed. Thank you, Ms. Satterfield.
State calls Bill Ricketts. Yeah, Bill Ricketts.
I'm going to see if I can boost this a little for y'all. I don't know that that's going to do much of anything, but we'll try.
Sir, if you would, raise your right hand and take note. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give to the court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. All right, if you would, please speak towards the microphone and just state and spell your name for the record.
William, W-I-L-L-I-M, Ricketts, R-I-C-K-E-T-T-S.
Sir, where are you currently employed?
I'm a supervisor with the Department of Homeland Security.
Okay, and what capacity do you, or is there a particular agency that you work with within the Department of Homeland Security?
Yes, sir. I'm supervisor with the law enforcement section of the Transportation Security Administration.
Okay, and prior to working for TSA, were you involved in law enforcement in a different capacity?
Yes, sir. From 1992 to 1996, I worked at the Oconee County Sheriff's Office, and from 96 to 2001, I worked with the Athens Clark County Police Department.
Okay, and were you working with the Athens Clark County Police Department on January 19th of 2001?
Yes, sir. I was.
At that time, what was your assignment or role at ACCPD?
At that time, I was currently assigned with the Robbery Homicide Unit. I was in transitioning out into training at the time, but I was robbery homicide during that time.
Okay. And were you working on January 19th of 2001?
Yes, sir, it was.
All right. So I want to start kind of at the beginning of the day. Did your assignments at robbery homicide take you anywhere outside of that?
Yes, sir. That morning I was, I believe it was Milledgeville, Georgia. I was at the state penitentiary working out a cold case homicide from, I believe, 1996. I spent the morning there and then drove back to Athens with one of the DA's investigators. I came back to Athens that morning. I would say lunchtime, so somewhere in that ballpark.
Okay. And so just to clarify, though, this cold case homicide you were working from 1996, did that have anything to do with an individual named Miss Tara Baker?
No.
Okay. And so when you got back, you said around lunchtime or so, was there anything unusual that you noticed when you got back to the police department?
Yes, sir. We got back to the police department, pulled in the background of the park, and all of our vehicles and forensics and CID units were gone, which I told the other investigator that wasn't a good sign for us for the day, and it was not. We went inside, and that's early in the days of cell phones, so we went inside, and I got time to go back out over the phone drive.
Okay, and you said go back out over to Fawn Drive. Was that related to Miss Baker's murder?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay, and what did you do when you arrived at Fawn Drive?
I arrived back on the scene and met with Lieutenant Durham. Crime scene folks were there. Talked to outside for just a few minutes with folks there. And then I began to talk to Lieutenant Durham, and he took me on a tour of the scene to get a look around so we could start taking some notes and look around. They had already been working for a pretty good bit of time before I got there. He showed me around the location, the crime scene. We looked at that. I took some notes. And then he kind of put me up to where he wanted me to go start doing some canvassing door to door and wanted me to do some other items that he had on his checkoff list that needed to be done.
So I want to start with your canvassing door to door. Did you speak to an individual by the name of Matt Owens?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then did you also speak with an individual by the name of Tiffany Riker?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so as it relates to Mr. Owens, what did he tell you about anything that he may have seen that day?
Objection, you're saying.
Any response to the objections?
Your Honor, I do believe Mr. Owens testified in this trial, and then Mr. Cruz challenged the credibility of certain things that Mr. Owens had said. So I believe that this would be admissible as a prior consistent statement.
I did not challenge the credibility of Mr. Owens. Mr. Owens testified. I don't even think I asked him questions. I didn't ask Mr. Owens any questions. I just thanked him.
Mr. Yellen, showing any response to Mr. Cruz's statement before making it?
Your Honor, the defense is contending that he challenged nothing about the truth.
I love that she has to listen to herself.
Statements that I don't believe the prior consistent
This
statement
is
would be.
precious.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Ricketts, so you spoke with Mr. Owens. We're not going to get into the details of what he said. Did you speak to an individual by the name of Tiffany Riker?
I did.
Okay. What is it that Miss Riker relayed to you?
Objection, Your Honor. You're saying.
Any response to the objections, Mr. Yellen?
As it related to Mr. Owens, I don't have definitive memories of ways in which which Mr. Cruz may have asked questions or attempted to impeach that witness, but certainly as it related to Ms. Riker, there were significant periods of cross-examination, including confronting Ms. Riker with previous statements, and things along those lines. So I do think that this would be admissible as a prior consistent statement.
Yes, sir.
So my second objection based on the response you wasted the jury's time. In regards to our examination of Ms. Riker, the only thing complete were the statements that she gave to this officer. There was no need to impeach Ms. Riker on her prior statements because the testimony she gave in court used her prior statements from the day she spoke with detective to establish what her accurate testimony was.
Mr. Cruz, I remember the statements and I'm taking notes on that. I'm going to overrule your objection. I'd like to continue with that one.
So, Mr. Ricketts, as it relates to Ms. Riker, what did she relay to you?
She stated that morning around 8:15 in the morning, she left to go to class. She saw a male subject, black man, walking down the street from the area of Cooper Road towards her apartment. Now, she said the male subject had to stop in order for her to back out of the driveway and go on. Her description, was a medium, average looking height, medium, no hat, medium hair. It had an orange or bright red shirt, baggy pants, possible jeans, but they weren't dark in color. She gave us that description while we were sitting there talking to her. She was surprised that morning, and it was kind of a foggy rain morning that morning. I do remember driving down that morning. I wasn't at the scene during that. That morning was a heavy fall, kind of rain kind of morning, kind of nasty. And she said it was kind of odd to have somebody cutting through just the apartment area at that time of the morning.
And was the unusualness also based on the weather that she described?
She described the weather and then how the subject was almost walked into her car. It was one of those where if she hadn't seen him, she thinks maybe she hadn't seen him, they might have run into each other, if that makes sense.
Okay. Did you conduct other canvas interviews?
I did.
Okay. And I'm not going to get into the details of those, but just talking about what you did that day. Eventually, did you end up back at the Athens Clarke County Police Department?
Yes, sir. Lieutenant Durham sent me on several other assignments to take care of, and I did end up back at the police department later that afternoon.
Okay. While you were at the police department, and this would still be January 19th of 2001, is that correct?
Yes, sir. It was.
So while you were at the police department, did you have any contact with an individual by the name of Chris Melton?
I did.
Okay. And who did you understand Mr. Melton to be at the time that you spoke with him?
I understood Mr. Melton to be the boyfriend of the deceased. From being out at the scene, I had not yet seen or met, at this point, but I understood that's who he was.
Okay. And you said by being out at the scene, to your knowledge, had Mr. Melton been brought to the scene at some point during the investigation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know the purpose for which he was brought to the scene?
He identified the body, which I was told via digital camera from the crime scene. I was out on the crime scene answering some questions there. I believe Lieutenant Durham.
All right. Did you have an opportunity to speak with Mr. Melton?
Yes, I did.
Was there anybody else present when you were speaking with Mr. Melton?
Yes, sir. His father came with him. We weren't expecting him at the police department. He arrived, and he and his father were there together. So we decided to do an impromptu interview there in the office.
And where in the police department in particular did this interview take place, if you recall?
We were kind of over in that forensics area. We were not actually in an interview room. We were over in the forensics office. If you think of it, it's like a small conference room. I won't say a common work area, but a small conference room there where we could have a little bit of privacy and a table where we could sit and talk. The area was pretty busy that whole afternoon. Had several things going on at the same time, but that's where we decided to sit.
Okay. So what, if anything, did Mr. Melton tell you about his relationship with Ms. Baker?
So we sat and began to talk.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe that Mr. Cruz attempted to impeach Mr. Melton regarding the, status or general place that his relationship with Ms. Baker was in at the time. And so I think that these would be prior consistent statements.
Oh, I think this is important.
During our cross-examination of Mr. Melton yesterday, the exact statement he gave Detective Briggs about his status, Mr. Melton testified to. My concern, Your Honor, is just always Tiffany Ryder, is the state is attempting to use this officer to change the testimonies of other witnesses. That's why we're raising our hearsay objections. Ms. Ryder has testified, Mr. Melton has testified. If it truly is a prior consistent statement that was not elicited or left hanging, which would lead to a misinterpretation.
I actually think this is a really good sign for Mr. Faust, because this is a lot about how they didn't really do anything in reference to Chris Melton.
Anything further before next week?
Just briefly, Your Honor, the prior consistent statement rule for admission has to do with exactly the situation Mr. Cruz just described, as far as the witness.
And they want to see the DNA.
The defense attempting to impeach that witness, and then later that witness's prior consistent statements from the time coming in to show that that impeachment is incredible. So it's the very purpose of the rule.
Yes, sir.
I disagree with that, Your Honor. Prior consistent statement is if I challenge the credibility of this witness on that statement, and then the state comes in and say, hey, he's elicited testimony that the witness has said one thing, but we have a consistent statement from the past showing that his testimony in court is consistent with the statement that he's made before. We don't have that issue here because Mr. Melton, the same testimony that Detective Bridges can give to the unreported, Mr. Melton, and I can say the statement I want because I don't want to put it, I don't want to taint the witness. But I would just ask that if there are prior consistent statements that the state would like to use, that's fine. I want to object to those, but just to ask Detective Bridges what other witnesses told him, would ask them to sustain our consideration.
All right, thank you. I think it's the first time in this trial you both are right. You're both correct about what a prior consistent statement is. I'm going to sustain and overrule the objection.
Oh, that had to be painful for her to listen to herself.
With regard to the statements that you are seeking to elicit, they need to be connected to the issue of impeachment and any necessity for a prior consistent statement. It cannot be, for example, as Mr. Cruz has just outlined, an entire narrative of the interview with Mr. Melton. So I'm going to ask you to limit your questioning. I'm going to make a ruling that you have to limit your questioning of this witness to the specific areas that you're seeking and arguing need a prior consistent statement.
Yes, Your Honor. And so I will not ask the witness, what did he tell you? I will try to be direct, which should give Mr. Cruz an opportunity if he has additional objections to bring them up at that time.
That's correct.
All right. So, Mr. Ricketts, I want to ask you very specifically, what is it that Mr. Melton told you about the condition or status of his relationship with Ms. Baker at that time?
That is hearsay with that exception. I would object.
All right. Mr. Galvin, any response to the objection?
I was just restating the previous question I asked, and I think it is directed in the manner that the court informed or instructed me to ask it in order to be admissible as a prior consistent statement, exception to the hearsay rule.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
And so, Mr. Ricketts, I'll ask you the question again. What is it on January 19th of 2001 that Mr. Melton told you about the condition or status of his relationship with Ms. Baker?
He said they had a serious relationship and had talked and had intentions of marriage in the future.
Okay. And then, I want to take you forward a little bit. We've talked about the general nature and status of their relationship at the time. What, if anything, did he tell you about the plans that he and Ms. Baker had for that weekend?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Mr. Galvin, any response to the objection?
Your Honor, again, it is a prior consistent statement. Mr. Cruz, in his cross-examination of Mr. Melton, indicated that at the time leading up to Miss Baker's murder. The two of them may not have even been in a relationship. He referred to Miss Baker as his girlfriend or ex-girlfriend. So prior consistent statements regarding the fact that they were in a relationship and had plans together that weekend that both were excited about would be a prior consistent statement that would be admissible.
Ms. Chris, anything further, sir?
Sure. Mr. Allen Childry's purpose for getting this isn't because Mr. Melton or Alice is inconsistent testimony or inconsistent statement. It's a statement that matters. Not the general view, not the general theory.
I just muted that for a second because I'm looking right now to see if I can find Detective Ricketts' testimony. If I can find it, I want to see how long it is, because I don't want to just listen to testimony that we've already listened to. So I'm doing that while this is playing, and I'll, as soon as I get an answer, I'll let you know.
Mr. Melton, correct and redirect examination. I do think it's inappropriate to now try to bolster or support Mr. Melton's testimony through Detective Ricketts, as the jury has had opportunity to hear from Mr. Melton themselves.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cruz. I'm making a finding that the very issue that the state is asking to have this witness speak about, which is the weekend after the incident, was in fact brought out on cross-examination. The articulation the state has made about what a prior consistent statement is with regard to that issue is accurate, and I'm going to allow you to all the objection.
So, Mr. Ricketts, I'll ask you again, and I'm trying to make this a specific, tailored question. What, if anything, did Mr. Melton tell you about plans that he may have had, Ms. Baker had, for that weekend?
Yes, he went in depth about Tara had plans that evening with friends and family for a birthday party on the 19th for that night, and then he had planned something for her on Saturday night where they were going to meet and get together that evening on Saturday the 20th.
Did he express anything to you about their feelings regarding those plans?
Yes, on the Friday, numerous times when we were talking, he said that Derek wanted him to drive down and be there for the 19th for the party at the winery with folks in the law school and for the law firm where she worked. He didn't think scheduling wise.
I am so sorry about that. This testimony is an accurate testimony. In this file. The disadvantage that Mr. Boss has right now, when they are bringing in another witness to testify regarding what Mr. Melton may or may not have said, they have no way to cross-examine Mr. Melton on that information. I would ask that the state ask Detective Ricketts questions related to Detective Ricketts' personal knowledge, not information he's heard from someone else, unless it falls under his deception. But to the last question, to answer our objections.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz. Mr. Allen Chili, I know the witness is in the middle of a statement. Go ahead.
Your Honor, I think it's the same argument that the court just ruled on, a minute ago, that this is admissible as a prior consistent statement. And I believe it falls in that exception to the hearsay rule, as the court's already indicated.
Mr. Cruz, let me just ask you a question so I understand your objection. Are you arguing that this information is not elicited? Mr. Melton's on stand?
I am arguing that the statement that was just made from Detective Ricketts doesn't exist in the case file. So I'm not saying this is intentional.
I'll let you respond to
I'm sorry. I'm not saying this is intentional from the state. I don't think it's intentional. But what's going on here is Mr. Melton testified yesterday. I'm assuming the state didn't get the information that they would have liked Mr. Melton to say, so they brought in Detective Ricketts to now become a surrogate for Chris Melton. They'll ask Detective Ricketts, what did Chris Melton say about this? What did Chris Melton say about that?
Okay, hang on just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to take this up outside your presence.
Uh-oh. Now you got to do a bunch of stuff because it's stuff the jury wasn't supposed to hear. I think this testimony went on for a couple hours. We're not going to sit and listen to all of that be replayed. Oh, what is she? What? Oh, she didn't like this now? I bet she doesn't like this right now. Oh boy. Okay, well, we're not going to go anywhere as long as this is going on. I thought they were just going to replay it, but if there's going to be some tea that gets spilled, we're staying right here, y'all.
Getting through that will be with you as soon as she can find it. Thank you.
I think I may have found his original testimony, but I'm not positive. I'm going to see if I can get to the beginning here. Nope, the person I thought it was I am incorrect on. So let me keep digging. This detective must have been really, really early on in the trial. Is that why we don't really remember what he said? Oh, what are we digging in boxes and everything? What are we doing here? I'm still looking. Well, I know that Mr. Yamaguchi was the one that questioned the witness, so that ought to narrow things down some instead of Mr. Bolton. All right, well, it's not in this particular day, so let me go back some more. Y'all still hanging with me? I did not have this on my bingo card for today. Oh, that's day 7. I'm looking for day 3 now. Oh, she's back again. I'm still looking to find out how long this bad boy is, so.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Ricketts, before we took that brief break, I'd ask you a question, and I'm going to try to, as best I can recall, ask you the same question again. Did Mr. Melton talk to you at all or say anything to you about plans that he and Ms. Baker had for that weekend and their feelings surrounding those plans?
Yes. Tara was very excited about her birthday coming up the weekend, and that she and friends from law school and the law firm she worked at were all getting together at the winery Friday night. And that Chris had made plans on Saturday the 20th to meet and take her out to celebrate her birthday.
All right. And as it relates to Mr. Melton's whereabouts on Friday morning, January 19th of 2001, is that something that y'all discussed in your interview?
Yes. One of the reasons Friday night that he wasn't going to be down is for work on Friday. The new area where he was working and things of that nature was taking time away. He had jobs to do on that Friday, so he said Saturday would be a much easier thing. And she had her college law school friends and her law firm friends and all to do the on Friday night.
Okay. Well, and so my question, I might not have been clear, and I apologize for that, is did he talk to you about where he was Friday morning?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And what did he tell you about that?
He spent the night and had spent most of the nights that week with his mom and dad. And it was at their residence. I have the address here if you need it, but he was at their residence that night until they went to work that next morning.
Okay, and I don't think we want to or need to say any specific addresses. But when you say until he went to work that morning, did he talk to you about when that was and where he went on that morning of January 19th of 2001?
Yes, sir. He laid that morning out for me. So his morning was to have his helper, his friend Chris, show up to help him that morning at the house there between 7:15 and 7:30. And then they left to start their day.
Okay. Did he talk to you about where they went when they left to start their day?
Yes, sir. His first, on this encounter on the 19th, they stopped at Nash Plumbing first off to load up with gear and equipment for that day, for the projects and the jobs that they were going out to do. He said they loaded up to there, and then they were headed over to try to make a stop over at Truck Customs. Chris explained in the interview that he was trying to get a ladder rack put on his truck, then he had to measure it, and then he would go back later in the day and they would install that ladder rack. Was I understand the conversation we're having. That location is in Loganville, Georgia, and he went there in order to get that measured out. They left there and went over toward Grayson, Georgia, in order to do a job there, a check for some leaks, that kind of thing at that house. From there, they went on to Forsyth, met up with a contractor there to look at doing a house there at Forsyth. Now, the house there, I guess it wouldn't have boarding on it, but no paper and shingles, I guess, if that makes sense. And I think they were just getting pretty wet. They were going to lay the house out to do the initial plumb of the residents that day. But there was no cover on the roof, so they were kind of getting wet. So Chris said he rolled and went back by Truck Customs just to stop in and see if maybe they happened to be ready on his way back to his house. And when he went back to the house, he just dropped Chris there.
All right, any response to the objection?
Your Honor, I mean, I think it's all still responsive to the initial question of what Mr. Melton relayed to him about what he was doing and where he went that morning.
I am going to sustain the objection. I do think it is a narrative. I'm going to ask the questioner to walk their witness through appropriately.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Mr. Ricketts did, so.
I just have to pause this a second because here's the deal. Ricketts testified on day 7, and I am going all through lawn crimes coverage of this, and I see a day 7 part 2. There is no day 7 part 1. And I'm going to venture a guess that is when Detective Ricketts testified. So I have no idea how long this goes. We're going to hang. I got all day. So
We're at Truck Customs at this point. Did Mr. Melton tell you where, if anywhere, they went from Truck Customs?
Due to the weather and whatever else, he went back to the residence, dropped his helper off in order to let him go eat and see if they could maybe wait the rain out and see kind of how that would go. He advised that they would be up together later and try to complete some more work or go back by Truck Customs.
And I'm sorry, let me just ask you some questions as we go along here. You just testified that he had dropped his helper. What was that person's name?
Chris.
Well, Chris Melton.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have to look back. I apologize.
That's all right.
Give me one second. I'm so sorry.
Objection on the ground that hearsay to the witness has no while he testifies. If the state would like to refresh the witness's recollection, there's appropriate mechanisms to do that. But for the witness to be able to use his notes while he testifies, that's considered hearsay.
All right, thank you. Anything from the state before we go?
I think that's correct. We can go through asking those couple of questions.
All right, very good. I'm going to sustain the objection with regard to how to refresh a witness's recollection, but I'm going to overrule the objection with regard to having the report on the stand. A witness is entitled to have it on the stand. You just have to use it appropriately. So you may continue.
And so, Mr. Ricketts, before you refer to your report, please, indicate to me that you may need to do that. We'll go through the appropriate questions. And my understanding from your last answer is at this time you can't necessarily recall the name of Mr. Melton's helper. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, do you think referring to your report would help you refresh your recollection?
It would.
Okay. Please refer to the report. Do not read from it. And
He
Chris,
did
let me
read
know
from the
when you've had
report
a
over and
chance.
over and over again. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, I cannot
Okay.
find that part one.
So I think, do you recall now after having reviewed your report that individual's name?
Yes, Josh McCurdy.
Yes, sir. Okay, so you would just testify that Mr. Melton dropped Mr. McCurdy off at Mr. McCurdy's residence, is that right?
They were back at Chris's house. They needed both the vehicles from my understanding because Josh went there. But when they went back to Truck Customs, Josh, he was going to have to follow him back to Truck Customs in order to leave Chris's truck there. They didn't need the second vehicle. So he went to lunch at that time.
Okay, did they ever return to Truck Customs?
Yes, sir.
All right, and what did Mr. Melton, what did Mr. Melton tell you about where he went after he left Truck Customs?
He went to Truck Customs. He said around 3:45, 4 o'clock for an appointment that he had there. And he got a page that he received while he was there. He received that page, made a phone call, and then went to Athens to the address on Fawn Drive.
Okay, and this, when you say the address on Fawn Drive, we talk about Miss Baker's residence where she was killed?
Yes.
Okay. During this interview, this is January 19th of 2001, did you have an opportunity to observe Mr. Melton's hands?
I did.
Okay. What did you observe about Mr. Melton's hands?
During the interview, while we sat and talked, Mr. Melton, for lack of better words, just picked at his hands and messed with his hands, pretty much just moving glue and things off his fingers from his fingernail beds and just kind of making that kind of movement while he was moving with his hands. You could see that. And then I had the opportunity to fingerprint him for prints. And at that time, we didn't use computers like we do now. We had to do manual prints, ink prints. So I printed him both hands on the printing, pretty much with a desk just like this. Start with outside and work the inside. So I had to hold and stay there and hold his hands and roll each finger out as I made fingerprints. And then I would move over to the other hand and do the same exact thing to work through all five. So all of his fingerprints were done there at the police department after we finished this interview.
And you yourself did that rolling of the prints? Is that what you just testified to?
I did.
Okay. And I just want to go through that process again a little more slowly. Did you just testify that all 10 of his fingers would have been printed?
Yes, sir.
Correct? Okay. And when you're going through that process, you make contact with the person you're printing?
Sure. So unlike now, you have to take your hand and you hold the print, the finger, you go to the far side and you roll it because you're getting ink. So now with a computer, you can look at a screen and kind of move it around. But with this, you got to dip his hand in ink. You take it and roll from side to side, and then you would move one at a time from finger to finger. So I dip, roll, and then get the thumb, and then you move around to the other side. And each time you do that, you have to grab the hand, and you have to hold the hand and do it. And they have to kind of hold their hand real loose and kind of give you kind of control of the hand. It's a much better system we have now. At that time, I had to sit and hold his hand during that time while we were doing that.
All right. And so I want to fast forward a couple of days and then rewind back a couple of days. Did you have an interaction with Chris Melton on January 21st of 2001?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And during that interaction, did you and Detective Newton take any pictures?
Yes, we did. We took pictures.
Okay. In particular, on Mr. Melton's hands, when y'all met with him on January 21st, was there anything that caused you to take pictures of his hands?
Yeah.
I don't know if y'all watched closing arguments, but one of the things that Mr. Cruz said repeatedly, and especially right at the tail end, he said, the first thing I want you to do when you go back into that jury room is look at the fingerprint card. I don't know if anybody else remembered that. And I'm wondering if that's why they want this testimony played back, is because we don't know what the fingerprint card looks like. We don't even know if the fingerprint card exists. Maybe it doesn't even exist. And that might be what this is about is, okay, you were so thorough. Why don't you have a fingerprint card? I'm just spitballing here.
Yes, he had marks on his hand on Sunday that weren't there on Friday evening when we talked to him. And so when we were taking
What do you want to
pictures,
bet
pictures of
it's not
those,
in evidence?
Also in the rest of his body.
So when you met with him on January 21st and you saw the marks, you took pictures of those, or Detective Newton, y'all took pictures of
Yes, on the 21st we saw those. We did the other stuff we had to do, and we also took those pictures.
Were those marks on his hands on January 19th of 2001 when you interviewed him and then fingerprinted?
They were not.
Okay. If they had been, would you have taken pictures of them the way you did on January 21st?
Yes.
Okay. And this is a little bit of an aside. Have you ever worked with plumber's glue and some things related to plumbing?
Sure. So there's primer and there's glue, and you know the glue gets all over your hands. You have to peel it off, things of that nature. On the interview on Friday, I was just watching the individuals we were interviewing, and he was picking at his hands. One, I think, for concentration and trying to cope, if that's a word, I don't know, but he was just trying to pick at his hands and pull that glue off. None of the stuff that I had to do, like if your hands are extremely dirty, like if I got somebody else, I needed to print them, I have to clean their hands in order to take prints. So there was nothing on his hands that impeded with me taking fingerprints. So I didn't have to go scrub his hands, which I had to do before, where we had to get somebody and scrub their hands in order to get prints. We didn't have to do that. Blue primer is usually purple, and I won't say it's see-through, but it's not. It doesn't block, and glue doesn't either. It just peels up, and you can have to peel it off.
So, well, and let me ask you this question then. Was there anything about the things on Mr. Melton's hands on January 19th of 2001 that would have prevented you from seeing these injuries if they had been there?
No, there was nothing covering his whole. From the picture, you would have had to cover his hand from about where my shirt stops all the way to his fingertips to cover that up. And his thumbs and that area right in there. So you would have had to cover everything. And the plumber's primer and the glue, it gets on your skin, but it's not that bad. I plumbed the house when I built my house. I'm not very good at it, but I got more stuff. But you can see through it. Like if you cut yourself or anything like that, you're going to see that.
Okay. So I want to go forward to January 20th of 2001.
So Kat is telling me that this testimony is about 2 to 2.5 hours. Y'all give me a 1 if you want to stay here in the chat. Give me a number 1. Give me a number 9 if you want me to just monitor it, and we'll keep watching the Dale Warner trial. I'm hoping that 2.5 hours was with all of the sidebars and everything.
Yes, we made phone interviews on Saturday from the police department.
Okay. Specifically, as it related to Mr. Melton's whereabouts on January 19th, who did you talk to on January 20th?
I talked to Josh, and I also talked to Mr. Teeters.
Okay. And you've already testified about who you understood Josh to be. Who did you understand Mr. Teeter to be?
From Truck Customs.
Okay. And is that the Truck Customs that you were making reference to?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I'm going to turn the Elmo off, or can the court turn it off? I just don't want to put something down here inadvertently and have it displayed. Because I almost did. Thank you. Okay. Well, and so as it relates to Josh McCurdy, what did Mr. McCurdy tell you about his whereabouts and Mr. Melton's whereabouts on January 19th of 2001?
He drove to Chris's house that morning, approximately 7:15. He said to 7:30. And he said their first stop was at the plumbing. They went there first. And if I could refer to my notes, I can give you the letter. He also mentioned that they went by Chick-fil-A that morning also.
Do you, and so as you sit here, are you having difficulty recalling the remainder of what Mr. McCurdy told you?
Yes, sir.
Do you believe that reviewing your report would help refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you please do so? Then don't read from your report, but let me know when you finish.
Yes, sir.
I think this is really good for the defense. It might just be me, but I think this is really good for the defense. There's a lot that can be unpacked in this particular singular witness's testimony.
So he does mention that they went by Chick-fil-A that morning also for some breakfast.
Did Mr. McCurdy tell you anything about where they went after Chick-fil-A?
To Grayson, which is just right down the road.
And was there a particular time he said he believed that they had gone to
He thought it was between 8 and 8:15.
Okay. And from there, did he tell you anywhere that they may have gone after that?
He mentioned Forsyth and the place with the rain, and he was talking about just how wet they were getting and weren't able to get in out from underneath that rain. He said that it was just too much rain to get any work down there.
Okay. And so after they left Forsyth, did Mr. McCurdy say anything about where they went next?
He did mention they went back to truck customs that afternoon.
Okay. Did they go anywhere between Forsyth and truck customs?
I get it, Kelly.
Stop for lunch for the
With an I.
lunch.
Kelly Bean.
Okay. And then did Mr. McCurdy say anything about anything that happened while they were at truck customs in the afternoon?
He mentioned the page in detail, and then he talked about how they left Chris's truck there and he drove him to Athens. He didn't want Chris to have to make that drive, but he drove him all the way to Athens.
Did he say anything about any fears that Mr. Melton had or any actions that Mr. Melton took as they drove to Athens?
You know, he said that while they were in the truck that Chris was calling information, trying to track down other parents of the girls there, trying to make contact as he drove from that area. I'll just say Loganville because it's the easiest split there, but as they drove down from Loganville to Athens, he was trying to get information and see if he could make contact with family members.
Okay. And did he say anything to you about any types of worries or fears that Mr. Melton had?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay. In response to the objection.
Judge, under 24-803-5, has recollection recorded. I believe yesterday during Mr. McCurdy's testimony.
I think it's interesting that she allowed this playback because they were both conceding that it wasn't necessary, and yet she's doing it anyway. I wonder if there was some opportunity over the weekend to do some reflection, and she has decided to go a different route.
So, 803-5 is not applying in this case. The state, if they wanted to use past recorded recollection, it's not Detective Bridges who they would use it with. It was Josh McCory who they could use it with. I'm becoming concerned that the state is trying to use Bridges to ride everybody else's testimony. So I'm just asking the court to instruct the state not to elicit hearsay. If it's something that's a personal observation of Detective Bridges, that's lawful, that's legal. As far as just going through witnesses and saying, hey, what did they say about this, what did they say about that, I believe that is wrong.
But your objection is hearsay.
It is.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay. So I'm going to move forward then, Detective Ricketts, and talk to you. You've already mentioned that you had a conversation with Mr. Teeter, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. I don't think we need to get into the contents of that conversation. But I do want to go forward with you to January 21st of 2001. Did you have contact with Mr. Melton again on that day?
I did. He voluntarily came back
Okay. When Mr. Melton met with you, did he have anybody else present with him?
His family was with him, but they came back with him, but his dad was with him.
Okay. When you spoke with him, and I think you already mentioned taking photographs of him, who all was present when that was happening?
Just Chris and Detective Newton and myself.
Okay. And did Mr. Melton give you any additional information beyond what he told you on Friday evening about where he was on Friday morning?
We went back over the timeline of events from Friday, and Chris added that he had stopped by the Wachovia Bank in Loganville just after 9, which he did mention on Friday, which we took note of that. And then on Monday, some other detectives went to run that to ground. That information was passed on Friday, but Chris talked about it with me on Sunday. Everything else pretty much stayed the same except for that.
All right. And so when he was meeting with y'all on January 21st, did anything come up regarding blood sample?
Yes, toward the end of our conversation at the police department, we talked about the crime scene, things of that nature. It's the first time that I brought up with Chris that there was the possibility that Tara had been sexually assaulted. We had a brief conversation about DNA and some things of that nature, and I told him that at some point we would need to get consent and he would need to do a sample for us, and he agreed. So the warrant wasn't necessary, but he agreed to go with us at the Piedmont Hospital to do that.
Did you attend or observe that blood draw?
I did. We went there. They followed us over. We made contact because it was a Sunday, and we had a nurse in the lab do that for us. And I observed both vials be drawn, placed in the evidence bag, and then I took them back to the police department and placed them in evidence.
Did Mr. Melton make any statements to you about the last time he and Tara had sex?
He did. From going over my notes and listening to the recordings, I can't give you a precise date. His voice trails off there, but it was in that week period of time, sometime between that last weekend. I want to say it was Saturday or Sunday would be my best recollection. That the recording goes off, kind of. That might
let's talk about.
Good.
Sorry,
That's okay.
sorry. Let's talk about the tools that you had in 2001. Obviously, nowadays we all walk around with these guys that have a recording function on them. When you were a police officer in January of 2001 and you needed to record an interview with an individual, what equipment were you provided with in order to do that?
We were using micro cassette recorders. Audio wasn't always the best, but we did pretty good on it. You can listen to them. It's pretty hard to. We used those. I laughed talking to some of the officers with the Ranger this morning. They didn't understand that this was the first area of time when we were doing these reports that I wanted was word processing. So if that makes sense, we were done everything else before that on typewriters. So word processing was kind of new, and we were using micro cassette recorders, which weren't great. Athens Clark County at that time was in the process of putting up interview rooms with video cameras and things of that nature, but they weren't. That was not the norm.
So, I mean, is it fair to say that this was a period of time when, like, the use of technology and the tools that y'all had available was in a period of transition?
Huge.
Yeah. So, as you were there on January 21st, I want to go and retrieve some things from evidence and show them to you. So, if you bear with me for just a moment.
Okay.
They both have been admitted into evidence already. They're defendants exhibits 29, and then, I'm sorry, I said two exhibits, two sets of pictures. So D29 has been marked collectively, so all the pictures are D29. And then I'm also going to hand you defendants exhibit 37, 38, 39, and 40 that have been admitted into evidence already as well. So I'll hand those up to you. I'm going to give you a chance first to look through them. And then if you just let me know when you've had a chance to look through them, I'll continue asking you questions to that point. Detective Ricketts, in the collectively marked exhibit that I handed to you, where there's one number but a bunch of pictures, do you recognize those pictures?
This one right here?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, I do. These were taken at Piedmont, Athens Regional.
Okay, and again, who was present when those pictures were taken?
Detective Newton, that's his arm right there in the picture right there. He took these photos here, and I took the other photos.
Okay, and those images, the injuries that are depicted on those hands, were those present on January 19th of 2001 when you interviewed Mr. Melton and then fingerprinted?
They were not.
Okay. And then the other set of pictures that I handed you, I want to ask you a few questions before we talk about those. I think they're defendants exhibits 37 through 40, if I'm recalling correctly.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you noticed those injuries to Mr. Melton's hands, was there any explanation provided by him for where those injuries came from?
I talked to him about those. He advised that when he got back to his apartment, went in, was alone for a period of time, that he kind of lost it. He said as soon as he walked in the door, it was there on the right side when you go into his apartment. And he just punched the wall numerous times. And then he said he sat on the floor to cry.
Did you ever go to Mr. Melton's apartment after you talked with him about those injuries and how he received them?
Yes, sir. I believe it's the 23rd. I went over, I believe that's the correct date. But yes, sir, I went and I took these photos in the apartment.
Okay. And when you say these photos, are you referring to defendants exhibits 37 through 40?
I am.
Okay. The damage that you saw to the wall, was that consistent to you with the injuries that you saw on Mr. Melton's hands?
It is.
I can tell y'all there is not a speck of this testimony that I can find.
Detective Ricketts, thank you so much for your time. I don't have any other questions for you right now.
All righty.
I'm sure Mr. Cruz may have some.
So we're already going to cross now.
Yes. Why don't we take a 10-minute recess and allow everybody to use the restroom? We'll be off the record until about 10:25. Don't discuss the case.
I would love to know where that testimony, part 1 of day 7, went. If anybody else finds it, send a link to me because I can't seem to locate it anywhere, which I think is really ironic because that's the part, one of the things they're requesting. What are the odds of that? I don't think we're behind here. Let me. No, we're caught up. Right? It is a little kawinky dinky. You can see the entire trial, everything else online, but I cannot find day 7, part 1, which is when Mr. Ricketts, Detective Ricketts, testified. I'm assuming that's when it was. And I didn't think Court TV covered it. I thought this was just a law and crime trial, not a Court TV. I like this jury asked for it, though. Oh, I think I might have found it. Oh, I think I might have found it, y'all. Let's find out how long this beast is. I did find it. It's unlisted. That's why I couldn't find it.
My name is Attorney Mike Cruz. I have the privilege and honor of representing Mr. Voss. Under the authority of this honorable board, I'm going to ask you some questions. Is that okay? Yes, sir. Okay, excellent. Detective Bridges, you were with ACCPD, is that correct? That's correct. Okay, and during the time of this investigation, you were with ACCPD. That's correct. Would you agree that ACCPD dropped the ball on this investigation? No. You believe ACCPD followed up on all leads? Yes. Confirmed all information? I think so. I would like to add something to that if you would allow me to. I can't answer any questions. We can talk about it after though. So that's okay this time. No, I think I'll answer that question. Yes, I wish if you look back at any case 25 years ago and look at it with fresh eyes 25 years ago, yes, things would have been done totally different. I think with some options and things that would have happened. Everything that I can say to, and I will not answer on behalf of ACCPD, but on the days that I was a part of this case, I would say, I think yes, we did. But I think if you look at anything 25 years back, I think if you look at something I did last week, there'd be things that I would like to improve on. But I don't think drop the ball would be a word I would ever use. Sure. Do you believe ACCPD followed the evidence appropriately? Yes, sir. The evidence, to my knowledge, I believe they did. And I'm assuming that you met with the prosecution before you testified today, is that right? That's correct. Do you or ACCPD feel the need to justify why Chris Melton was not arrested? No. Do you or ACCPD feel the need to have to defend Chris Melton? I don't believe I'm here defending Chris Melton. So that is a yes or no question. Please repeat it. Yes, sir. Do you or ACCPD feel the need to defend Chris Melton? No. Do you or ACCPD feel the need to defend the state's case? No. So I'd like to ask you some questions about a couple of things that you talked about on the record examination, okay? Okay. For starters, would you have any reason to disagree that January 19th, 2001 was 9,153 days? Sounds appropriate. And I'm going to use this whiteboard over here. Yes, sir. So 9,153
I believe there are about 2.5 hours
3 days.
left of this testimony.
1/19/01. Fair? Sounds correct. In 2001, can you tell us what team won the Super Bowl? I cannot. In 2001, can you tell us what team won the World Series? No. In 2001, can you tell us what your favorite song was? No. So no to Super Bowl. Let's get my hand right. This is terrible. No to World Series. No to favorite song. And you would agree that your notes say nothing about Mr. Melton taking anything off of his hands, is that correct? No, sir. I'm going with that from the recollection of the audio cassette tapes from that day. So your statement to this jury is that based on the audio cassette of that day, it refreshed your recollection that Mr. Melton was taking items off of his hands. Yes, sir. You asked me about the Super Bowl. Not an NFL guy, not a baseball guy. That's fine. Crime scene for Tara Baker, I'll never forget. The interviews. This yes or no question. Well, Judge, your question. Witness is allowed to explain his answer.
Boy, is this courtroom different than the one in Michigan.
I would disagree with that. The witness on cross-examination, my job is to advise the witness yes or no questions. If the state wants the witness to elicit further testimony, they do that on redirect. And at this time, Your Honor, I pretty much give the witness what the answer is. They can answer yes or no, and we decide which direction we go from there. So I would ask that the witness is not allowed to control cross-examination, to control Mr. Boss's rights to cross-examination, and we're allowed to ask the witness leading questions that the witness answers appropriately.
Okay, so this is not about witness control, this is about what the law allows. And cross-examination questions are yes or no questions, certainly. But the law allows a witness to answer yes or no and then explain if he or she chooses to make an explanation. And so I'm going to overrule your objections. He is allowed to explain if he chooses to. If there are further objections the court needs to make with regards to this explanation, that's certainly one hearing. If you'll ask the question, Mr. Cruz, thank you.
Sure. Now we'll draw that question. My understanding is the audio is what refreshed your recollection in regards to what was on Mr. Melton's hands. Yes. And that audio is from January 19, 2001. That's correct. Okay. And you've already listened to the audio because the state provided you with a copy. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Okay. And if you were to hear that audio, you would recognize it. Is that fair to say? Yes. Or is it no?
Okay, I am going to share this actual testimony because we can go a little faster just so that we can get an idea of what this actually was at the time. I'm going to put them on like 1 1/4 speed. And I'll still keep an eye on the court to see if anything changes there, but we can get through this testimony a little faster doing it this way.
Turn the volume down on this. I'm gonna move the mic out the way.
Okay.
I'm going to allow you to hear the audio. I want you to listen to it. When you feel comfortable that you recognize the audio, just look
Everybody
up.
okay with that?
Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Right.
Yeah.
Because see, here we are already. I've got stuff I can flippity flip through.
Correct. If you recognize it, if it's accurate, what you recognize it as.
It sounds like the beginning of the audio from the 19th.
Correct. With you and Mr. Chris Melton?
Yes, sir. That's all.
Okay, that is fair. Does that sound like a fair and accurate rendition of that recording as you remember it? as the interview between Detective Ricketts and Chris Melton on January 19th, 2001, as Defense Exhibit 44.
Oh, let me move myself. Oh, don't want me there.
Let the record reflect that I'm showing the state what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 44.
We did teleport.
So this is what I want us to do with Defense Exhibit 44. Detective Ricketts, I'm going to allow you to listen to this, okay? And can you look up at the portion where you discuss with Chris Melton what's on his hands? Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And just to make sure we're clear, this recording, based on your prior testimony, this recording refreshed your recollection about Mr. Melton picking his hands, what was on his hands, things of that nature. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Okay.
Erica, you don't have to apologize. I'm not like that.
Let's just stop to where you
I'm
stopped,
not
sir.
picky
Okay.
about what goes on in the chat. All caps, no all caps.
And if you would, once you
I'm
hear
cool.
that portion of the recording, just let us know the timestamps.
We're going to flippity flip again. How about some teleporting again? I'm glad I have my closed caption.
Choice. So if you could find it by speeding through it, we'll take that. If you need to listen to it, we'll take that. We just want to know where in that recording do we talk. You can speed through it. I think it's a. I can give you the times for the ending of the interview. But yes, you can speed through it.
Well, thank you, Kelly Bean. I'm trying to hit all the bases for us today. I didn't have this on my bingo card at all. I can tell you that.
42:08 is the interview ending time, if that will help you.
Lots of dead air. Lots of recollecting on this witness's part. Of course, it probably wasn't written in his report that he'd been reading off of throughout most of his direct testimony.
Detective Ricketts looks over that video. I have no objection to saying.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
This is a long.
Sure. I have. You find it faster, Detective Ricketts? Sure. I have a transcript for you as well.
There's no sound to this, so I am thinking this was outside the presence of the jury.
From the testimony that you just gave the jury on direct examination.
I don't think so.
That's fair. 9,153 days. We don't remember the Super Bowl. We don't remember the World Series. We don't remember our favorite song. But the simple statement, do you want to watch those things up, led you to tell the jury that Chris Melton's hands, you could see him. Is that right?
Yes, sir. It was a totality of this interview, sitting in that interview room, looking across the table at a dad and a son. And Chris, as he would make comments, you can hear that. He'll tone in, tone out, not a person to show emotion or things of that nature, but would sit and pick at his hands and pull. And it was just, I won't say a nervous tick, but it was what he was trying to do, I think, to keep his focus, would be my opinion. That is what we're talking about with there. We're ending the end of the interview where I've got to get fingerprints. And I just asked him, hey, do you want to wash those things up? You want to get that stuff off of there? That's all it was. If he'd have had a high amount of semen or whatever else on his hands.
Objection, non-responsive and narrative.
I'm going to sustain the objection with regard to non-responsive at the end of this particular statement. You may continue.
What you just stated, that's nowhere in the police report, is it?
No.
You have your reports, is that right?
That's correct.
It is not an audio recording you heard, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And as far as the evidence that you've personally provided in this case, the very first time you've ever made that statement is before this jury here today, is that correct?
What do you mean?
Sure. Based on your notes and based on the audio recording. You had never said before that Mr. Melton was picking at his hands, picking items off of his hands. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. But we would agree 9,153 days later, you stated. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Now, you also stated on direct examination that Mr. Melton wanted Miss Baker at his, excuse me. You also stated on direct that Miss Baker wanted Mr. Melton at her birthday party on Friday. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you interview Miss Virginia Baker?
No, I don't believe so.
So you're not aware that But you did not interview Miss Virginia Baker, is that correct?
No, the only people I did were some roommates and other folks who corroborated what Chris said for me there.
Okay. Do you know if Chris Melton had talked to those roommates and told those roommates the same thing he told you?
I would have to look at my notes, but one of them mentioned it to me in her statement, I believe.
Sure, look at your notes and tell us the date that she mentions that.
Give me one more second, just make sure I give you a good direct answer.
Absolutely.
See what I mean about this testimony? So I say another 2 hours, but is it really another 2 hours?
So those statements aren't going to be about the birthday party, and I don't know if you want me to read what I've got about the relationship with Tara. I don't want to say so. I don't have anyone doing what you said, so I'll say no to that because that's on a different relationship page. I don't know if you want me to bring that up or not. So
no. So the specific answer to my question is no. No one else said anything about Mr. Melton.
To my knowledge, no. Then it was a different statement.
So the statement that you gave on direct is inconsistent with your notes.
Which was the statement I made on direct?
That Mr. Melton and Ms. Baker had plans on Saturday. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I asked you, and I'm gonna paraphrase it, had that been corroborated by anybody else? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And your answer to that question is no.
Yes, that direct question, yes.
Okay. So you just simply took Chris Melton's word for it. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that was my point there.
Do you think in a criminal investigation, especially involving murder, aggravated assault, burglary, aggravated sodomy, arson, it is important to take more than someone's word for it? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And I believe the question I asked you was about the party Friday. That's what we were talking about, not Saturday, the party Friday.
Yes, sir.
So just to clarify the record, the fact that Tara wanted Mr. Melton at the party Friday, that was based on Mr. Melton's word. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the same for Saturday. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Melton did not provide any proof of any plans he had with Ms. Baker. Is that correct?
Did not.
Here, I'm going to go into a line of questioning that none of the court has advised us to be cautious about. Can me and Mr. Yalamanchili approach the bench, please?
Now we're going to approach. I'm going to zippity zip us past this. Flippity flip, zippity zip. Here we go. Let me see if I can do it faster this way. Sometimes I go too far if I try to do it this way.
Any other argument, sir?
No, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to sustain the state's objection. I agree with the state's rendition of the statute and the appropriate things that are to be used for judicial notice. I'm going to sustain their objection.
Yes, ma'am.
I do happen to notice on the
Do you have your
long
phone?
time feed,
I do. Okay.
they are no longer showing the judge. They are only showing both prosecution and defense tables. Yeah, I'm glad that the jury is hearing a lot of this twice. Yes.
Can you go to Google for us, please?
I can turn it back on. It's off. Is that okay with the court?
I don't have any prohibition against that.
Okay. I have it on flight mode.
I'm not objecting in this trial. If there's an objection, I will hear it.
I just don't want to upset you, ma'am.
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay, I've got.
And I'm going to approach you. Sure. And for the purposes of the record, I am going to provide Detective Ricketts with Chris Melton's parents' address. All right. And do you direct? Yeah. Don't give me the directions. Do you have it pulled up? All right. And do directions to 160 Fun Drive, Athens, Georgia, 30605. Chris Melton's parents' home. Is that fair? Sure. Okay. All right. To Tara Baker's home. You would agree that on one route, the distance from Mr. Melton's parents' home to Miss Baker's home is 39.6 miles. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I'm getting an ad pop up, but
sure. Circle this. Okay. 39.6 added up, 39.9 rounded up. Rounded up. Okay, perfect. All right. And I want to be specific. So 39.6, is that correct?
Yes, sir. This Google's giving me 40 on the nose.
Even?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll take what Google gives you. Put 40 miles.
I can switch routes for you if you like.
No, you're fine. All right. Do you recall talking to a Mr. Lindsay Baker?
I'd have to look at my notes to double check.
Okay, sure.
Oh my word.
Amazon. I don't have anything.
Anything else? Well, that's just, do you know who Mr. Baker is?
No, sir.
Okay.
Off the top of my head, no, sir.
That is fine. Did you ever visit Mr. Melton's parents' home?
I did not.
Okay, but he did tell you at the time that Ms. Baker was killed, he was staying at the parents' home. Is that right?
Could you repeat
could
the
have had
question
the
for me one more time?
laptop
Would you say the
there.
Baker's residence?
No, and I might have said the Baker's
Yeah, I think,
residence, so please forgive
you
me.
go to the Baker's home.
The Melton residence.
No, I did not. Someone else did that.
Okay. So you don't know the layout of the home?
I do not.
Okay. But Mr. Melton did tell you he was staying in the basement of the home. Is that right?
No, he just told me he was staying there. He never told me where in the house he was staying. He just said he was staying at his parents' house. And on that same audio, you can hear his dad at the beginning say he's been staying there for pretty much a week.
Okay.
Hear him chime in.
But to your personal knowledge, you don't know where in the home he was?
No, I don't have any information on that. May I turn my phone back off?
Absolutely.
Because it will.
You took place on January 19, 2001. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you asked Chris during the interview, how did you start your day today? Or what kind of went on today for you? Do you recall asking that question?
Roseanne, so we got derailed today because in the Georgia versus Edric Faust trial, the jury has been out deliberating, and we are the jury had a question, and their question was they wanted testimony reread. And it is this gentleman's testimony that we're watching right now. They are only listening to it on Law and Crime. I pulled the old feed up so that we could zippity zip through it because we've got Dale Warner to cover still. So that's what we're doing. So slight detour from this, and so happy it's always tea time is with us. I don't know if you're talking about Dale Warner that I'm covering, because yes, we are. Right now we're derailed for a little while with Edric Faust. Hoping that you get very well very soon from COVID. I hope it didn't hit you too hard. Never a pleasant thing. And it is flu season too, on top of everything. So back to Detective Ricketts. This is day 7 of the trial, and we are re-watching his testimony.
Chris was able to explain his day in a calm and clear tone. Is that correct?
Yes.
He was not unable to answer any questions. Is that correct?
I believe everything I asked him, he did answer.
Okay. He was not fumbling over his words. Is that right?
No, there are times in that recording that he will get quiet. He won't say anything.
Okay.
But he was able to get through his conversation.
But we can both agree that he wasn't frantically crying. Is that right?
No, he was not.
But he did tell you that he was asked to identify the body that day. Is that right?
That's correct. Earlier in the day.
Okay. And we agree that Ms. Baker died on the same day. Is that right?
That's correct.
And he also described her as his borderline fiance. Is that correct?
That's correct.
He even spelled the name of Truck Customs for you. Do you recall that?
I did. I was having an issue with it. I believe in that tape, I asked him to spell it for me.
Mm-hmm.
It could be the second interview I did because I was having a hard time finding it. But it could be the second interview I did with him where I asked him to spell it.
Would hearing the first interview refresh your recollection? Oh, excuse me, let me change that. Would hearing him spell out Truck Customs refresh your recollection?
Sure. If that's in the first one, I'll just agree with you. He did spell it for me in one of those two because in my report I had it wrong.
Sure.
And I had to get it corrected.
So let me ask the question this way. You would not disagree that on January 19, 2001, Mr. Melton spelled out Truck Customs for you during that interview?
I would agree with you on that.
Now, while detailing his day, Chris stated that Josh came to his house after he woke up on the morning of Ms. Baker's death. Is that fair?
Say that one more time?
Sure. While he was detailing his day to you, he stated that Josh came to his house on the morning of Ms. Baker's death.
So that's how I took it.
And Chris stated that him and Josh only work together. Is that correct?
What do you mean by only work together? It's the two of them?
They don't have any personal relationship. Is that correct?
He advised that they work together, yes.
And the address Josh came to pick up Mr. Melton was from Mr. Melton's home. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Okay. We discussed that address. And they drove to a company called Nash Plumbing together. Is that correct? And this was in Chris's truck.
That's correct.
Chris says that they arrived at Nash Plumbing between 7:35 and 7:40. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. And he stated while at Nash Plumbing, they loaded up. Is that correct?
Went there to get their supplies.
Would you agree that during the course of your investigation, you were unable to speak with any supervisor that confirmed that Josh and Chris were at Nash Plumbing between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. on January 19, 2001?
That's correct. I did not do that.
You were unable to speak with any coworkers that confirmed Josh and Chris were at Nash Plumbing between the hours of 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. on January 19, 2001?
That's correct. I was not assigned to do that.
You were unable to speak with any receptionists that could confirm that Josh and Chris were at Nash Plumbing between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. on January 19, 2001?
That's correct.
You were unable to speak with any eyewitnesses that confirmed Josh and Chris were at Nash Plumbing between the hours of 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. on January 19, 2001?
That's correct.
You were unable to obtain any sign-in logs or visitor logs confirming their presence at Nash Plumbing at all on January 19, 2001?
You're correct.
You were unable to obtain any business records that confirmed that Chris and Josh went to Nash Plumbing on January 19, 2001?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, Chris claimed they loaded up. We've agreed on that. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
But you were unable to obtain any signed delivery or pickup receipts that supported that Chris was at Nash Plumbing on January 19, 2001. Is that right?
That's correct.
You were unable to obtain any invoices supporting that Chris Melton was at Nash Plumbing on January 19, 2001. Is that correct?
Correct.
And although they picked up supplies, you were unable to obtain any work orders that supported that Chris was at Nash Plumbing anytime on January 19, 2001.
That's correct.
Now, in regards to Chris and Josh and they worked together, Chris told you that Josh was his employee. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. You were not able to obtain any payroll stubs to confirm that they were employed together, were you?
Yes, sir. I was not assigned to do that.
Is that a no?
Yes, it's a no.
You did not collect any W-2s or 1099s confirming their employment together?
Did not.
To be fair, Elizabeth, Shih Tzus don't really have a ton of energy anyway. I have two myself, and they have a black belt in sleeping. But I'm so sorry that your little kiddo has influenza B. It is awful. I know several other people whose kiddos have it. I hope that your little one gets well very, very quickly.
Mr. Melton didn't even provide you with an employment contract showing that those two worked together.
No, he did not.
Did you obtain any work-related emails between the two?
No.
And I know it was 2001, but you didn't collect any work-related text messages between Josh and Chris, yes, correct? You were unable to interview any third-party coworkers that confirmed that Chris and Josh worked together. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Chris's father was with Chris during the January 19th interview. Is that right?
He was.
And during that interview, not even Chris's father confirmed that Josh and Chris worked together. Is that correct?
No, he was not asked to.
So we simply took Chris Melton's word for it.
At that point of the interview, that's what I did. Other folks were assigned to follow up on those things.
Yes, sir. Now, during your interview with Chris, he told you that his home and Josh's home was less than one mile apart. Is that correct?
I don't know if he gave me a direct. He did say they lived near each other.
Okay.
If I recall that correctly.
Do you recall Chris stating, drove back to their house, talked to let Josh off, that little guy. He lives like a mile from me. Do you remember? And obviously, Chris knew where Josh lived. Josh knew where Chris lived. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Detective Ricketts, you personally never investigated whether Josh and Chris were personal friends. Is that right?
I did not.
Now, Chris stated after going to Nash Plumbing, he went to Truck Customs. Is that fair?
Yes. If you'd like to refer my notes, but yes, that would be the second location.
Justin. Have you met with the state in this case?
I have.
Did you take notes of your meeting with the state?
I did not.
And then we'll go to the next page. All right, Detective Ricketts, what we're going to do for purposes of the record, I have a whiteboard here. We're going to write your name at the top, okay?
All right.
We're going to discuss the information that you were given. Is that fair? All right, so Ricketts at the top. Two T's.
Love the boards, the easel.
You write big.
Nothing like a good easel.
And underline.
Elizabeth, mine are
Chris, we're gonna write
Oscar
Josh.
and Vivica. They have made an appearance in the past year, several months ago.
Chris here, right, Josh there. First place Chris says is Nash Plumbing. Is that correct?
Yeah, on the 19th?
Correct.
Yes.
All right, can you write Nash Plumbing here? And Chris?
And for purposes of this, you may want to put the 19th on there because on the 21st, he added a location. So I don't know if you want to differentiate that or not.
So the first place is Nash Plumbing.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I mean, yes, sir.
We don't confirm that. Nash Plumbing.
Unconfirmed. This is really, really a good sign, I think, for the defense. This is the testimony they wanted to hear. This is going to pack a wallop.
Is that correct?
Can I? Yes, Truck Customs is number 2. Yes, sir.
Truck Customs. And he stated that they went to Truck Customs at 9:30 a.m. or earlier.
May I refer to these?
Absolutely. And 9:30. And I want to emphasize this language. He didn't say 9:30 or later. He said 9:30 or earlier. Is that right? And it's page 1 of 2.
He says, or maybe earlier. Yes, sir. You're correct.
To a home in Grayson. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And forgive me, we skipped something. He eventually tells you that he went to the bank, right?
Yes, sir.
Just the bank right there.
Good old bank. Slides that in.
In his Baker's murder.
I did not.
Did Chris provide any documentation confirming that he worked on or went to a home in Grayson, Georgia on the day of Miss Baker's murder?
To me, no.
Okay. So just for you, we just took his word for it. Is that right?
For this on the day of, yes, it's preliminary, and then Sunday the same.
Yes, sir. You put Grayson, Georgia after Truck Customs. Now, excluding Grayson, we can safely say that Miss Baker was killed between 7 a.m. and 11:32 a.m. Is that a fair window? And I can ask it a different way. At 11:32 a.m., the fire was reported. Would you agree with that?
Fire was reported at, I don't have notes on this, but at 9:00 whatever, the clock on her wall no longer worked.
Okay, perfect. That's
We
fine.
don't care what the
say
clock
7 to
said
9,
because
whatever.
we
So we'll
never
say 7 a.m. to 9
confirmed
a.m.
that
Is
it
that
was
fair?
in working order.
Okay, excellent. And you're aware at 7:45 a.m., a neighbor of Ms. Baker said they saw a white guy running through their backyard away from Ms. Baker's home. Is that correct?
Yes, that's not in my interview.
But you are aware of that?
I heard that, yes, sir.
Okay. So it's safe to say that if that person was the murderer of Ms. Baker, it's safe to say that the murder occurred before 7:45 a.m. Is that correct?
If that's the murderer.
Correct. Is that fair to say?
Yes, could be, yes.
So you knew that it was very important to confirm where Chris Melton, well, let me change that. It's fair to say that it would be very important to confirm Mr. Melton's whereabouts before 9 a.m. Is that fair?
Yes.
Oh, this is
And for
good
his alibi,
testimony
he
for them to
says,
hear a second
I started
time.
my day at my parents' house. Is that fair? And between, because this is a specific time, he says between 7:35 and 7:40, right? And Nash Plumbing, is that correct?
7:30, 7:45.
Okay. So based on what he told you, he's saying I'm either at Nash Plumbing or I'm at Truck Customs. Is that right? 9:30 or earlier. Is that correct?
Yes.
So after speaking with Chris, ACCPD's job becomes confirming Chris's alibi. Would you agree?
Yes.
Because if his alibi is false, would you agree that would suggest consciousness of guilt? Is that fair to say?
Ooh, yeah.
Let me rephrase it. Let me rephrase it in a better manner. If Chris Melton lied about his alibi, that would be significant in your investigation. Is that fair to say?
You had it right the first time,
Now,
Cruz.
we can agree that you actually took the next steps to trying to confirm Chris Melton's alibi. Is that fair?
Yes, I was part of that, but there were other detectives doing that also.
Yes, sir. You spoke with Josh McCurdy. Is that correct?
Yes.
You spoke with Mr. Bill Teeter. Is that right?
I did over the phone.
Okay. And you spoke with Josh McCurdy not on the 19th, but the next day, January 20th.
That's correct.
And it goes without saying, but it's the day after Miss Baker's death.
That's correct.
Now, Josh also told you they started their day at Nash Plumbing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You'll put Nash Plumbing here. And we've agreed that Nash Plumbing was unconfirmed.
From me, yes.
And if you put unconfirmed next to Nash Plumbing. Then after leaving Nash Plumbing, Josh says we go to Chick-fil-A for breakfast. Is that fair?
Yes, Josh brought Chick-fil-A up.
Say that one more time.
Josh brought Chick-fil-A up.
Thank you. And if we write Chick-fil-A under Nash Plumbing. And then Josh says at around 8 a.m., they went to a house in Grayson to check for leaks.
Yes, he gave 8 a.m. checking for leaks. Said behind the fire department on Georgia 20.
And I think we've already agreed Grayson, Georgia is unconfirmed for Chris. Is that right?
From me, yes.
If you put unconfirmed there.
Lots of
I think Grayson, Georgia,
unconfirmed in this
Grayson,
alibi,
Georgia, 8
y'all.
a.m. And did you confirm that Josh or Chris Melton were at Forsyth?
I did not.
Okay. Now, they did provide you with the name of Truck Customs. I believe he may have even provided you with the address of Truck Customs. Is that correct?
You may not have advised me of it, but we did get the address for Truck Customs.
Perfect. But he didn't provide you with the names of anybody he spoke with in Grayson, did he?
Grayson, no. I don't know if he did with other detectives, but he did not with me. That's not what we do.
So Grayson is unconfirmed. Chick-fil-A is unconfirmed. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. You put unconfirmed there. Grayson is unconfirmed. Chick-fil-A is unconfirmed.
Better than a ham sandwich, which
Just
is
by
what
me
I
to get my name
had.
on it. So yes, that's correct.
Correct. So you would agree
Chick-fil-A.
between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m., both Chris is unaccounted for by you and Josh is unaccounted for by you.
Have both their statements given at different times that corroborate where the other one was. So in this preliminary part of the investigation, we had a general idea of where they were, and that's what we were going with at that time.
Well, when it comes to murder, aggravated assault, aggravated sodomy, we want to have facts. Is that fair to say?
Correct. And in this early stage, the 19th, 20th, 21st, we're trying to get information on police. So a lot of times when you're taking these cases in first, you'll get somebody says this, as Chris did. He left information out on Wachovia, remembered it. Now, people forget things like that all the time. You've got Josh's, and then you interview these other ones, and all you're doing is taking and aligning their timeline. During that first 3 days, that's what we were doing, is just aligning that timeline, getting the stories where everybody was, and then
Except the
getting
timeline
DNA,
doesn't
fingerprints,
work.
and things of that nature in order to work the case to push on to the crime lab.
Correct. So I ask you this. You at that time, you were a law enforcement officer. Is that right?
That's correct.
And your job was to protect this community. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So as we talk today, why are you defending Chris Melton?
I'm defending the information that I gathered on the 19th, 20th, and the 21st.
Well, wouldn't it be an issue if Chris Melton says that they went to Grayson after 9:30 and Josh McCordy says that they went to Grayson at 8 a.m.?
Yes, but from the Wachovia video and whatever else, we've got that stamp at 9:08.
You're aware of the Wachovia video, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but our timeline is 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. 9:08 is outside of our murder timeline. We're saying 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. Josh and Chris are unaccounted for. Is that fair?
Well, yes, if you want to say it that way, but to be in the Chick-fil-A is right next door to that also. To be in that area in under an hour and 15 minutes from Fawn Road in Athens on morning rush on a Friday is going to be very difficult to do.
My question again, why are we defending Chris Melton?
Again, I'm defending what we were doing these first 3 days of this investigation.
But Detective Ricketts, you've told us that Chris's parents' home is only 40 miles away from Ms. Baker's home. And you've already said that January 19, 2001 was 9,000 days ago. How do you know what the traffic was like, Detective Ricketts?
The route that we're going to their house, I drive a good bit, but I'll just say if you're going to do it in an hour. During that time frame, someone from Athens, Clark County, I'm not sure who did that drive. It's going to take you approximately that amount of time. Now, again, not defending Chris. I'm explaining to you how investigations in those early 72 hours are done. We're trying to line up those statements.
Copy of this redacted. Of course, indulgence. And I just want to make sure I understand your testimony. Your testimony is it takes an hour to get from Mr. Melton's parents' home to Ms. Baker's home?
Yes, with traffic, I'm saying yes.
Well, hold on. Let's be clear.
So when I Google mapped it just a minute ago for you on the record, it said 1 hour and 4 minutes to do that 40 miles. So that was at 9:30, 10 o'clock in the morning past rush hour.
But you would agree in 2001, Athens wasn't the city it is now, right?
Judge, I would ask, Detective Ricketts was in the middle of an answer. Mr. Cruz cut him off with his next question. I'd ask Detective Ricketts to be able to finish his response.
We're going to allow him to finish his response, and then you make questions.
Sure.
That's
Anything
actually
you wanted to
not
add?
how
No, I was just going off the recollection of what I pulled up at
But-
10:30 in the morning on Google right now. And yes, I'm sure traffic was different in 2001.
Well, let's talk about this. It's 10:30.
Totally agree,
If,
Elizabeth.
we've already discussed
Bailey.
this. If the person seen running committed this crime, he would have been traveling before 7:45. Is that fair?
Okay, yes, sir.
Okay. And he could have been traveling, we don't know, at 6:45 a.m. Is that right?
I don't know.
Okay. But you do know, as you just told this jury, that at 10:30 on February 10th, 2026, it's an hour and 4 minute drive.
Yes, sir, only because you asked me to look it up. That's the only reason I know
But
that.
that's irrelevant to our conversation about January 19th, 2001. Is that fair to say?
2001.
Okay.
Exactly.
Is that fair to say? Would you-
Yes, sir. That'll be fine.
Now, we have a discrepancy in the alibis, right? We have Josh saying Chick-fil-A. We have Mr. Melton not saying Chick-fil-A. Is that fair?
Yes, sir. They're both saying that. One saying Chick-fil-A, one saying that.
One saying what?
One saying Chick-fil-A and one saying the Wachovia Bank.
So you're saying the bank and Wachovia are next to each other?
They're close, sir.
So how do we explain Josh saying Chick-fil-A before 8 a.m. and Chris saying Chick-fil-A after 9 a.m.?
Say that again.
Sure. Your testimony was that the Wachovia is right next to the bank. Is that fair?
Yes, they're close together.
And you just made the statement that Josh said Chick-fil-A, Chris said bank. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Josh said Chick-fil-A before 8 a.m. Is that correct?
He did.
Okay. Chris says bank after 9 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that's a discrepancy. Is that fair?
Or both things could be true. Chris could have gone by that Chick-fil-A and then gone back to the bank. The bank doesn't open until 9.
So my question is this: Why are you defending Chris Melton?
I'm not. You're asking for information, and I'm trying to give it to you from the 72 hours that we were working the very first. Now, in this, from the 19th, 20th, and 21st, not even working this case, I believe we did 20 some odd. I did 20 some odd interviews during that time. Typically, this is what happens during those first 72 hours is just trying to get timelines. And then over time, you start pulling those timelines together.
Do you know if Mr. Falls got that courtesy?
I don't work here anymore, sir, so I don't.
But we can't agree that Chris Melton got that courtesy.
I don't think Chris Melton got the courtesy. I think we worked the case.
Well, officer, we just talked about this. You said that you explained that the reason Josh said Chick-fil-A and Chris said the bank, you said two things could be true at once. You're saying they could have went, and this is your testimony, they could have went to, I guess, to Chick-fil-A by the bank first, and then after 9 a.m. went back to the bank. That was your testimony. Is that right?
Yeah, when we were looking at this during this time frame. So when you take somebody who's been involved in a crime or whatever else, and they've been a victim of crime, and they're giving witness statements.
A victim of a crime?
Things are recalled the next day or so. He forgot Wachovia, which is a timestamp thing. Don't know why he forgot that until Sunday. Don't know. Normal people, through the course of doing investigations for almost 35 years, do not walk through and timestamp their day. They can give you approximates and say this and that.
I don't know that anyone heard that little slip right there, but calling him a victim so soon after the crime, sir, everybody is a suspect at the beginning. That's my understanding. Everything I've ever watched or been involved in. And so why are you stating he's a victim of a crime? You don't know that. You don't know that at all.
The majority of people I've interviewed for homicides, whatever else, I'm not saying at the bank I was at 908, whatever else. Now, I just understand this was a timeline of 3 days where we're trying to put people where they're supposed to be. And I'm testifying to those 3 days, what I did on those. And some of it, like I told you, I didn't do those interviews, so I cannot answer that for you.
Sure.
We're trying to put people in those spots and then see what evidence moves from there.
You would agree that Ms. Baker is the victim in this case?
100%.
Since January 19, 2001, Ms. Baker was the victim. Is that correct?
100%.
And her family were victims. Is that correct?
100%.
And ACCPD's job as law enforcement officers are to make sure the victims are taken care of. Is that right?
Yes.
And to solve those crimes, correct?
Yes.
And when questions pop up as a law enforcement officer, your job is to answer those questions. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Your job is not to explain away those questions. Would you agree?
I'm not. I'm explaining away 72 hours.
I'm not saying my specific question is your job is not to explain away those questions. I'm not speaking.
I'm sorry. I took it as you were implying, but no, it's not. I agree with you.
Now, January 20th, 2001, you spoke with Mr. Bill Teeter. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, over the phone.
And Bill Teeter is the gentleman that worked at Truck Customs.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You had no reason to believe whatsoever that Mr. Teeter and Mr. Melton were personal friends.
At that time, no. On the 21st, no.
Okay. And based on your interaction with Mr. Teeter, you understand that Chris Melton's relationship with Mr. Teeter was solely as a customer.
At that time, yes, sir.
And you would agree that gives Mr. Teeter a certain type of credibility, right?
Yes.
You would have no reason to lie for Chris Melton. Is that fair?
Yes.
They would have no reason to try to cover up for Chris Melton. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. And Mr. Teeter told you that Chris came to his shop around 10 a.m. Is that right?
Yes, sir. I believe that's correct.
box here. Put Teeter in the box. So we could say that Chris's trip to truck customs was confirmed. Is that fair?
Yes, sir. He said Chris had to come by there once in the morning around 10 a.m. The only appointment Chris had that day was for 4 o'clock. The initial appointment in the morning, the reason he said if on the tape is it was just to show up for a measurement, and that was a stop in. They measure the compartment or whatever else, and then they go, and then would come back for that appointment later in the day. Okay. So the appointment was for 4 o'clock.
So we've confirmed around 10 a.m., correct? But we still have not confirmed that window between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
So based on what Mr. Teeter told you, it is fair to say when Chris Melton told you that he went to truck customs at 9:30 or earlier, that was not true. Is that correct?
His timeline was off on that one. His truck customs, if he'd have left Wachovia to go there, he would have been there right around 10.
Detective
Oh, on that one.
if you can answer this question, sure. Do you feel the need to explain for Chris Melton?
Again, you're asking about a timeline, and I'm trying to explain to you from where that Wachovia was to truck customs is not a very far.
Well, this was my question. My question was,
Not
now
very
I asked a different
far.
way. Chris said he was at truck customs from 9:30 or earlier. Do you agree?
That's what he said. Yes, sir.
Bill Teeter said that he was at truck customs around 10 a.m.
That's correct.
Okay. And you would agree this is significant because once you told Chris Melton that you talked to Bill Teeter, he changed the time that he was at truck customs to 11 to 12:30 a.m. Is that fair to say?
The second interview is when he mentioned that he went to Wachovia.
Officer, we're talking about truck customs.
Yes.
Okay.
So, and that's why I believe his timeline just slid just a little bit, but that was a timeline from 9:30 to 10:30.
Did Mr. Falls get the same courtesy from law enforcement to explain any
Excuses.
discrepancies he may have had?
I'm going to object to the form of the question as being argumentative as well as lack of personal knowledge. As Detective Ricketts has already said, he never worked the case at the point that Mr. Foster entered it.
I withdraw the question, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Yes, ma'am.
He withdrew the question. What are you sustaining? Shut up.
But after you told Mr. Melton that you talked to Mr. Teeter, Chris Melton then changed his time to somewhere between 11 a.m. and 12:30 a.m. Is that correct?
I don't know if I told Chris that I talked to Bill or not. I cannot testify to that. Chris told us about that, though, the evening he came in and brought up Wachovia, which in a normal investigation, somebody bringing something else that they did that day is not that far out of the realm of possibility.
Okay. So this is possibility here. You say this would be normal for Mr. Melton?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On the morning that Ms. Tara Baker was killed, this is normal.
What do you mean by normal?
Sure. You said this is not outside the realm of possibility.
I'm talking generalizing an investigation when somebody comes back in with a time. Like I said before, people don't roll through their day now pretty much with timestamp, especially in 2001. With phones and everything we have now, you can timestamp pretty stinking well. I'm just saying that's along the realm of that kind of ballpark window that we're looking for just to keep things for that initial 72 hours.
Well, I would like to talk about police. Police, they live in timestamps. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Police, they confirm. If you say you went somewhere, a police officer's job is to confirm it, correct?
That's correct.
Because you got to give answers to the community. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
You have to give answers to the family. Is that right?
That's correct.
And if the family asks you, where was Chris Melton at 8 a.m., an appropriate answer isn't, well, in the general realm of possibilities, he could have been anywhere between these places. Is that fair to say?
I understand what you're saying, and yes, that is fair to say. And in that first 72 hours, we're putting in on the timestamps of what's happening in that first 72 hours.
Yes, sir. Would you have any reason to disagree with me in the multiple interviews you conducted with Chris Melton? He has never stated that he went to Chick-fil-A.
No, sir, he's not to me. And again, he may have to some other investigators after that, but not to me.
Sure. And we've already agreed that you never personally confirmed that Josh went to Chick-fil-A, right? That's not confirmed.
By me, yes, sir.
And we've agreed that you talked to Chris the second time on January 21st, 2001. Is that right? Now, his parents were present. Well, his father was present at the interview. Is that fair?
Yes, they drove him there. But at the interview, I believe it's just Detective Newton and myself.
Now, during your interview with Josh told you that he had worked with Chris for a year. Do you recall Josh making that statement? However, Chris told you that he had only met Josh in December of 2020. Is that fair? I'm sorry, December of 2000. Please forgive me.
I understand that. I've done that a lot lately. I don't know. Is that in my notes?
It's in the recording.
That's a good possibility. Then I won't argue that with you.
So, December 2000 was just a month from Miss Baker's death. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And if you can, write Chris 1 month, Josh 1 year. And this
solicits that information.
Those 3 days, what I did on those. And some of it, like I told you, I didn't do those interviews, so I cannot answer.
Sorry.
Sure.
We're trying to put people in those spots and then see what evidence moves from there.
You would agree that Miss Baker is the victim in this case?
100%.
Since January 19, 2000.
I'm
now
so
people
sorry.
can timestamp pretty stinking well.
I'm
just saying that's along the realm of that kind of ballpark.
Okay.
And that would be on the recorded interview. You know,
He said he's in the bank for around 30 minutes. That's just what I typed in my notes.
Would you have any reason to disagree that he specifically said 35 minutes?
I put 30 in my notes, but 35 won't be a.
Would you like to hear the audio recording?
Yes, sir. I'm fine.
And if that's true, that Chris Melton spent 35 minutes in the bank on Friday, January 19th, you would agree that it's not an insignificant amount of time to spend in the bank. Is that right?
No, sir.
Okay. However, Josh never mentions going to the bank for 35 minutes with Chris, does he?
He does not.
In fact, he never mentions the bank at all. Is that right?
He does not.
Oh, this is so bad for the prosecution. If they hear all of this again, y'all, this is like the timestamp that, you know,
Now, we've agreed that
never
Chris'
30
father was
minutes
with him
and
on the
it
January
really was
19th and
on
January
Monday,
21st
and he
interview.
was
Is that fair?
applying for a
I don't believe he said
loan.
it on the 21st. He did sit in on the 19th.
Okay, so we'll discuss the 19th. Chris's father never agreed with the statement that Chris left his home between 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. on January 19th while he was present in an interview with you.
Yes, sir. Not in that interview.
And during the weekend of January 19, 2001, you did not speak with Mr. Melton's mother. Is that correct?
I did not.
Now, Dad knows that Tara has passed away. Mr. Melton's dad. Is that right? Okay. Dad knows that Mr. Melton's son has conducted an interview with law enforcement. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
But Mom never calls you, Mr. Melton's mom. She never calls you and says, "Hey, Detective Ricketts, Chris was here with me that morning of Tara's death." Is that right?
No, sir. I did not do that.
Chris's parents don't reach out to law enforcement at all. Is that correct?
Except for coming to the police department twice voluntarily.
With Chris. Is that right? Only Josh and Chris are the only two people that stated that they left Chris Melton's parents' home around 7:15 a.m. Is that correct? And as of January 21st, 2001, with your involvement in the investigation, besides Josh, there were no other witnesses or documents confirming where Mr. Melton was between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. on January 19, 2001.
Past the
Not in
21st, I
this
cannot answer
trial.
that. But from the 21st backwards, that's correct.
I believe you mentioned this on direct. You told Chris that Tara was probably sexually assaulted. Do you recall telling Chris that?
I did.
Okay. And when you told Chris that, he didn't start crying, did he?
No, sir.
Okay. Chris didn't become upset, did he?
No, sir.
Chris didn't say, "I need a moment to myself." Is that fair?
No, numerous times during the interview he stopped. But no, sir, he did not.
Okay. And Chris didn't say, "I hope you find who did this before I do." Is that correct?
Not on the 19th. Mentioned it on the 21st while we were at the jail at the jail at the phlebotomist, getting blood work done there. Just a statement he made in the hallway. But yes, sir, not during an interview or anything of that nature.
Can you show us that statement in your
It's
notes?
not in there, sir.
And we've already agreed that January 19th was over 9,000 days ago.
100%.
But Chris did ask you about the evidence in the case. Is that fair to say? And specifically, Detective Ricketts, Chris asked in response to you telling Chris that Tara was sexually assaulted, did you find some stuff on her like semen? Do you recall Chris asking that question in response to you telling him that Ms. Baker had been sexually assaulted?
Yes, sir.
Did you find that odd that his response was about asking questions about the evidence?
No, for a couple reasons of sexual assaults. And that's one of the reasons John Newton and some of those folks were brought in for the sexual assault is if he's not sure she's been raped, sometimes people wander down that road of how do you know that this person was sexually assaulted?
So can I ask you this before you finish? So it's normal to tell someone that's engaged or preparing to be engaged to another person that the love of their life has been sexually assaulted, and before they say anything,
Object to the form of the question as being argumentative, Judge. I'd also ask that the witness be allowed to finish the answer they were giving before they were interrupted by Mr. Cruz.
I think that is correct, actually. I'm going to sustain the objection. It is argumentative.
Yes, ma'am.
And if this witness chooses to finish his statement, he may. Otherwise, you may continue.
I'll withdraw the question.
Okay, yes, sir.
We've established that Chris Melton was in his vehicle on January 19, 2001. Is that correct?
At the police department?
No, the morning of January 19, 2001.
Yes, sir.
You would agree that you did not search Chris Melton's vehicle for the presence of Miss Baker's blood. Is that correct?
No, sir. From the 19th to the 21st, I did not.
Well, any other time past the 21st?
I did not. No, sir.
Would you agree that it's important to search a vehicle in a murder case? If it requires travel, let me add that. If the murder would require travel, you would agree that it's important to check the vehicle.
If you had a viable suspect at that time, then yes.
And Chris Melton was not a viable suspect at that time?
That time, through everything we were getting was coming voluntarily. Timeline was coming together. So at that time, by the 21st, he was not.
Well, what choice did he have, officer? Because you stated if he didn't agree to blood, you would have got a warrant.
Did not tell him that.
But it's true, right?
100% I would have. That was part of the interview when I started with him. At the very beginning of the tape, I make it very clear to Mr. Melton that he's there voluntarily and giving me a free and open statement. Because going into that interview, I don't know if he's a suspect or I don't know if he's a boyfriend of a victim. So as you start going down, that's what these 3 days are for, is to try to figure out what that person is and then what do I need to get to prosecute this.
Okay. So my question, my specific question to you, and if you can answer it with a yes or a no, he didn't have an option but to give blood. Is that right?
He did have an option. Yes. At that time, he could have told me no.
And you would have got a search warrant and still got his blood.
We wouldn't have got blood that day, but I'd had to see a judge and move forward.
Okay. So you would have had his blood regardless?
Yes, sir. But at that time, he was not told, hey, if you don't give this to me, I'm going to go get a warrant.
Sure, that's fair. And as far as coming to the police department voluntarily, were you the one that called the family and told them to come to Athens?
No, what do you mean by the family?
Sure, Miss Baker's family.
Oh, no, sir.
Okay, but you are aware that officers called them and told them to come to Athens. Is that correct?
I would 100% believe that. Yes, sir.
Okay. But to your knowledge, no one called.
I'm going to check something really quickly here because I see someone moving around. Sorry, just a second. No. Never mind.
Called Chris and told Chris to come to Athens. Is that fair?
They're
Well,
moseying
Chris
along.
was paged by Miss Baker.
Law enforcement. We're talking about law enforcement.
Well, that's not the question he asked, Judge, and I think the witness is entitled to answer the question that he was asked.
You're going to allow him to answer.
Well, I withdraw the question, Your Honor. I withdraw that question. Did law enforcement call Chris Melton to come to Athens?
To my knowledge, no.
So he voluntarily went to Athens the day that he found out that his girlfriend was murdered.
Yes.
Okay. And you all asked Chris Melton to identify the body. Is that correct?
Lieutenant Durham, I believe, is the person that I can't testify to who asked him, but yes, he was asked to identify the body.
That's fair. And Chris Melton, you said that he didn't appear with a lawyer. Is that right?
He did not.
Okay. If he appeared with a lawyer, that would have looked a bit suspicious to you?
It would have been way out of the norm.
So if Chris is trying to avoid looking suspicious, the best thing to do is to appear voluntarily. Is that correct?
I don't believe so.
What? You talked about the injuries to Chris Melton's hands taken on January 21st, 2001?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Chris told you that those injuries came from punching a wall?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we would agree that that is drywall in that picture. Is that right?
It is.
Okay, we would agree that injuries to Mr. Melton's hands look like scratches. Is that correct?
Look like abrasions would be what I'd call them. Abrasions.
Help me, what's the difference between abrasions and scratches?
Abrasions is usually when you hit something and it slides, it's open. A scratch is usually a line or whatever else, and abrasion is usually wider open. So if you look at the picture, there's more of an abrasion, a hit, that kind of thing.
Sure.
Sure.
Your Honor, can we turn on the projector?
Oh, Mr. Cruz, I love you. We're going to zippity zip again.
I don't have a pointer, but if you look over to the index
There you
finger,
go. Just lovely looking
the
hand.
ring finger and the next finger over it, that's what I'm calling abrasions right there. There's some other stuff on there that are nick scratches, things of that nature, but that's what I mean by abrasions, just that larger hit of something of that nature.
And this is my follow-up question. Did you confirm that Mr. Melton, well, let me say this. Mr. Melton told you on the 21st that he punched the wall. Is that right?
That's correct.
You all didn't take pictures of the wall until 2 days later. Is that correct?
I believe it's the 23rd when I went over there.
Correct. Did you confirm with anyone else that Chris Melton punched the wall and that's where those injuries came from?
I did not, but I believe somebody talked to his roommate in one of the reports.
Well, he said that his roommate wasn't present when it occurred, officer.
The only other person that would have been in the house is just the two of them then.
So you don't know if they talked to the roommate, is what you're saying?
No, I'm saying somebody else did, but I did not talk to that roommate.
Oh, this is so bad. I forgot how bad it was.
Now, on January 23rd and 24th, 2001, you obtained a hair sample from Chris Melton. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And this was done with Detective Newton?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall requesting and obtaining a court order for phone number 678-725-4136?
I believe that was the 24th that I did the hair samples. Is that correct? Before I think I said yes, but I want to make sure I'm on the same page with
That is correct. I have the 23rd and 24th.
Okay, the 24th. I have the 23rd, 24th written in there, but I just want to make sure that's the date you're talking about.
That is fair.
What you're looking at?
No, sir, just my notes.
Okay. Yes, we did do hair samples on those days.
Okay. And you also obtained a court order for phone number 678-725-4136. Is that correct?
If I signed for it, then yes, sir, I did. I don't have a signed copy of that with me.
Would you like to see it?
Yes, sir.
Can we take a break just in case the jurors need to use the bathroom?
Just let you keep going, Mr. Cruz.
She's something else.
That's my signature.
And that number was for, excuse me, you recognize that document, you recognize that court order?
I do recognize the court order in my signature, yes, sir.
Okay. And the 678-725-4136 number belonged to Mr. Melton's cell phone. Is that correct?
From my recollection, I believe so. I can look back at my notes, but I think that's what he gave me.
And I believe it's listed in the court order itself, officer.
Yes, sir, but I want to make sure that's the same number he gave me at the interview. Is that
Understood. I do.
Hang on one second. But I believe you're correct.
Do y'all believe there's a possibility
Okay.
that Chris Melton's hands looked that way when he fingerprinted them and he never noticed it? Because I think there's every bit of possibility. We're approaching now. I'm going to zippity zip us some more. Let me see if I can do it this other way.
Mr. Ricketts, I want to go back and talk to you about some answers that you started during
that was from the-
cross-examination before being
the
cut
end.
off. Mr. Cruz asked you a series of questions about whether you recall certain sporting events that occurred back in 2001, the Super Bowl, the World Series, things like that. And then you began to give an answer that talked about the differences between this horrific crime and those sporting events in your mind and your ability to recall certain facts.
Shut up, Yamaguchi.
How is it that the murder of Miss Baker is different than the Super Bowl or the World Series from 2000 and 2001 to you?
From the fall of 2000 to 2001, unfortunately, I worked numerous homicides and then a serial rape case. And in this case, those incidents leave a lasting impression, if that makes sense. So it's not something that you forget. Now, when you read over your reports and records, you remember it. Those small things come back, the details come back. When you start reading back through your reports, it opens up stuff, if that makes sense.
Yes, sir, it does. There was another question where you started to give an answer and Mr. Cruz cut you off and then withdrew his question. It had to do with you beginning to talk about what you would have done if you had noticed a bunch of things or a thick coating on Mr. Melton's hands. Do you mind telling the jury what you would have done?
Objection. That was drawn out on direct examination, not cross-examination. Mr. Alamachili asked him what he would have done if he saw items on his hand when he was fingerprinted. So I would ask, I I would object to that question. That was nothing that came up on cross as far as what he would have done. That was the record.
Okay, what is your specific objection, then, Mr. Cruz? Mischaracterization, perhaps?
Characterization and relevance. It doesn't
All right.
follow the line of cross-examination.
All right. Mr. Yamashita, you care to respond to the objection?
Yes, Your Honor. I've got it in my notes underneath Mr. Cruz's cross. Obviously, the court will recall that in whatever way the court recalls it. But Detective Ricketts was in the process of explaining what he would have done if it were some kind of thick coating, and then Mr. Cruz stopped him in his answer.
Okay, I'm going to allow it. You may continue.
All right. So,
Of course.
Detective Ricketts, I'm going to kind of ask you that question again. During cross-examination, Mr. Cruz stopped you in the middle of your answer as you were discussing what you would have done had you found a thick coating of things on Mr. Melton's hands. Can you explain to the jury
And I too
what
can
you would
tell you
have
the
done if you had
Detroit
seen that?
Lions did not.
I'm going to overrule the objection. You may continue.
Well, number one, if it's a large amount, you can't be fingerprinted. So that would interfere with just the fingerprinting if there was a large amount. Now, on the back of the hands or whatever else, there wasn't enough stuff on his hands to cover up anything that might have been there.
I think
You
there's
could
a
easily see
possibility.
it. So there would have been things that we would have had to take pictures, and then
but I'm not positive.
we'd had to move with Lieutenant Durham and some other ways that we would have gone on from that moment on. But those were not noticed. And again, I'm literally holding his hand while I fingerprint him. I mean, my hands are holding finger by finger as I flip that hand over. I'm having to hold his hand.
There's still an hour
Also,
to go
during
from
your
this
testimony,
just so you
after
all know.
the distance from 160 Fawn Drive to Mr. Melton's parents' residence was established, you testified to a timing run that was done by ACCPD at the time. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I just want to clarify that because I feel like it might have gotten lost in your testimony and questions coming in while you were talking.
Your Honor, this calls for hearsay. We explicitly did not ask him about the time stamp. We disagree with the time stamp was given. But the reason we didn't ask that is because we know under the law that is hearsay.
All right. Any response to the objection?
Well, Judge, this is a response that was given to Mr. Cruz's question about what was done. The response is about what ACCPD did at the time. And the answer was given during Mr. Cruz's cross-examination. I'm just going back to talk about that answer. That answer wasn't objected to or asked to be struck or otherwise identified as hearsay by Mr. Cruz at the time. So it's in evidence, and I think it's an appropriate grounds for redirect examination.
All right. Yes, sir.
Just ask Your Honor. I'll leave it to the discretion of the honorable court. But if that door is open, the reason I didn't go down the impeachment route with that line of question is because I wanted to follow the law. That isn't appropriate to bring out of a witness. That was non-responsive to my question. But if the state is allowed to go down that line of question, I would just ask the honorable court to allow us to follow up with that line as well on recross examination.
Okay. Thank you, sir. The objection was with regard to hearsay. I don't find that this question is going to elicit hearsay. I'm going to allow you to ask it. Certainly on any recross, we will address any issue that the state might object to. We'll take it up again if we need to, but you may go ahead.
All right. And so, Detective Ricketts, what was it that you stated was the time period when ACCPD or law enforcement?
Wouldn't it be funny if the reason the jury wanted to replay this testimony is because they wanted to hear how biased Judge Lott was? I know that's never, ever going to be the case, but in my mind, I can fantasize.
Did a test run back in 2001.
It was over an hour with traffic. So it took them just a little bit over an hour to make that drive.
Okay. About your familiarity with some of these areas in Loganville, Grayson, Truck Customs. During your testimony, you made reference to the fact that you drive that route at least semi-frequently. I'm not asking you an address where you live, but in general terms, what area of the state of Georgia do you live in?
Toward Gwinnett County, that way off 78.
Are you familiar with these areas that we've been discussing, kind of independent of your investigation?
Gwinnett County to Athens is irrelevant to any facts that are already in evidence in this case.
All right. There's a relevance objection. Mr. Yamashita.
So is the objection to the follow-up question that I asked or the answer that Mr. Ricketts gave to the previous question? I'm just not sure.
Go ahead.
To the follow-up question, Your Honor.
All right. Do you want to respond?
Yes, I do, Judge. The follow-up question was, are you familiar with the areas that we've been discussing as it relates to Loganville, Truck Customs, and Grayson? So I think that is relevant.
Okay. Is that your objection, Mr. Cruz?
The follow-up question, Your Honor. The follow-up, he asked him about Gwinnett County to these parts around here, Your Honor. That is not relevant. Mr. Melton stayed in Loganville, which is outside of Gwinnett County. So Gwinnett County to Athens is irrelevant in this case.
Okay. Let me just say this. I think you're referring to the question before the follow-up question, but we can talk about that. I think that is your objection. All right. And so that question has already been asked and answered, but let's let the state, if they choose to, respond to the objection about relevance when you asked about the Gwinnett County.
Because I need to figure out how I can allow it.
I think Detective Ricketts, during cross-examination, indicated he was familiar with that general route. And now I'm going back to establish why it is that Detective Ricketts is familiar with that general route. And then, obviously, court heard the follow-up question, which had nothing to do with Gwinnett County. It had to do with his familiarity with these specific areas that we've been discussing.
All right. I'm going to overrule the objection. You may continue.
So Detective Ricketts, I'll go back. I'll ask that question again. So
Told
as
you.
it relates to the discussions we've had about Loganville, Truck Customs, and Grayson, are you familiar with those areas?
Yes, sir. It's like a small triangle. They were there together. Loganville, Grayson, all those little areas are very close to each other, like in a triangle.
And so when you say very close, let's just talk about Loganville and Grayson. How close are we talking about?
5 miles or so. I mean, they almost
Let
touch
me
each other. I
know
would say.
in the chat if you all think this is what kind of a sign this is that so quickly they had a question.
Repeatedly during cross-examination, Mr. Cruz made reference to you being unable to obtain documents from Nash Plumbing and some of these other locations that both Mr. Melton and Mr. McCurdy said that they both went to. I just want to clarify, because I think sometimes unable can leave a certain impression. Did you ever actually even attempt to do that?
I did not.
Okay. So is it fair to say that you didn't ask and then someone wasn't able to produce them? It's just that you yourself never asked.
That's correct.
Okay. Also want to talk a little bit about differences in timelines. And obviously, Mr. Cruz had Mr. Hill write some things on the flip chart. I don't need the flip chart. Detective Ricketts, in your having received all that information from Mr. Melton, Mr. McCurdy, and Mr. Teeter about Mr. Melton and Mr. McCurdy's whereabouts on January 19th of 2001, was there anything that you received from those individuals that caused you concern about the integrity of those statements regarding where they were?
No, similar to the whiteboard, we use a similar thing, except we go across. And on any kind of investigation we started back when I did those, and even to this day, we would go across with a timeline, and you get the second subject, and you go across with a timeline, and you get the third and the fourth and the fifth, and you start looking for consistencies and inconsistencies in those timelines. In this first 72 hours, just because Chris came back and remembered the bank, again, like I said when Mr. Cruz was talking to me, that's not abnormal for the timelines not to be minute by minute, to be some overlap. So on that first 72 hours, we weren't concerned about that overlap. We weren't concerned about any of that. We wanted to move on toward getting fingerprints, DNA, and push the investigation that way. So we were trying to secure all that, but that timeline didn't give me any pause at the beginning. Now, we've had investigations before, just to give you a this or that, investigations where as soon as you put the timelines on, you're like, they're in another world. So when they're close together and you can put that line close together on a board, you can kind of work that out. And I wasn't, in that first 72 hours, I was not at all uncomfortable in what we were doing.
And so as far as these variations that you saw and that we've talked about between Mr. Melton, Mr. McCurdy, and Mr. Teeter, would those be consistent with variations that you had experienced in other investigations that you had?
Yes.
Okay. Was there anything unusual to you about those things not being minute for minute exactly the same?
In the first 72 hours plus, no. In that first 96 hours, nothing was out of that realm of that I was concerned about, that I needed to move on quicker, if that makes sense.
Right. And so I'm going to ask you, Mr. Cruz asked you about things that Mr. Melton's father may have said or not said to law enforcement. Was there another law enforcement officer who followed up with Mr. Melton's father?
In my recollection, yes. Lieutenant Durham was sectioning out what needed to be done. Again, as for this case, on that weekend, that Friday, Saturday, I was scheduled to be back going to school on Monday, leaving the state. Canceled that trip because of Friday. This was way more important. But Lieutenant Durham was assigning people to do those tasks, to do those follow-ups. So yes, sir, somebody was assigned to do that follow-up and talk to that person.
Do you believe, one second. Taft would help refresh your recollection.
Yes.
Relevance, improperly attempting to refresh a witness's recollection are my two objections. So relevance, improper attempt to refresh recollection. Those are my two objections.
Okay. I'm not sure I know what you're trying to refresh. You didn't finish the question. So he's made two objections.
So first, as to the relevance factor, this would be information that Mr. Cruz solicited on cross-examination about statements made by Mr. Melton's father to law enforcement regarding Mr. Melton's whereabouts. So that's one. Relevance. It is absolutely relevant, even independent of Mr. Cruz's questions on cross-examination, but certainly at the point that the information is solicited on cross-examination, it would be relevant in a redirect. Improperly refreshing the witness's recollection. What the law says about that is that a witness's recollection can be refreshed with anything, including things that might not make sense. I could hand him a pack of exhibit stickers and ask him if it refreshes his recollection, and it may or may not. So I don't think that that's a valid legal objection in this circumstance.
Blah, 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 blah.
Double hearsay. It's a report from one person that he's going to show the detective to ask, or I guess refresh his recollection as to what a third person said. So I add that objection as well.
Well, and Your Honor, if I may respond to the new objection. So once Mr. Cruz solicits that information on cross-examination, I believe he's barred from raising an objection during the redirect examination as to that same information.
This was all in front of the
One more
jury.
time, yes, sir.
I know Your Honor knows the law. I'll just leave it there.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cruz. All right, with regard to
And they're
the
gonna hear it
relevance, I certainly find that this is relevant based upon both examinations this court has heard with regard to this witness. I'm going to overrule the relevance objection. With regard to the refreshing recollection, you are entitled to refresh this witness's recollection if it does. So you may refresh this recollection with anything. We're going to take it from there, and then I'll make a ruling on the hearsay objection. So you may go ahead with the refreshing recollection if you can.
Thank you, Judge. I'm going to produce a copy of the police report from May 4th of 2000.
Understand how another detective's police report will refresh this witness's recollection. The foundation hasn't even, he never 2001. He hasn't laid the foundation that this officer even read this report, John.
All right, thank you. All right, any response to that objection before I make a ruling?
No, Your Honor.
All right. The law is that if a witness does not recall, the state can ask, or the defense, any party can ask to refresh a recollection. It doesn't mean that the witness's recollection is going to be refreshed, but any party is entitled to use a document, an object, an audio recording, a visual recording, anything can be used to attempt to refresh a witness's recollection. I'm going to allow the state to attempt to refresh a recollection, and we're going to take it from there. So I'm going to overrule your objection, allow you to continue, and then we'll take it from there. I'll rule then, if necessary, on the other part of Mr. Cruz's objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Such
a show. Theatrics.
Please review it. And once you've had a chance to review it, let me know.
We're zipping through this because he's.
Have you had a chance to review that report from Detective Taft?
Yes, this was one of the assignments.
Hold on 1 second before we get into any other testimony. Has reviewing that report helped refresh your recollection as to what other law enforcement may have done related to George Melton, Mr. Chris Melton's father?
I knew a detective had gone and interviewed them both. I just couldn't remember if it was her or John or Painter. Not Painter, but anyway, I knew it was one of the ones. But yes, this is the recollection of the report that I remember seeing.
Okay, all right. So I'll come get that back from.
All right, and at this point, since the recollection has been refreshed, I'm going to send the jury out for just a moment and take something up outside your presence. Please don't discuss the case. Thank you.
Oh boy, let's see how far we need to go here.
Arguing.
I don't care to hear any of this argument. We want the actual testimony.
Solicited information make which, however, then he's then barred from raising an objection to the other party talking about those same statements.
And
so what we've endeavored to do
then we
on for the family and for the time that they got up in the morning and at the time that the helper showed up to go.
Before
We'll
we took that brief break, I believe you had just reviewed a police report from Detective Rebecca Taft from May 4th of 2001. And I'll ask you the same question I just asked you previously. Having reviewed that report, did it refresh your recollection as it related to George Melton's statements to law enforcement?
Yes, it did refresh my memory on that Becky was the one that went out to the residence, interviewed the family, and got those timelines on for the family and for the time that they got up in the morning and at the time that the helper showed up to Josh got there that morning.
And so as it relates to the date that we're discussing, are we talking about the night of January 18th, that Thursday, into the morning of January 19th, that Friday?
Correct. She had a time when she got up and then he was up that morning.
Okay. And I want you to, let's limit your testimony to what George Melton said. As it relates to George Melton, did he make any statements to law enforcement regarding Chris's whereabouts on the morning of January 19th of 2001?
He did. He said that he was there on the morning of the 19th when Josh showed up to pick him up and was there that morning from, I think the time frame I saw was like 6:15 that morning.
Okay. And when you say there, where are they referring to?
At that residence.
Okay. And would that be the residence of Mr. Melton's mother and father?
That's correct.
Okay.
It wouldn't help. This is the most bizarro world court I've ever seen. I should have my
Ricketts,
bizarro
I'm
world.
going to hand Mr. Cruz what's been marked as State's Exhibits 149 through 157. And after he's done reviewing them, I'll hand them to you.
Yes, sir.
Since we're back in this craziness, Judge Lott, she's crazy. I'm going to flippity flip and zippity zip again.
Yes, sir.
Since we're going to look at the top of his
And
bald head.
kind of collectively, not individually each one, but generally, what are all those pictures?
These are the photos that Detective Newton took while we were at the hospital at Athens Regional, where the blood work was done. We had Chris remove his shirt, and we took pictures of his upper torso, his arms, his back, his neck, pretty much every part of his body except the groin. We had him pull his pants really up in his underwear so we could see pictures of his legs, feet, back of the feet, everywhere on his body, and just mark any abrasions or scratches or anything that we saw on the body.
And those images, do they appear to be true and accurate depictions of Mr. Melton's appearance in the photographs taken on January 21st of 2001?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Judge, I move to tender those at this time.
Any objection, Mr. Cruz?
No, ma'am.
They are admitted.
Your Honor, if I could publish them on the notes of the jury.
You may.
And purposes of the record, obviously the jury can see it themselves, but what are we looking at in States 149?
We're in the clinical room where the where the phlebotomist was. This is the front picture of the torso. In another photo, there's a minor scratch on the left arm right there of the patient or I'm sorry, I keep at the EMS mode. I work EMS, so I apologize.
Chris Melton.
On Mr. Melton on his left arm there, and it's just the front of him with his shirt off.
Okay. And then I want to point out one other thing. You said the word phlebotomist. What is a phlebotomist?
The person who does the blood work, pulled the blood from the person.
And I'm pointing this right here in the corner right there. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, so I believe that's the injection point right there.
Okay.
She pulled them both out on ACs right there.
All right. And so the injection point, would that be where the phlebotomist accessed his vein? Or?
Yes, sir.
Okay. States Exhibit 150, what are we seeing here?
Just the lower part of the torso from the nipples kind of like to that pelvic line there. Just again, looking for any types of abrasions or scratches.
151, what are we seeing there?
Lengthwise from the scalp down to the belt line, back of both of the arms. Arms are left straight down to the side, so you can see the back, and in the other photo, you can see the straight side of the front of the arms.
States Exhibit 152.
Just to look at that side from the patient's left, or sorry, from Mr. Melton's left. I apologize.
States 153.
Mr. Melton's right side.
States 154.
Front of Mr. Melton's legs with his underwear pulled up as much as
Wouldn't you love to be able to see his hands right now?
possible, just to have a look at his legs.
Okay. States 155.
Back side of the leg from the knees down to the ankles of bottom of his feet, or the top of his feet.
States 156.
The front of the feet from the kind of top of the shin bone down.
And states 157.
I believe that's his left arm, and that's the little mark I was talking about there on the side.
It's interesting. This little area here, I had not noticed before. It looks like discolored, funky looking. And it also looks like they shaved his arm here or something. Is that just me? That looks weird. Zippity
Based on what was
zipping
brought out
again.
on redirect, it's going to take some time. Can the jurors get lunch and I can start after their lunch?
We have everybody at the bench for a moment.
Okay, they go to the bench again. Let's zippity zip because I believe there's only about 20 more minutes left and then they're done.
So Detective Ricketts, I'd like to talk to you about a couple of things you discussed with the state, okay? Yes, sir. All right, first, let's talk about the over an hour with traffic to drive from Mr. Melton's home to Ms. Baker's home, okay? Can you tell us the speed that the individual was traveling?
I cannot.
Okay. Can you tell us how long traffic was stopped?
I cannot.
Okay. So that over an hour, it doesn't account for the various conditions that led to that amount of time. Is that right?
No, sir, it does not.
Okay.
That was just in general.
Yes, sir. They also talked to you about the meeting that Detective Taft had with Mr. Melton's parents. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And we've already agreed that this murder happened on January 19, 2001.
Correct.
All right. That meeting occurred on May 4th, 2001, correct?
Correct.
So it's about 4 months after this is taking place. Is that right?
That's correct.
I'd be okay with that. It's always tea time. If it were my 21-year-old self, my 56-year-old self, I don't think so.
Okay. And Mr. Melton had been staying at home for those 4 months. Is that fair?
I don't know if I can answer the question. That I'm sure he moved out of his apartment, which he said he was going to do, but I don't know if he moved up there or not. I don't know when he did it. I guess you should say that.
Can I show you the same report that the state showed you?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
We're going to zip it
Yes,
again.
And this was before Tara died.
Right.
About 2 weeks before Tara died, he had been living. Yes, sir.
The parents said that Mr. Melton had stayed with them about 2 weeks before Tara died. So Mr. Melton, you would agree, had 4 months to tell them his alibi. Is that right?
4 months before they were interviewed.
January to May. He had between January and May to talk to his parents about where he was and his whereabouts.
No, because on the tape, on the interview I did with him, Mr. Melton told me that he'd been living up there for that whole week. Now, they went up and said the 2 weeks, but I know probably, I won't speculate, Chris used to come back to Athens on the weekend and stay in order to be closer.
You're missing the
But on
point,
the
sir.
tape in the first interview, I believe it's in my notes, Mr. Melton said that he had been with him most of the week while he was starting the business. So that 2 weeks is correct. The time frame is correct on that, but Mr. Melton corroborated to me before that time on the 19th that he had been there almost that whole entire week. So I had a week. Taft says 2, but I knew for a fact on the 19th the week from Mr. Melton's statement, if that makes sense.
That's fair. And I try not to get in other people's statements because they come and testify and they tell the jury themselves. So
that's okay. I understand. I went around the tree on that one.
Yes, sir. No, that's no problem. But I do want to talk to you about a couple other things. So we've established that Mr. Melton was at home with his parents when they spoke with when his parents spoke with law enforcement on May 4th. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now I want to talk to you about what Mr. Melton told you about knives and Miss Tara Baker, okay? On January 21st, 2001, Chris Melton told you that...
I'm going to object. I don't think any questions came up in direct examination or cross-examination when Mr. Melton testified regarding any kind of discussion about knives.
All right, let me see counsel at the bench, please.
What does that have to do with anything?
have-
I would sooner believe he could object or would object because it didn't come up in direct or redirect. But to say it didn't come up in Chris Melton's testimony, that's weird. Oh, here we go. Another long one. Let me get us zippity zipped through. Oh, never mind. Here they come. Y'all might not have understood or seen. I'm a little impatient.
Parents, is that correct? That's correct. Detective Taft interview with the parents, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you stated that you were aware of a report in an interview with the parents, is that correct?
That's correct.
Detective Taft stated, unable to locate Nash Plumbing to verify that Josh and Chris were there that morning, is that correct?
That's correct.
And this was May 4th, 2001, is that right? She also stated there is no listing in information for them, is that correct?
To my knowledge from that report, that is correct.
Thank you. All right, no other questions?
Thanks, sir.
Any, excuse me, any redirect, Mr. Yalmachili?
Briefly,
redirect?
Your Honor, and I'm sorry I should have done it the first time. My apologies. Just going to
Spare us.
refer to this real quick.
No, you said you didn't need that. Remember? I don't need that whiteboard.
In cross-examination, Mr. Cruz
Yeah.
elicited testimony from you that Mr. Melton indicated that he and Mr. McCurdy had only known each other for a month, and Mr. McCurdy indicated they had known each other for a year. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was that your recollection of the interview?
No, like I said, interview, it was more like a year. They'd known each other and been working on and off. That when Chris decided to start his own business, he came over to assist from somewhere else. So I think Chris pulled him over there, if that makes sense.
Okay. And so your recollection of the interview is that Chris indicated that they had known each other for about a year. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's like a
Judge, I don't have any other questions.
Recross,
like an
Mr.
Aretha
Cruz.
Franklin
Go ahead.
song.
Get that, of course. Thank you, Your Honor. I think this is going to be a back and forth.
I'm gonna ask you to continue your recross, please. Thank you.
So it is your testimony here today that Chris Melton stated that he knew Josh McCordy for a year when you interviewed him on January 21st, 2001.
I would say approximate between the interview on the 19th and the 21st. That's what I pulled away from there.
Okay, that he knew Josh McCordy for a year.
Yes, sir.
All right, court's indulgence, Your Honor. Knock it all out in one. Before I get into how long they knew each other, I asked you a couple of questions just to be considerate of everybody's time, so we could knock it all out in one swoop. When Chris Melton appeared at the police department on January 19th, he appeared with Josh McCordy. Josh McCordy was present as well. Is that correct?
To my knowledge, I wasn't there when they arrived, and I never saw Josh on the 19th.
Okay.
Like I was saying in my opening, I came up from the other part of Georgia doing a cold case, so I didn't get there till after things had already been going.
So your testimony here today is that Josh McCordy was not at the police department on January 19, 2001.
I didn't talk to him there. I don't know if he took him straight to the scene and then came back over there.
Now, did you talk to him? Was he present at the police department on January 19, 2001?
And Judge, I'm going to object. Lack of personal knowledge. I think the witness has already said that he never saw him there and he wasn't there earlier in the day. So.
I'm going to allow him to ask the question.
I never saw him. Sorry. Go ahead.
I would ask the state to make a objection, give the ground, and under court rule. I would ask them to stop attempting to coach the witness from the stand, Your Honor. Mr. Yalmachili just gave an answer that the witness was about to repeat. So I would ask the court to instruct Mr. Yalmachili, if he has an objection, just state the ground.
Oh, this
Allow the
is
court to rule.
so bad.
If I could just briefly,
You may.
what I did was
for the
restate
state.
the answer the witness gave to a previous question, and that is the explanation for why he lacks personal knowledge. I
Now,
would
you got
also
caught,
strongly
Yamaguchi.
dispute the mischaracterization of what we're doing when we're just repeating what the witness has already said.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Cruz, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. So is your testimony here today that you don't know if Josh McCordy was at the police department on January 19, 2001?
Yes, I don't know who was there.
Some of the best defense lawyering that Mr. Cruz did was during this particular questioning.
You are aware of
I don't think
I'm going to play for you. I'm going to bring this here to you just to make sure
play well for the state.
you are aware of this recording. And for the purposes of the record, I am going to play from minute mark 0 to minute mark 129. And
And after you listen to it, I'm going to have some questions for you.
Gonna zippity zip again while he's listening. I did not watch Daryl Brooks, Kelly, but I heard it was a train wreck. I don't think I could have had the patience for Daryl Brooks.
Or I'm marking, forgive me. I am marking minute mark 0 to 129, 1 minute and 29 seconds, as the defense exhibit 46. Detective Ricketts, you had opportunity to hear the recording that was marked as defense exhibit 46. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You recognized your voice?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you recognize Mr. Melton's voice?
I did.
Okay. And you recognized that recording as your interview with Mr. Melton on January 21st, 2001?
Yes, sir.
And based on that portion of the recording, was it a fair and accurate depiction of your conversation or a fair, accurate recording of your conversation with Mr. Melton?
Yes, sir, it was.
And did it sound like that portion of the audio had been altered in any way?
No.
During this interview, you asked Chris Melton what happened to Josh McCourty. Is that correct?
I did.
And you stated that Josh disappeared on you. Is that right?
He did.
Interesting.
That's what I said.
Let me put it in the context. You stated Josh, he disappeared that night. Where did he go? Is that correct?
Yes.
Oh.
I also asked you about how long Chris Melton worked, or stated that Josh, or stated how long he knew Josh. He said he knew Josh from working at McCart Plumbing. Is that correct?
Correct. That was that year part I was talking about.
Mm-hmm. And he said
that was the year part I was talking about. They'd known each other for about a year working at McCart Plumbing.
Chris Melton didn't state he's known him since December, or he's worked with him since December of 2000.
So December 2000, I took from that conversation that's when he came to work with Chris when Chris started his business, but they had worked together at the other place and knew each other from that.
But you would agree that Chris stated he started his business a week before Ms. Baker died.
He did. He had just started his business up. His business was brand new.
Okay. So you took from Chris saying he knew Josh from December 2000 to mean that they started working together in December 2000.
I took from that conversation that they had worked together elsewhere. And then when he started his business, Josh came over with him.
And a week before January 19th would have been January 12th. Is that right?
Yes.
No more questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect of this witness?
No, Judge, we'd ask that he be excused.
Any objection from the defense?
Okay.
All right. You're free to go, sir, but you're still under subpoena by the defense.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're free.
All righty, everybody. I am going to let's check in and see how far back they are with the testimony in the replay. Let's head over.
Abrasions. What's the difference between abrasions and scratches?
Abrasions and scratches is where they are. So what I'm going to do is I am going to get us back to our original plan. How about that, everybody? I'm got our lovely Judge Olsaver. I'm going to take the Tales of the Bizarro World down because we're going to go back to sanity now. How does that grab everybody? I think I need to change this banner once we find out who the heck we're getting next. And I'm so glad we did the replay of that on the actual replay, because I couldn't hear a blessed thing with the stuff they were playing. It was awful. So we at least know what's going on. Let's do a little like they did in High School Musical, because we need a little palate cleanse after that. And let us get back to Michigan. We got a couple hours of testimony to go here for day 1 and day 2. So let's get at it. All right, guys. And then we can talk about the verdict watch or replay of the testimony. Yeah, the actual replay it was so much better for me that I couldn't boost it enough. And yeah, there are advantages to just listening to it, but I think it's very telling that that's what they requested. All righty, y'all ready? Let's go.
As a victim cannot be sequestered after that person first testifies.
Do we remember where we are? Well, that's true. We are not in the world of sanity if we are shoving dead spouses into anhydrous tanks. However, in our world, this is more sane. Where we left off is Zach Bach, Dee's son had just finished testifying, and the state wanted to allow him to be able to sit in the courtroom for the remainder of the proceedings. The defense initially sounded like they argued that they didn't want him to, but then said they didn't think there was any law about it. And now Judge Olsaver is now ruling on what he is going to allow Zach Bach to do. And it sounds like he's going to allow him to be in the courtroom.
It is the only way to give meaning to the word first in both of those sentences. So under that statute, I do not believe that the court is permitted to sequester someone who is defined as a victim under the Crime Victims' Rights Act after that person first testifies. Mr. Bach does meet the definition of a victim under the Crime Victims' Rights Act. And so I would grant that request from Ms. Wise to release Mr. Bach from the sequestration order based on MCL 70.821 and allow him to be present in the courtroom.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Are there any other issues we need to address before bringing the jury back?
No, Your Honor.
No, thank you.
Okay, you're right.
All right, we're going to zippity zip. There's the old slime ball. Oh my, I didn't know it was this long.
Austin Hall.
To resume Ms. Wise, the legally called in this case.
The people would call Austin Hall.
Do you raise your hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty for perjury? I do. Okay, Nancy.
Good afternoon. Can you please state your full name and spell it for the record?
Yep, my name is Austin Hall, AUSTINHALL.
All right. Where were you employed in April of 2021?
I was employed with the Lenawee County Sheriff's Office.
I think
All right.
you
What
meant
were your typical job
2001.
duties?
Enforcing the law, investigating crimes, traffic complaints,
All right. Did you have a particular title?
road patrol deputy.
All right. And did you somehow become involved in this case that we're here for today?
I was.
On what date?
April 25th, 2021.
All right. How'd you become involved?
I was called or dispatched to a residence, 400 Pentecost Highway, for a missing person.
All right. And who did you meet with at that Pentecost residence?
I met with 3 of the children of the missing person, Raquel, TJ, and Zach.
All right. And what did you do after you spoke with them?
So after I spoke with them, I did a phone ping for Dee Warner's cell phone.
Okay. Tell me what a phone ping is.
So I contacted Central Dispatch using the phone number that the kids had given me and requested that they ping her location, which is trying to figure out the location of her cell phone.
Okay. And after you contacted Central Dispatch, what did you do?
So after contacting them, I told the kids kind of the results of the phone ping and told them that I was going to go to her registered address there at 2170 West Munger Road.
All right. Did you do that
I did.
immediately after leaving the Pentecost address?
Yes.
All right. And approximately what time do you think that was?
Probably 6 o'clock.
All right. Did you make contact with anybody at that residence?
I did.
And who was that?
Dale Warner.
And did you have an opportunity to speak with him?
I did.
And you were wearing a body cam that night?
I was.
All right. At this time, I would like to play Exhibit 209.
Oh boy. Oh, I love body cams. Let me get myself out of the way. Over here, maybe. There we go. We remember seeing some of this on my deep dive for the preliminary hearings that we watched. They're still listening in the Edric Foss court.
You can make contact emergency at Whitfield Park. There'll be a fluid screening for Edge at the east end of the park near the restroom. With a Shannon Aldridge reference that domestic assault that occurred yesterday. I have now.
Hello?
This gives a nice perspective of the property and the lay of the land also, this body cam.
Are you Dale? Excellent. I'm Deputy Illinois County Sheriff's Office. How are you, sir? Oh, appreciate that. Thank God. All right, so your wife is missing? Well, I don't know if she's missing or if she just left, so. Okay. She had an altercation with one of our employees, two of them. Yesterday, I came home last night, she was really upset. She was talking a lot of bad things as far as employees. One employee decided to quit. She was gonna talk about killing herself, taking off on even. Okay. But she had COVID. God, 3 weeks ago. She just got over COVID like a week ago. She ain't back to bloody since. And her glands are swelled up. She's got an infection. She's got migraines. And sorry, last night she's coming down with real bad migraine. So she's got some migraine pills that she takes. She took quite a few of those, and then she finally passed out on the couch, went to sleep, and got her calmed down. I thought, that was close to midnight when she finally went to sleep. I said, I got to go to bed, man. I got to get up in the morning. Right. So she was sleeping on the couch, and then this morning around 6 o'clock, I got up, and she was snoring away. I was gonna wake her up until she was, bed up all day. Right. And then when I went on. So then I went out and got my chemicals and got the sprayer loaded up on the spray patch. I texted her and she didn't answer, so I figured, well, she's still sleeping, she's not answering. So then I loaded up another batch and I went back up and I sit down spraying. And then Raquel called me, her daughter Stephanie called me. Said Raquel called her, she can't find her mom. And I said, well, she's at the house, she's in there laying on the couch. Excuse me, so she couldn't find her, and then I called Raquel, and I says, your mom's not there? She was just there, when I was there an hour or two ago. She said, no, she's not here. And I says, well, I'll be done spraying here shortly, and I'll be back. So about, I don't know, half an hour, 45 minutes later, I got back here, and I went in the house, and she was gone. And I walked around the house, went in the bathroom. Well, her hair curler's gone, her hair dryer's gone, her makeup bag's gone, and she has a go bag packed all the time. I mean, this is the first time she's left. Usually she takes out and goes to her son's house and stays for a day or so. Pentecost? Yeah. She gets all pissed off, takes off, and goes over there for a day.
Red flag.
This time the difference is she ain't missing anymore. Right. When she said her mom wasn't here, I went and see all that stuff on. I wasn't real concerned because she makes it all the time. She goes over to Zach's house and stays. So she'll cool off and she'll come back home. Well, nobody get hold of her. When Zach came here, I says, she's at your house. Like, no, she is. You're just telling me the story. You're covering for her. Say that. Yeah, you're covering for her. Yeah. And he says he's not. Well, I wasn't real convinced of it for a while. I am now because it's. Yeah. But nobody get a hold of her. So, but she didn't take her vehicle. She accused me of taking the key last night. Well, I said, you were home before I was. How could I take your key? Sure. But I think it's because of the migraines. She gets to where she can't see and she can't talk. It gets so bad. And I don't know. Then she's gone. She took all her bags. So somebody picked her up. So she's with someone somewhere. Do you know anybody who? I don't. They called everybody that, like I said, I figured she was with Zach with her son. Right. don't know what else to do other than wait a day or so and see what
Sure,
she shows up.
Yeah, I mean, if you
And I don't get her all fired up, the kids are all fired up and call police. This isn't the first time she's done this, guys. The first thing is she's not communicating with everybody. But the only thing that's really strange too is this time she put her wedding ring in my dress. Yeah, she's never done that before.
Yeah, it is.
So she set this on my desk in the office and she went in.
Sure she did.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I just puzzled.
Well, I agree.
You know, I'm concerned because my daughter's wondering what the hell's going on. And I'm just gonna tell her, you know, mom's working things out. She's
Right.
frustrated. So,
Right. And her kids were insinuating that she normally has never left without you guys' daughter.
yeah, that's the other strange thing. Our daughter went over to my brother. She's got daughters close to her age. She went over there last night and stayed. And I don't know. It's really weird. But I mean, I would think something was up, but she took her stuff. So I mean,
Which is not what he said to his to the daughter. Remember the go bag?
She took her clothes and took her, you know, her curling iron and that stuff. So
Do you guys have any like farm trucks or anything like that? She would have been pissed off, jumped in, taken.
no, that's everything's here. You know, there's 15 semis out back. Everything's here.
Okay.
The employee that she had no other case with, he was never here today. He was gonna come clean his truck up. He never showed up. And the other one was here this morning and took a load of line, but he was up. He left here at 2 o'clock in the morning or 3, and he just got back a few hours ago. You know, so it ain't nothing with them. Right? I mean, she's had altercations with parts of people. She's pretty wired, you know, my wife.
I don't know, but
she's in your face and tell you how it is. I mean,
right. Yeah, I get that.
Wow.
These kinds of things happen quite often.
Yes, I told him I didn't want to call him, but I was gonna come in the office in the morning. Call you, I guess you can't come to the office, I'll get here, you come to the office.
You can go to the front lot. Okay, that's fine.
I mean,
It
you
is.
get everybody all fired up, and then she shows up a day or two later.
No, yeah.
You just want to like an asshole.
Yeah.
You know, she got everybody fired up, that's why you just, she tested out police.
Right. So,
You said it,
do
sir.
you know how much cash she normally carries in her purse?
A lot.
A lot. The one son had said that he was on her bank statements or something, and he checked, and she said no activity.
She usually has a lot of cash, she carries a lot of cash.
Okay.
But, I don't know.
Okay.
Until another day goes by,
Right.
I'm concerned, but I'm not, you know, alarmed yet.
Right.
Like tomorrow night, I ain't heard nothing. Well, yeah, we need to start
Figuring it out.
looking, yeah.
Right. Yeah. It's one thing to be
Boy.
pissed off and take off.
Well, you know, we got 3 different businesses here, so the tensions are high all the time.
Sure.
It's all the time.
Sure.
We'll get married.
Yeah, well, that's
we got 9 kids. You know, so it's gonna change.
Yeah, well, I can imagine that, absolutely. So, we tried pinging her cell phone, and nothing. The last ping was home here, and that was at 7 something in the morning. So, I'm sure she clearly doesn't have a phone working. Is she a person who's normally keeps your phone on her hip, or is she
Never without it.
never without it?
But I told the other kids, she's got a second phone. She's doesn't let anybody know she's got another phone.
Does she? Or is that just your story, Dale?
It's a secret phone that she doesn't know that I know she has.
It's so secret she doesn't even know she has
I
it.
have no idea. I could confront her about it because I didn't want the confrontation, but I know she has another phone.
Okay, well, that might be an important chunk of information there.
So she calls, I mean, she got another phone, she calls somebody on that phone, I'm sure.
Okay.
Because, and the reason I know she has another phone is when we were in Florida, she tried to tell me it was my daughter's phone. I didn't say nothing, it was her vacation, I was gonna get it. It's whatever. It's our daughter's phone, it wasn't, so it's not even open. Originally, we went to Mexico quite a while ago, and she had 2 phones in her bag, and it was like that in the room. And she said, oh, that phone was in the room, that was in the room with somebody else, I'll take it down the front desk and turn it in. But you gotta choose your battle.
He's such a calm, cool, and collected dude, you know.
I love other little things, but she don't show it on this.
Right, absolutely. I'd say, I mean, it's only been
Well, I mean, it's only been
13 hours
Yeah,
since you saw her?
yeah, well, the cell phone thing, 12 hours since 7:05 now.
Right. So I would definitely say though, if by tomorrow morning, we still have nothing on her, I'd be digging through paperwork trying to see if you can find anything where the cell phone would be. If she has a different one that she's keeping on her and we can ping that.
The deputy is more
That would be
concerned
suspicious.
than Dale.
She's got her car, she parks her car a lot, so she's very, very secretive what she's doing.
Is she?
I don't know everything you're doing, but you can't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, well, that's what we're doing.
Oh, the creep.
Well, I appreciate it, sir. I'll get out of your hair. At this point, I got really nothing to go off of. Just waiting out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else, you know, I don't get all excited yet.
Sure.
Right, a couple more days, but yeah.
A couple more days.
Absolutely. So,
If she,
Ooh.
the way she left, she doesn't want anybody to know where she's at, so I mean,
yeah.
obviously she knows what she's doing, because we can't find her.
Right. Right. No, I get that. I absolutely get that. All right, I will, I'll clear out of here. And if she does show up, please give us a call.
Okay, we got a card?
Yes, I'll give you that. For whatever reason she shows up, she comes back, she's fine.
That's all the normal thought.
Right, just call into central dispatch, they'll let me know, and
That's that way.
yep. So, all right,
You related to Matt Hall or?
Matt Hall, yeah,
Okay.
yeah, absolutely, yeah, he's my cousin.
Okay. And Marty then.
Yeah, all those guys.
So who's your parents then?
Mike and Lisa,
So how are they related to Gary then?
That's right.
Matt's dad. That would be,
then we might be talking about a different side here.
I'm talking Matt Hall.
I got a cousin, Matt Hall, from like the St. Creek area.
Okay, this one's right from around Monson area.
Oh, no.
Okay.
No, sorry. Yeah, there's some of us running off. Yeah, there's plenty. So I appreciate it.
Just so y'all are aware, they're still listening in Judge Lott's court. So.
I believe you indicated that you got there around 6 p.m. The body cam, I believe, started at 6:55 p.m. Do you know which would be more?
Definitely the body cam would have been more accurate. I think I was at the 400 West Pentecost or 400 Pentecost Highway address around 6 o'clock ish, and that was there about an hour before I got there. So definitely
Okay.
the 6:55.
Okay, perfect. So after you leave the Munger residence, what do you do?
So I filed a report and submitted that to my sergeant at the time.
Okay. Did you have any other involvement with this case?
I did.
All right, and tell me about that.
Yeah, so that was a Sunday. My next shift in would have been Tuesday, would have been Wednesday that week. Prior to Detective Greca had given me a call and had on Monday and asked me about the incident and what I remembered from it, and that he was going to be investigating it further.
Okay, and did you assist him in his investigation?
I did.
All right. And as part of the investigation, what kinds of things did you do?
Yeah, so it was kind of a training opportunity for me. I was a newer deputy on the road, so I kind of got to tag along with Detective Greca and go through a couple interviews, and then I was tasked with following up with some of the employees and helping search the residence a few times.
Okay. Did you recently have the opportunity to look through additional body cams?
I did, yes.
Okay. And on 426, was Detective Kevin Greca out there at the Munger residence?
He was.
All right. At this time, I'd play Exhibit 210.
Another one? Oh, I'm so excited.
Hey. Hi, I'm Detective Greca from Sheriff Department. Can we step inside, talk to you? Yeah. See what you got. Yeah. See if we can figure out what's going on.
You see the inside of the house. Wow. It's a nice house.
Is your daughter, you know when she's gonna be home?
Oh, which daughter?
You got like a 9-year-old or 8-year-old or something?
She's at my brother's right now. They picked her up from school.
Okay. So do you know when she'll be home?
Oh, when I go get her.
Oh, okay, alright. When was the last time you saw her?
Who's that?
Your wife?
When I was walking out of here, I'm guessing it was around 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
Hold on. I am overwhelmed with his lack of any concern about anything. You have a police officer at your house, which actually I think it's a detective. You are more concerned about your dinner that you're making. Your wife has been missing for over 24 hours now. What is no, actually, we're approaching like over 36 hours. What are you doing? If this is not suspicious right out of the gate, y'all. Okay, I just had to get that off my chest because I am enraged with his behavior.
9 a.m. Yesterday?
Sunday morning.
Okay. Yeah, Sunday morning in the AM.
I can't remember. I'm sure, I guess maybe it was around then.
Okay.
Exactly, Kelly. Exactly.
Sounds like obviously she's missing, so it's an important, something. Whether she's done this before, whatever, but, her vehicles are still here, so that's kind of weird.
Well, it's weird that she took her stuff and somebody picked her up this time.
Yeah. What's your take on it? What do you think? Wow. Fair? What do you got? I mean, what's your take on it?
I think she'll be back in a day or two.
She pissed at you and.
Well, she got into it with a couple of employees.
Uh-huh.
We got a truck driving company, we got 3 different companies.
Well, we get that real quick. Truck driving, farm.
Yeah, we do custom fertilizer and seed and stuff.
Okay, so truck drive, farm, and then what's your third one? Seed?
Chemical fertilizer.
Chemical fertilizer. Okay.
But,
She got into it with who?
couple of drivers.
Well, give me just the names.
Terry, Eric.
Terry and Eric.
Terry was married, I'll give you, I guess, the long version, you won't get the gist of it. He got married to a lady down, he lives in Blissfield.
Okay.
Our dispatcher is Todd and Eric,
Okay.
his brother. Terry got married to Terry, which is the lady's name, so it makes it more confusing.
Okay.
Very bad relationship, it went south, he was getting divorced. Dee was helping him get divorced, Doug Hartson helped, or did the, divorce paperwork and all that.
Okay.
Terry had an injury when he was young, so he has a hard time, he doesn't like confrontation. He has a hard time severing the ties from his ex. So he got divorced. She was supposed to be out of the house within a week. She's still living there. She was driving his truck. She was supposed to turn it back over to him after a couple weeks. She still got it. This is like 5-6 months ago. Well, Dee, my wife, she's a fixer. So she's trying, she talked Doug Hartson into doing this for him.
Mm-hmm.
And he made payments to him. Well, Doug called her, another 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks. I think what's up, Jerry hasn't sent me a check.
Okay.
A month. Give him $100 or whatever.
Yeah.
Do $800. Okay. So Dee's like, are you effing kidding me?
Right.
Baby, goddamn,
Right.
did a special favor.
Right.
Now makes me look like shit. And so she called Terry and chewed him out for not paying her. The other Terry got hold of his phone and seen that he texted him. And then she started texting me back on Terry's phone. So he's thinking it's truck driver Terry that's talking shit to me back. And it was his ex-wife looking at his phone. So it all went south from there. And it's, Terry comes, my take on it, Terry comes to work, does his job, gives him his paycheck. His personal life shouldn't be ours. But my wife is the fixer and she wants to be involved and, fix everything. So she's trying to get Terry to understand to get her out of the house.
Is your wife better with Terry or better with The other Terry, the female Terry, his wife.
Well, Terry,
The male.
yeah, the wife and her are like, we say gasoline and water.
Would you suspect your wife having an affair with Terry because they're going through problems? Is that even anywhere near that?
No.
Yeah, no, you don't think in this case. Okay.
I don't think that she had, there's no doubt in my mind she's not having an affair.
Okay.
But my thing is, she had this thing, she had an altercation with them. And then she called me, she had COVID 3-4 weeks ago. And
Hold on, stop. How are you then?
I'm fine.
I have no idea. I mean, have you been tested?
No, but I mean, this was weeks ago.
Okay.
I was sick from, I had a cold, cough and stuff. It didn't phase me. I just
Okay.
But she was sick in hell for 3 weeks in the house here. And then she was getting over it, and the doctor put her on steroids. And she just puffed up and just. But ever since she started getting over the COVID, she couldn't remember things. It wasn't my wife anymore. It's like her whole personality, everything about her changed. And I don't get it. I don't know that much about COVID. You wear a mask and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, so her whole personality changed. She had an altercation with Terry, and Todd, his brother, she called, was mad about that.
Todd's the dispatcher?
Yeah, that's Terry's.
Yeah, gotcha.
They had that altercation. I was over in the field working with my other 2 employees who were from Kyle.
What's the altercation? The fact he hasn't paid, or what's the main altercation about?
That he hasn't paid and that he hasn't left her, made her leave and get his truck back. But she's still there, which she would be mad at me because you're not backing me up, Dale. You're not supporting what I'm telling Terry. I'm like, gee.
So she's telling Terry you need to leave.
Right, you need to get her out of your, because it's Terry's apartment, he's paying all the bills. She doesn't work, she doesn't do anything, she's got his truck and the court ordered her to get it back to him. I can go on and on. So she's pissed that he's not gotten rid of her yet, that she's still there, dragging her down. But, like I tell her, I said, it's his life, it's his personal life. But she didn't want it, my wife didn't fix it. And she had to try and fix it. Well, the two females got into text messaging back and forth, and she started telling me that she was taking Xanax or something, and this pissed her off. And so they had their text war. And then, like I said, I was put Todd in the field, and she called me, and I answered the phone. I could tell that phone always has to be an answer or something. You can tell. I said, yeah, what's up? And she goes, are you by yourself? I'm no, well, get by yourself. So I walked away, and she started, why are you telling the employee that I'm on Xanax or Xanax or whatever the depressing stuff is? I didn't know. I said, Dee, I'm not telling anything. What are you talking crap about? You're always down. You don't appreciate me. And we're done. We're selling everything. She hung up the phone. And she went, this is completely
And this is Sunday, you said, or when was this?
This was Saturday.
Okay.
Saturday. That was Saturday when she had the argument with the other two. And then she said she wouldn't answer her phone. She didn't come talk to me the rest of the day.
So she argued with them and you that day?
I didn't argue. I'm not arguing. I didn't do this.
Yeah.
And we had been going to the counselor and come see Masterpiece.
Okay.
Craig. You know Craig or not. But we've been going there. We've had some other nerve problems that we're trying to get through.
And what's the guy's name? Masterpiece?
Yeah, Craig.
You said, where did you say? County?
Yes, Counselor.
I can get it. Yeah, right, absolutely. Yeah.
But anyway, you know, seeing them. Well, that night, Saturday night, I came home from town, it was close to probably 9 o'clock, it was around there. I came in the house, Angelina was still here. I took her out, I went up and seen if she did her chores, her chicken chores out there, sketchy. And they weren't done, so I come in, got her, get her out, so she could do her chores. I go back and I said, we're gonna go over the time to check the cat. Oh, no, you're not. Amy's coming over to you. I said, well, when did this come? Well, Amy just called, she's going over. Okay, well, start under your Amy. arguing with me all night, says, better she's not here. So I said, okay. So Amy came and got her. I come in after lunch, I had stupid. And she was still upset over Terry. And then from earlier today, and I kept trying to tell her, Dee, it's their personal life, just leave it alone. And she just could not stop, and just wouldn't let go. And she was, I've been talking to Craig, and he's been telling me, how to not escalate an argument, agree with her and do all the steps that you're supposed to do. So I was trying to keep from arguing, and she just kept telling me how mean I was to her. I'm like, Dee, I'm not mean to you. Well, she got herself so upset. She gets migraine. She goes and gets shots in her neck, and she got her really pinched.
Okay.
So she was coming down with a migraine, and when she gets a migraine, she can't talk, she can't see. It gets that bad. Well, it was getting to that point, so she.
I'm going to pause us for just a moment. There's movement in the court. I don't know that anything is going on, but I just wanted us to get the latest. I don't want you all to feel like I'm leaving you hanging. This is something else, this body cam, I got to tell you. Wow.
Testimony, and that was the mitochondria DNA report. So I just want to make sure that that's with these reports.
You may approach. Yes.
Oh boy, we've got approaching. Sorry guys, we're back. We're back in Georgia. We now teleported to Georgia. I just didn't want you all to miss anything. We didn't miss anything at all. I saw some movement out of the corner of my eye and I got us there as quick as I could. They had the cameras muted. So here we are waiting. I don't know what is happening. I also don't know what is happening in freaking Dale Warner's case. What on earth is this diatribe he's giving this poor deputy? Or I think it might be the detective, actually. I think it might be Greca is who he's talking to. It's a load of bunk, y'all. He's the guy, man. He just smooths everything out.
For the
Jeez.
record, these are 102, 103, 105, 163, 164, 165, 166, 167, 168. That sound right from the state? All of those?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Cruz, that sounds right from the defense?
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give these to you all in a second. Take your time. Don't rush. And you let me know when you're finished. They can't go back with you again to the jury room, but you can look at them as long as you need to here in the courtroom. I also want to tell you this. I'm going to give you a cautionary instruction. And this is based on the fact that you have reheard some testimony in this case. The cautionary instruction is this. Please remember that it is important to consider the whole of the evidence that has been presented in this case and to refrain from giving greater emphasis to any
What
evidence you may have heard twice.
Happening?
Mr. Otero, if you will start with all of these exhibits, and I think we just start in the front row and take your time, and you all let me know when you're finished. And everyone be at ease until we are notified that the jury is finished. Thank you.
She did not just say that to this jury. A cautionary advisement? Ma'am. Oh boy, that'll be really good on appeal if he gets if he gets convicted. Yeah, they are the finders of fact. They get to decide what weight they would like to give each piece of evidence and each person's testimony, or whether they want to completely ignore an individual's, a witness's testimony. Who are you? She's scared. They're scared. That's what that is. Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm going to try to keep an eye on the court again, and we're going to go back to Dale Warner's world. So we're heading to Michigan again. So let me get us there. All right.
And 20 minutes, half an hour went by, and she started to calm down. She was still really upset. And I said, you lay down here, calm out your back. Well, sweet, that's just, we're not gonna argue. It's not, we're not going there.
Yeah. So it's Saturday night.
It's Saturday night. So it's probably about midnight, 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Every time she finally goes to sleep. And she's on the couch right there. So then I go in the bedroom, I go to bed. And I get up, I come out in the morning, it's around 6. She's on the couch, snoring away. So I wake her up, I went to sleep, she got up so long. So I went out in the barn, went back, loaded with the spray for badge. And went down, usually 2 week here, Leroy's. Come back, like an hour, and I loaded up again, and I texted her. She didn't answer me, which I figured good, she's still sleeping. So I got back in the sprayer.
Obviously, you get a phone and all that, we can look into that later, but so roughly, are you talking roughly 7 o'clock now, or what are you roughly? She was still sleeping in the morning at 6 when you walked out, she was just laying on the couch, so you just let her sleep.
It was 7, I'm going to spray later, or going to be spraying, call you later. This was at 7:45 a.m.
Okay.
Are you up yet? Is your mind ring better?
She never answered the 7:45.
But after I looked, it never was delivered.
Right, I got you. So it was sad that.
Yeah, so her phone, but she was down here, so her phone, she never charged and her watch, she never charged that night. So it doesn't surprise me that it went dead. So I wasn't really alarmed. I thought she's still sleeping. And then the second time I did by 10 o'clock, she's always up by now. And she didn't answer. And then that's when Stephanie called me. She works in our office. And she says, what's going on?
I just want to see, what was your last actual one? Just drop up here. No, yeah, no, I just want to see what the last ones were. Dick wants to get a full starter feed, or what it's,
I can't, I just, the door fixed, no.
Okay, so
here.
Okay. All right, so these are her. So her last one is Friday. Yeah. So Friday, 8:34 p.m. is her last one. Last message.
Friday at 8:30.
That's her last message. 8:34 p.m. Friday.
That was on Friday. She called me and said, Nina had a half day of school. She left around 1 o'clock. And had a half day of school. Before that, she sent me the activation codes to the program that we got. This is what Ron said. We're trying to get over there. See the shop doors still open. This was on Wednesday. She called Glenn to see when he come fix the door. He said they can't get parts. They're in the back orders. We're going to the road. Activation codes for the SMS program. Lena has a half day of school. I'm going to pick her up. This was supposed to noon. She was going with Christian. And then she said Dick wants to love the starter, which he might need his tank filled. She had interpretation that he needed a nurse tank right now. I called him. That's not pretty sleeping today. There's a half sandwich on it. She picked up the sandwich. Did Glenn fix the door? And I said no. And then she said, are you here? Here.
I think I'll use it. Save, I mean, don't delete anything yet. You know,
No,
so we
I
can
don't delete anything.
Okay.
Oh, everything's here. I mean, it's just gonna probably go back 3 years. You can see some ventilations fucking.
Arguments, yes. I got you.
Every time.
When, so how often is it? I mean, is this her spot, or you guys rotate, or just for the night? What's the deal with the couch?
She's been sleeping on the couch for, well, it's probably been, she's off and on the couch all the time. She has neck pains and stuff, she can't sleep at night. She says, I'm gonna sleep on the couch, I'm not gonna keep you up.
Yeah, okay.
So, you know,
Lie.
my opinion is come to bed, we both sleep better when we're together, not apart.
Right.
But she says,
Not
I
with
don't keep
you.
awake. And I said, well, I'm awake more if you're not in the bed. And you sleeping on the couch is worse for your neck and your head than there. But, you know, you can't win a battle with your wife, so.
So the purse is gone, the cell phone is gone, the iPad is gone.
Well, I can't find that.
Y'all, this is wild.
The satchel down here, this big,
That's my
okay.
But, you know,
Your daughter's bedroom here, the 9-year-old or whatever?
yeah, it was our office.
Oh, here we go, y'all.
Daughter doll.
Because it's her here. You know what, yeah, how long have you been married, roughly? Okay, well, then you probably have more current one than a 20-year-old with a lot. Yeah, so where's the current one just kind of sitting here? I'm not getting a driver's license picture, but. Well, that's how old is that?
Does he not have one in his phone? Goodness sake.
So my stepdaughter, Raquel, called Stephanie and said, I can't find my mom. What's going on? Well, then Stephanie called me when I was spraying still. I says, I don't know. She was sleeping on the couch right now. But I thought it was weird that Raquel didn't call me. She had Stephanie call me. So I don't understand that. But anyway, so I called Raquel back and I says, what's going on? She said, Mom's not here. I says, I was just there and she was sleeping. She had a migraine last night. And she says she's not here. And I says, well, I'm just about done spraying. I was in Brooklyn. She says, I'll be back. I'll be back shortly. When I got here, she was gone. I said, she go in the room and she was looking around. And she didn't, I don't think she looked. I came in here and she's always got her curl in there. Her curl in there.
Well, it's right here.
It's right here. Is that one? No, she's got dozens of them. You know, one goes down.
Quite the place.
But she's got a curl on her, hair dryer, and then her big ass makeup bag.
And those are
they're gone. And then she's always got, she has another bag here. I have two bags in here. She's got a bag with her clothes in it. She's got another bag with her pills and her medication in it. And every time we get mad, she takes that, she goes to Zach's. Here, I'll show you.
Well, I'm here. I see 2 purses back here, but she's a woman, so she got 800 purses.
She got 800 purses. Come in here, she's got more guys.
Does she have handguns, long handguns?
Yeah, one handgun is in the safe.
Would you please, I mean, have you confirmed it?
Yeah. No, I haven't.
He is so put off by having to talk about her.
Yep, it's down there.
Wow.
Cases, unless you actually see the extra gun itself. I'm just,
No, it's fine. It's better than sure. That's her too.
Okay, Ruger. Okay, that'll be fine. You know, what is the caliber, you know? 9, 380, 380. Okay.
I think that's the only one that's registered.
Okay. She doesn't mess with your guns. Alright.
Just because.
She should miss her daughter, right? She's got to love her daughter.
That's the only.
I mean, that's the biggest thing. I mean, that's gonna be bigger than a pet.
Yeah, I mean.
All your pets are your 2 daughters.
That's my daughter's cat. Your dog. These dogs in the garage.
So for this, I mean, that's clearly my number 1, right? Is her daughter.
The biggest thing that throws us all off is my daughter.
Right.
She did everything with my daughter. This is all.
I was just gonna say, what do you got going on here?
Oh, we are 8.
Okay, you have 8 kids? How many with her? 9.
I've got 1 with her.
Okay, so
These,
the
there's
9
4. These 3 here, and Jenny are from my first marriage, and these 4 are from Beaster's.
Okay.
So we got.
Where's your 9-year-old? Where's your 9-year-old?
We don't have a picture of her up there.
What is wrong with you?
Well, she's got.
You're gonna give that child complexes.
He's not a wall unless he's got the same frame.
Gotcha.
Well, this is our daughter's here.
I'm sorry that I interrupted you. The actual medications then?
There's, they're off. There's her wedding picture up here.
The medication, did you think she took them?
Well, we wanted to see the inside of this house. We're certainly getting a nice tour.
No, I mean, I don't mean took them. I mean took them physically, so there's a crap load here. Any clue? If she took some?
She's got this thing.
Okay.
It's.
I mean, sir, my medicine cabinet looks like that too, but I don't take
Well,
everything
she's
in
talking
there.
about Gilmer's, you know, when you get pissed off, she's saying stuff.
Yeah, that's all right.
I mean, it's.
When was the last time she had said something like that?
It was that night.
Okay, so sad you're talking about Gilmore, so. Okay. You take that as more of attention or something like that? Okay.
I mean, she was supposed to go, she goes to the pet and pain clinic up to, she goes to the pet and pain clinic, or I think it's the name right, it's up north of Ann Arbor for her procedures on her neck. Okay.
in her? Or north, you're saying north?
We can go out to the office, make you, because the paper's laying on our desk and the address is
Maybe
there.
around or something.
We can look at that. But she was supposed to go in for a blood test, and I thought she went in last week, or was supposed to went in and have a blood test, because they won't do any more procedures with her until they have a blood test and make sure she's not taking a bunch of oxycodone and stuff like that. But I looked down there, it's May is when they're supposed to have it done, so I don't have a blood tox on her. I was really concerned that she was on a lot of the oxycodone, because I got into her car. When I came in that night, she accused me of taking the keys to her car. And I kind of chuckled and really pissed her off. I says, I just got here. You got here before me. How would I have your keys? She didn't see no humor in it. But I couldn't find, I don't know if she didn't take charge, but she couldn't find her keys. She thought I took them. Because I still can't find the keys to the car. I found something here, but it's laying
I seriously want to smack him. I just want to smack him.
Has she abused either or, the alcohol or drugs in the past? And I mean, I'm not looking at her criminally, I'm just trying to find out what's going on here.
I always thought when she drinks way too much. And then it seems like she's taking way too many pills. She's covered all the time. And my concern is every vehicle she's got, we can go out and look in the Hummer, we can look in the Caddy, there's 4 or 5 bottles and all that oxycodone.
All that long?
Not all that long, but there's most of them Mass RP agents are doctors, so but Matt does a good job. He talks to her all the time, and you know, does a real good job. But most of the stuff is Matt Hall on the label, but I'm not so sure if she isn't buying it somewhere else and put it back in the bottle.
If she has a problem, she will not have bottles of them everywhere. She will use every speck of what she has, because that's what addicts do. This man is enraging me. Ooh, I gotta let this play out.
Married 20 years, and then so there's 8 total children, and then how many? Okay, 9 total children. 1 biological with you, yes? 1 bio, and then how many do you have?
I had 4.
Without her.
Right.
Okay.
Without her, and she had 4, and we got married.
Okay.
I don't like the keys that make every counter.
I checked, just so you know, I checked finances already. Not when I say finances, her account, and it's not like she's old school and does this cash instead of using credit card, but there's been nothing since. There's been nothing for several days, or a couple days. Yeah, her stuff.
Her stuff, yeah. She has a lot of cash. She,
Does she?
yeah.
Or did you take it, Dale?
I'm guesstimating between $150,000 to $100,000 cash is what she's got.
Okay.
With her.
On her person's percent, yeah. And you know that because it's missing from the safe, or, oh, okay. Is it a combo, yours and
Thanks
hers?
for hanging out.
There's still some cash in there. She didn't take it all.
Okay. And did that piss you off?
Not really.
Okay.
There's, the other thing that you don't know is we've been going to see Craig because she's been taking money out of the accounts in the office for the last couple of years. From a business, like.
Okay.
Well,
She's been stealing. Oh, Lord. She's propping up all his businesses.
Is she
She's
hiding it for the divorce down the road, or what's your take on it? She using it for drugs? Which will be your take on it?
Oh, this is, when it goes back to 18, up to 20. And I know there's a lot more. And it's time, my wife's hiding it. Whatever.
All right, then I'm sorry. You're giving me a big difference, 50 to 100,000 that's missing? It's just because you don't pay
I
attention.
don't pay attention.
Okay.
That's the name of what's usually in the safe. And there's only about probably 11, 12,000 in there right now.
All right. And then, who all knows the town? Just using this stuff. All right. All right. Is there anything you think I need to do, or check?
I don't think there's any reason, you know, her kids are all falling down and going crazy, but I don't think there's anything to get excited about.
Okay.
There too.
Okay. All right.
I mean, the only thing that really bothers me,
The daughter.
is my daughter, and she left her wedding ring on my desk in the office. And she's never done that before.
Okay.
I mean, her wedding ring
Sure.
is about 6 carats. So if she's out for money and she's doing something, there's about $40,000 right there in the ring she just left on my table.
I'm sorry, 30,000.
I'm not very bad for it.
Okay.
But
And then you haven't talked to your daughter today, that one.
I took her, well, my 9-year-old, I took her to school for it.
But as far as, hey, come
Well, I just,
see you or something, or mom call you.
I talked to people at school, and if her mom showed up, they were gonna call me. And I said, if you want us not to let her take her, I says, no, she can take her daughter. But I said, I just want you to call me and let me know.
And I'm sorry, I misheard it. You don't think she's having an affair?
I could be wrong, I've been wrong on several things. but
Right.
I don't think she is.
Okay.
I think she's
Who's your best friend? Besides you, if you're that.
her son.
Okay, besides him.
I don't really know.
What school did she go to? Sister for her?
No,
Brother?
she's got a brother Greg, and there's 40 years in, or 20 years in.
So they're not tight then?
No,
I'm not going to lie. I'd have worry about him using that ballpoint pen on my dining table.
We have conversations or arguments all the time, it's usually over something in the business. So we might have to go over to Zach's house, we'll send the link to her or she, and then she's back, it's fine, or she takes off and then she'll still call on the phones and do stuff on the phone for the office, so what's weird is the phone's off. This time,
Yeah.
she, one day we went here without anybody over there, and she put a ring on my desk.
Yeah.
And that's 3 flags, are just like, something is definitely wrong, there's somebody that's coached her. She's on, she couldn't sleep, so she's on Facebook and online. Oh my God, I tell her she's addicted to it. When she went to Florida, you know, she didn't even look out the damn window of the camper. She's on her effing phone the whole time, looking at Facebook. I was like, see, look at this. They go, what? Forget it.
This man's hatred for his wife is unbelievable.
What's her Facebook profile name? Is this her name?
Yes.
All right. I put my cell phone number and my name on the guard, Detective Kevin Greca.
Oh, it is Greca.
Adrian, so yeah.
Interesting.
Paul works with me, he's one of our road cops and a detective, so, you can just deal with me, to be honest with you, at this point. Cause he's a road cop, he handles
Well, I
it.
thought he looked pretty green and he.
No, he's actually, we've been involved in some pretty big stuff, the kid does have his crap, yeah, no, he's got his.
Oh, I thought he looked pretty green.
Our position up there, his son is Austin Hall, so it's exactly the same name, so I was quizzing him out when he's here. I know Matt, he said, well, yeah, it's my cousin. Well, there's another Matt Hall where he's from, so I was like, holy shit.
Gotcha.
So funny.
All right, so you're just basically saying.
Your wife is missing.
Turn up. That's what kind of you're saying, you don't expect foul play.
You know, I mean, I don't want to get, her kids are going around,
Yeah.
you know, getting excited, that's fine, it's
Right.
fine.
Right.
But she's done this before, I mean, I don't want to get everybody all worked up and excited for, when she shows up tomorrow.
Well, the flags that I'm seeing aren't the ones that are scaring me as far as anything other than, I mean, she left the ring here and that's a, you know, a big one. That's
Our
a
daughter's,
big
I mean, our daughter's the biggest one.
Right. Right. Absolutely.
I just wanted to know.
Right.
Do you really want her to come home?
So she see off about what they've been doing, but it's only fucking money we make, so whatever.
You have better attitude than me, I have.
I've been divorced before.
Yeah.
And I farmed my whole life, you know, and I had a lot of goals we set out to do, and I reached them all. I lost, we had a vegetable farm up in Manchester. In 2015, we damn near lost everything because we bought the vegetable farm. We lost probably $25-30 million on that deal. And we're just finally getting our asses back on top and getting down from under the Yeah, we didn't file bankruptcy, we got everybody paid.
Do you have a lake house, a Florida house?
No, we got motor homes that we take.
Okay.
That was our splurge motor home.
Have you checked the property then? Obviously, I'm not stupid, but obviously the motor home, make sure it's not.
Checked everywhere.
Okay. Who in the heck is she gonna leave with? Because her vehicles are still here, and it's still here.
That's what we're puzzled about.
Okay.
And she doesn't have a best friend.
And unfortunately, or whatever, Terry's now been quit or fired.
Well, he come around this morning, I talked to him, and I think he's gonna come back another week. For a few days, he said, I'll think about it. I said, I really want you to stay.
How did he come back here? Did you call him first?
I
Call him
called
back?
I called him.
You said, hey, come up here?
I said, hey Terry, can you go up here and talk?
Yeah.
He said, yeah, I'll go.
All right.
We all have a good relationship still. I mean, Terry, you talk to you talk to him, it's just, there's a friction. Like I say, Dee's a fixer. You know, no matter what the problem is, she's gonna try and fix it. If you don't listen to her, you know, her answer on how to fix it, she's fast. I mean, her ways are right.
All right, with that being said, I think I got plenty just to start.
What do we need to do or what?
No, I mean, like I said, I checked a few things, in the bank. That's the first one to see, hey, is there activity there, whether it's good or bad, so we can still steal her stuff and use it like ATM card. It's not active, but she's old school, she's using cash, if you will. No, I think you're doing fine. You
Dollars is my biggest concern.
right.
Because
But when we'll do that, so in events of fair or something else, crap, I'm screwing everything up, leave the daughter with you, because that's, decent or whatever, you're good or whatever, and take off, and I've seen that before, instead of taking, the child. But of course, we see it the other way a lot too, where they take the
I
child.
have my mind, I'm thinking maybe she's addicted to some drugs. I think there's some drugs, has something to do with it, but I mean, I don't.
But you're not
This
saying
man.
morphine or anything, which is actually narcotic, right, it's pills and stuff, right?
Like I say, like one motor room, there's fucking bottles, everywhere I go, there's bottles of them. I mean, I know Matt, yeah, he's given prescriptions for them. Yeah, but it's 50 pills or something. Right, this is like hundreds of pills. I mean, this is more than what came in the prescription, okay? And they're in everything.
Or doctor shopping, which I really shouldn't be able to happen. The other doctor should be able to see it.
But when she she went to take a quick test for COVID, because she felt like shit for a week. She was in here nuts. She's like, no, you feel I'm like, yeah, I don't want to sit back to work. She says, "How you feel bad?" My ex-wife called me, she said, they figured out my son, he works at Tiva in Akron.
Okay.
He gave it to my sister and stepdad, and then they gave it to everybody over here. That's the fact, she was in the microwave.
Is this hers then? This charger? Okay. Is these diapers? Grandkids or something?
Yeah, we got 8 grandbabies.
Okay. And then that's her on the right again, right?
Yes, it's Patty, the real person.
Trash? See, what date's your trash day?
Trash day, we burned up at.
Okay. What about your cans and stuff?
Everything gets burned, we just sort through.
You burn cans?
Well,
What's that?
we burn everything and pick the metal off.
Okay.
Sir, I know in Michigan, you definitely don't burn your cans because you pay 10 cents in a deposit for every one of those stinking cans. At least if it's soda or tea or anything else, you ain't going to be throwing those in a burn barrel or burn pile. Did you hear the detective? You burn your cans? Yeah, you're not going to do that. Oh boy.
Let's see, there's trash here. Trash here. Like the whole thing you're taking out. Vacuum cleaner and all stuff. Take a vacuum cleaner, empty that in there. Okay. Alright.
Fascinating body cam.
Okay.
Next one is trying to figure out where, it's a garden went, must be some furniture when her daughter was over the house.
What's that one right here?
Found this in the car in the bottom, you need a gift card? Gift cards are 12.16.
9 o'clock Monday, 10 o'clock Thursday. Any
Send a check stub.
What is that? Receipts.
Basil is February, way back in February. Oh, you said you're gonna do that, so she did 170 grand.
Well, I'm gonna look and see where it went.
Right.
I mean, I don't know where it went. But, let's see if there's data in this one.
Back 2 years has been a little bit.
Yeah, it's been a little while.
I thought your son, or her, who was that? Her son. Yeah, I thought he kind of did the finances.
He does.
Sounds like someone needs to kind of do a little audit. If you didn't realize it was 170.
That's doing his personal audit.
Alright. I'm back at work at 7 a.m. I work on Monday through Thursday, 10 hour
You got a
shifts.
call this morning that I called?
I did not.
Did, Officer Hall get it?
If you left a message for Hall, it'd be on his voicemail, so I think
I thought you passed it over to you or to Zach and then get a hold of you then, or is that?
Zach, a couple people did.
Zach or Dustin?
Well, it's not just that, there's apparently friends of friends of friends, one's a US Marshal, a friend.
Oh, okay, that'd be Randy's.
And I
Okay.
don't know his last name, I don't know.
Kane?
No. So I don't know who.
Oh, that would be your other friend, yeah.
So that's one, and then, there's a Tecumseh cop, he just called me.
That's, Maggie's dad, the girl with the pictures here, that's her dad.
Okay.
Paul.
Yeah, he's the one that just called me.
Okay.
I mean, literally, so I just got this.
Okay, yeah, 'cause Maggie was here this morning, she fed the dog and, gave me a hug.
This is giving Christopher Watts vibes.
So that's how I got the call, and we're like, no, we got somebody missing, we need to know, we as detectives need to know about it.
And it's not here, out here.
She actually left you no notes.
What's that?
She left you no notes.
No, I never, my note came to me.
Okay.
Yeah, real quick.
There's the Escalade.
Does she do, the gardening or flowers and stuff, or no? No, if you hear anything or whatever, you just, at this point, you call me, you don't have to mess with Paul if you want, okay, or not, man. Just call me, even if she shows up, I'll come up to first, or whatever, when she's awake in a day or two or something. And if there's anything more you can think, you just get a hold of me that I need to do, but I'll start working on it at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning, looking at a few things, see if I can figure something out.
Yeah.
All right. Good luck.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. I'm sure it'd be on there, I sure hope that you did it, yes, Dale. Oh, you're kidding me. I'll mark you down for that one, I don't know why you didn't have your number there, 605?
605, 6961.
Okay. Yep, thanks.
Okay, just want to give you all an update. I have been continuously checking the Georgia versus Edric Foss feed. They are still waiting for the jury to finish looking at all of the DNA reports that they requested when they came in. And this has been going on since we started to watch that video. So I just wanted you all to know that's what's happening there. Everybody is just sitting, watching the jury, and the jury is passing several exhibits amongst themselves, which my understanding from what they said are DNA reports. So that's where we are with that. If it changes, I'll flip us on over to it. But as it stands right now, I keep checking the judge to see if her demeanor changes, that she's got something to say. But so far, everybody's just sitting there.
The 27th.
Okay, so you say the daytime, were there two separate sets?
There was one at night and then one during the day.
Okay. And during the daytime, they spent a little time walking around the property, and after that, is there a conversation regarding the Hummer that takes place?
There is.
Okay, at this time, we'd play Exhibit 212.
Almost was always left, but she's always there. She turned her shit off before, did she? Well, a few days she never answered. Phone's off, she won't answer me, she's always answers Zach or Cal.
And it's off though, I mean, you know, with us checking out.
Yeah, if you look, I mean, it doesn't say delivered on your phone.
Absolutely, that's right.
She's cramping back. I never write it down, but again, I had it in my mind a second ago. Let's see. So we were in our phone. Chelsea Hospital already said no. Hospital, that's your main psychiatric one. We have Hickman. Hard to check that out. Hickman is our local one, but they would normally send her to Chelsea or me and our psychiatric partner. We also check Hickman out.
It looks like he started it halfway through, so I apologize. We're going to start from the beginning.
Oopsie. Hate when that happens.
Sunday 6 a.m. is the last with you, right? Or is it? Okay. Yeah, then I looked at your phone and I think you want to see 11, noon, or 1 is you step send a message and number.
Yeah, so last one was 45.
That's one, yeah. So I think you're the last one, 6 a.m. I don't think anybody else has come up with that. Okay. And your therapist guy, like I said, he hasn't called me back yet either. I just looked at mine and one work I can send. I think most of them have already gone over. Anyway, I know. Did she actually come here at all yesterday? To change clothes or anything?
She was, what do you mean, doing that?
Yeah, cool. Okay, all right, I thought, I just remember you said she went,
That's my brother's girlfriend picked her up.
Okay, as far as like a key thing.
She did it for me. Probably was right in the beer. I went out and truck. Come on, we gotta get going. She wants to sit up and look through it. I come back and park back.
Okay. Vehicle wise, so the Hummer was over there, and then you brought it back over here, right? Hers, she put it over there, and that's your knowledge, she drove. No one else back.
Well, family.
So, but most likely she took it.
Yeah, no one else here.
Yeah, and then the key then, did she, I mean, did you? Okay. You guys are gonna get hit, just to tell you, these days.
It's worth trying to find the damn key.
Yeah, well, not just that, they're gonna bust in the door and do stuff anyway. Yeah, or a bad employee's gonna know stuff and then do stuff or whatever. Part of it. Yeah. You went down there and you brought it back or something at some point?
Back up here, it's all machine or trucks.
Yep.
lake house, I asked you the other Florida or the, lake house, you said no, but I understand.
Okay, let me switch feeds because once wasn't enough with this broad.
Give you that cautionary instruction one more time, and that is this. I'm instructing you to remember to consider the whole of the evidence and to refrain from giving greater emphasis to evidence you may have heard twice. I'm going to ask you all now to rise and go into the jury room and continue your deliberations. Thank you.
That is so absolutely absurd. Whew, I don't know what's going on with this sound. There we go. Telling them what weight to give evidence. That's just bizarre to me. All righty. They go back to the ceiling Dion. Yeah, second disturbing notice from Lot. All right. We're back. So, sorry, I had to stop us right in the middle, but I could see they were coming back. I'm going to leave the feed up in case something else happens, but it's late in the day for Eastern time, folks. So, but maybe they are close. We don't know. We'll just pay attention.
You take that as the exact house on the answer, no, that's just how that's camera, did you put up a trail cam call or no? I did that. Okay. My son was supposed to be ready to go. Okay. All right, and to be honest with you, this one, I don't see her. I mean, if she comes back, I think she's coming back, but I don't know. Her to come back and now.
Today's Sunday, or it's Tuesday, so I look forward to that tomorrow.
Really? When the other siblings or whatever, none, someone always knows.
Well,
What she's done, she's your wife and she's done stuff before, not to this level.
she's always lied, but she's always.
Yeah. She turned her shit off before, did she?
Well, a few weeks she never answered. So I'm the phone's off and on, she won't answer me, she's always answers after help.
And it's off though, I mean, with us checking.
Yeah, if you look, I mean, it doesn't say delivered on your phone.
Absolutely, that's right. See some crap in there. Write it down, but again, I just had in my mind a second ago.
I know the feeling.
Let's see. So we're looking at our phone. Chelsea Hospital already said no.
Is there other hospitals that you mentioned?
That's your main psychiatric one. We have Hickman. Hard to check that out. Hickman is our local one, but they would normally send her to Chelsea or maybe Ann Arbor, it's a technical partner. Dale, you also Jack Hickman Hospital.
And during the course of this same interview, was there a discussion about tracking devices on the vehicles?
Yes, there was.
All right, we're going to play Exhibit 213.
Your Honor, may we take a comfort break at this time?
Yeah.
Okay,
Why don't we break for about 10 minutes?
Yes. Thank you.
Come back and start there.
Oh, okay.
Never fear. I've zippity zipped us through. Zippity doo dah, zippity. My, oh my, what a wonderful day.
May may be seated.
You may be seated. All the jury is present.
I believe we were getting ready to play Exhibit 213.
I think I can sell it to the boss now that we've done everything else that she hasn't. The only thing on the opposite of any suspicion part is like a gold bag, you know, her makeup and stuff, and she took that stuff. She took that stuff, but dang it, who the hell she go with is the question. I do remember the question, I'm sorry, we do it before I forget. This came up to a couple different things, but both vehicles. And I looked at she's before. I'm 52 years old, never been married, I don't have any kids. Let's just be real quick. Always thought I'd be married. Just having this job and stuff I've seen in 28 years. You wonder, but
what is
two
happening?
things that kind of got brought up: the Hummer and then the Escalade. So a Hummer, a GPS unit inside that, and then the Escalade, the OnStar being activated. Well, that's like one of the phones about yeah. Right. When I plugged it in, it wasn't wrong. Yeah. So the guys picked it up, lost my phones. So what you're saying? Because it's cybersecurity. So they changed that and we're playing, but I left that day diagnostic tool. Yeah. Yeah, I found out. Oh my God. Right. Well, that's my. I was talking to Phil. There's everything go through your head. What everything's going on? What's going on? She didn't make the escalate. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She did the hunger because she's afraid I put something to look at. And that is what I'm saying. That's my only reason with her not taking. That's the only thing I can come up with. Another one is she's going from dude's house with married and can't have a car in the driveway, or just going through separation. And that's me straightforward to you. I'll try and figure this out. So those would be my two things. Whether she's paranoid if you keep track, and then two, well, if I take my vehicle and someone sees it in his driveway, just whoever the guy is, if he exists, you're back. So I appreciate this. These answers are great, and you're helping me through this. I'm just trying to do the same thing and help you. To be honest with you, I think you pretty much have done every single thing I've done so far for the most part, calling people. Yeah.
You wouldn't have killed your wife.
Damn. Well, help, because now I've pretty much exhausted every freaking thing I have. Well, I just one other thing. One part of TLO on trans something is a search engine for us. It tells us properties. So he ran your name and her name just to see what properties you own. But so Sand Lake, this is so Sand Lake House, 50 and Onset Highway or something, Cedar Point property. How much acres you got there? Jesus. And I would have read the paper that they finally basically shut that down on the Cedar Point part. And I thought I heard something recent here. You get every week, you know, it's you guys saying. Well, part of the camp, you know what, at this point, you know what you're doing, we're paying taxes on it next year? Oh, okay, yeah, gotcha. So you guys want to go for those building stuff up there? No, I haven't done any of those yet. I mean, we want to start here and go kind of go on there. But family members that they have. Yes. Everything else, every single place, including this place, some would have been done by you guys. I just, whatever, I can shut my boss up. I'm pretty sure he's going to be shut up at this point. It's not even that. And I need to check these things off. And I want to find your wife. So Sand Lake, a Cedar Point property, 400 roughly. And there's a cabin on that one. Is that what, or no? Left barn, okay. What else? Property. Packington or something. What do you have an address for that or no? Cross Street. And then she has 10 cows or something that she. You give me. She doesn't sell beef. She doesn't have. Okay, so she's roughly got 10 or something cattle. You just got steers over. Oh, that's not this one. So, Pocklington, Palmer. How many acres is that? 7 acres. And there's is that one? So the cattle's not there. What do you guys do there? It's fine. Barn and okay. And then I'm sorry, what's the North Lake? Yes, North Lake. How many acres there?
Okay. No building at all.
I got a building last this year for that.
Is that the one that has a house where that guy takes care of your stuff or whatever? Or no, that's totally wrong. I'm off on that.
They don't live there, they're right from here.
And then that guy takes care of your cattle or no?
No, he used to years ago. And then my son was with him, retired, so.
Let's see, so those, well, obviously this, which I was call this, longer.
This is weird, right? It isn't just me.
Florida and others. Something else we did, I got a partner just sitting in the office doing computer stuff. He got a hold of Metro Airport, and so far they're saying.
I feel like he is giving information for a mortgage application. What is happening?
Telling you everything we've done so you know that we're doing our job as well. You guys did travel, you got whatever phone call or whatever, say you still got 30 days worth of something traveling or something, and so you try to burn through some of that before you lose it.
We got unlimited vacation club packages.
We got to hang out.
We were supposed to be there 2 weeks ago. I said, we can't go.
Yeah, did she go with someone else, her daughter or something?
She got two more out, so.
Gotcha. And I think I talked to you about that, so, well, actually, COVID was, she never really went anywhere to a hospital, or she was never inpatient. Came back on it. Gotcha. Anything else? I got you. But I do appreciate it. Well, it's nice to know my boss. I love my wife back. Yep. No, that's fine. Or just. You want to need it. Yep.
I sure hope Mr. Demeanor would be more upset than that if I were missing.
Did you go back to the Munger farm?
I did.
And what was the first date that you went back there?
On 4/29.
All right. And do you recall approximately what time it was?
It would have been early afternoon, mid-afternoon.
All right. And we're going to show you Exhibit 204. When you arrived at the Munger farm, where did you go?
So we went to the sprayer barn, which would be the far right barn there on the map.
Okay. Can you zoom that in? That building?
Yes.
Okay. And when you arrived there, who did you go with?
Myself and Detective Greca.
All right. And what did you observe when you went in?
So we went in. Dale was inside of the building. They had a semi pulled in there that was running, and it was very loud.
Okay. I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 82. Inside that sprayer barn?
Yes.
Okay. People's Exhibit 83. Is that inside the spray barn?
Yes.
Okay. People's Exhibit 84. What am I looking at in People's Exhibit 84?
Yeah. So if you see that camouflage area, that's a large safe that was sitting up against the wall.
Okay.
And then there was heavy duty chains that were laying on the floor.
Okay, right there in front of the pallet?
Yes, that pallet jack there. Yep.
Okay. Number 85. Okay. Again, what's this?
Yep. So that was when we were standing there talking to Dale. We, as in myself and Detective Greca, he kind of was bladed towards that anhydrous tank behind him there, and he was spraying, hosing off the floor.
Okay. And did you guys come out of that sprayer barn?
Yeah. Upon his request, he was spraying off the floor. He said he had some chemicals on the ground, and he asked us to leave the
outside for a little bit of time, though, correct?
I do. Yes.
All right.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
All right. And on this day,
so that he could finish spraying it off.
Okay.
I bumped something again. I'm sorry.
And on this date, did you guys have a conversation with Dale?
Yes.
All right. You stay outside for a little bit of time, though, correct?
I do. Yes.
All right. So at this time, we'll play Exhibit 217, where they ask the defendant to start discussing Saturday moving forward.
Oh, boy.
At the Thursday, so, something like that, something roughly. So let's go back to Saturday morning. Let's start with that one, Saturday morning. You're shaking your head, yeah. You're trying to go. You guys see what I did Saturday morning? Yeah, it's, I know what we did Saturday morning because I said my son and Ivan was with me. They got here. Well, I'm gonna try it. So you wake up Saturday morning, are you both in bed, or you remember that one? Was she out or no? We're both in Saturday morning. As far as I can remember, yeah, we're both in bed. I got up. Roughly what time you get up? I say usually get up about 6 or 7. So that was the end of that day. Yeah, I can get up. Okay, and stuff together. You question mark, you believe. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they were. So, okay. All right, and you get up, she's sleeping in bed, she's like, yeah, she's a little slower than you were. She stays in bed, she don't get well, probably in her time. Well, she had to have I thought she had to have my daughter to on soccer game at 9, but it turned out it was 11. So I imagine she probably got up around 8:30, 9 o'clock. We'll try to stay on this stuff. That would be probably a question for Raquel, because she probably called text back and forth with Raquel, so whenever you see the text message in the morning, you know she was out. Okay. And they are getting that stuff right now, from your as well. So 6 a.m. roughly, you go up Saturday, 8:30 roughly, or so after 6 weeks. After 6, and we'll try to run in order best.
Oh.
I'm assuming to make arrangements either about childcare or let their family know that they're staying later tonight. And I'm going to allow that, but I'm going to have the foreperson come out in just a moment, and she can give those instructions that they can use their phones for that reason. I'm going to remind them that they can only use it, of course, for those purposes and not for any research or anything of that nature. So that's what I wanted to just put on the record. Nothing, more extraordinary than that. But I wanted all counsel to be here, of course. All right. If you'll just knock on the door and ask for the foreperson, Mr. Terrell, thank you.
Sorry, I didn't need to have that rude, abrupt stop, but I just started hearing a woman's voice. So they want to go later.
Foreperson. I've gotten word that several jurors need to use their phones to call family or make other arrangements. And so certainly we're going to allow that. But I'm going to ask you, since you're the foreperson, to remind them that, of course, they can only use their cell phones for those personal reasons, that they can't use it for any research, to do any Google mapping or anything of that nature. And I know you all know that, but I certainly just want to put that on the record and give you that task of reminding them of that obligation. But they can use their phones for that reason. Thank you so much. All right, everyone, we'll be at ease.
All righty. I'm going to keep it going. I think that is a really good sign. I mean, I hate to read tea leaves too much because I've been wrong so many times, but if they're wanting to go later tonight, because it's 6:00 Eastern time. Oh boy. Oh boy. I can smell dinner. Mr. Demeanor is cooking. Y'all, it's painful to be sitting here smelling it.
I was trying to think, because it looks, I have to go out with the time card to see when Jared and my son got here, because we got stuff around the tile.
I think.
So you're on the farm until you drive there, you believe you're here until you go to the farm. Well, we had, I'm trying to think, we moved all the machinery over at Friday night. It seems like Dee brought us back. If I'm on the right day, it seems like Dee brought us back pizza from Basil Boys on Friday night. We were over to put a tile in. I take the highway, come down to the highway, see the tile, that's maybe 70 still. We were there late till about 9 or 10 foot tile in. Right. Right. I mean, my son's the time cards show that we're there putting tile in, and we wanted to finish up. We got a roll left to finish up because we're trying to get the dog right. We went over there that morning. That's where we were Saturday morning. Okay, so you get stuff on here, then you go over the figure. Right, we had to get batteries and stuff for the sawzalls, the drills, and tile, couplers, and tape stuff we took from here. Roughly was something you want here to
trying to think if there's any breakdowns or major problems. It was Saturday, so all the trucks were here. The mechanics were working on the trucks.
And you actually answered with some, did you go with, or at least 7 vehicles, but at least these now there too, or not? Or that was you not with?
You know what, it was Jaron, the boy that was in here. That was Jaron. Yeah, Jaron. Jaron was with me, and then Brian, my son-in-law came over. Ivan wasn't here. Ivan had to take, took a semi-load. He drove for Todd on Saturday. He had to take a load. So Ivan was with me Friday night. He brought us back pizza and food at the field. And then we all came back here and had some more in the house when we got back. And then Saturday, we got up. Ivan had to drive for Todd. He had all some feed or something to an elevator. So Jaron and I went over there. We started to put tile in it. Brian, I was sprayed. I can't remember if I sprayed this better. I feel like in my log, but I might have sprayed rolled off first and second. What would that mean? But we were tiling, regardless of what I did before I got, if I was a sprayer or if I was tiling. We were at the field tiling when he took Angelina to the soccer game.
It is baked chicken on a Portuguese plate. It's a special roasting plate with red baby potatoes and baby carrots. That's what dinner is.
And that's when she called me, and that's when I was aware of there was an argument with Terry. Did I lose your? I mean,
Yes, you did. So if you sprayed on Saturday,
it would have been. I can't. Yeah, it would be before the tile.
So I'm going to put spray question mark before that.
Yeah, because I jumped.
Who did you hit then?
I have my log. I got to have it sprayed. I mean,
Okay, no,
that's.
we're going to take that.
We fall back on a crutch when we got all these sprayers and they got all these computers in them. We forget what you've done. You can go punch the computer and it tells you it's there and what you did. So
Spray possibly on.
I can't remember if I sprayed first and then we went to the field and put tile in. But anyways, we were over tile.
So Jaron, you tipped the highway tile on the 8 o'clock.
With Brian.
Yep, Brian.
And then roughly I can't remember if I called you or she called me. I called her before 9, asked her if she was at the game and how the game was going. And she said, no, the game is at 11. It's not. I thought she told me 9 or 10. So I called her early and she hadn't left home yet. And I said, okay, we'll call me and let me know how the game's going because she's giving me a field trip because I wasn't with my daughter's soccer team. So, and then roughly, I was like, 11:30 because the game was going on and she called me and she says, are you by yourself? And I says, no, I'm putting tile. What's your right? Well, get by yourself. And that's when she said, how did she word it? Why are you telling me to help that I'm taking Xanax or something like that? And I was like, Florida, like, what are you talking about? You're telling the help that I'm taking Xanax. I says, no, I'm not telling the help that you're taking anything. You told Terry this. I says, no, I did not. I haven't talked to Terry in like a month because he's one of the drivers. He rolls in Friday night late or Saturday. I don't see him. So, but just before, Friday is the day that she got into it with Terry. I didn't know this until then. So anyways, that's when she says, you told Terry this. I said, I did not. I don't know why you're upset because what Terry does on his own time is his business. Just drop it. And that's when she says, well, I'm all done. We're fucking selling everything. We're done.
This doesn't even make any sense.
And I had no more contact with the rest of that. I tried to call her several times, but she wouldn't answer the phone. And she went over to her daughter Amber's.
Hold on, we're selling everything.
And I was dumbfounded. I walked back and we just finished putting tile in. And I was just dumbfounded. I didn't say nothing to the boys. I was like, what the hell? You were saying we're selling everything.
And it's still about that 11:30 phone call you're talking about.
Yeah, right. Okay. Well, she was still at the soccer game with LCS. Yeah. So she said that, and I didn't talk to her the rest of the day because she wouldn't answer her phone. And then I came home. I'm trying to remember what time I got home. And I think it was roughly about 8 o'clock. We had to go look at the boys' time cards because it comes down when we got back home. So you're tying all the way through to 8 o'clock, right, this is the farm road.
Oh, I'm trying to think, where did we go after that? We got the tile, I think we were over the tiles.
Okay.
So we came back here.
I think you said it was 80 or so, or 85.
Yeah, I mean, if we need that time, we can find time parking for boys, and then we'll get that back. So we're asking
So
them,
roughly 8:30 here, and then just roughly.
yeah, roughly 85.
Okay.
So I got back here. Yep, I got back here.
It was just good, sorry, your son, with you as well, that one, did he come over now?
Yeah, they came back here. I'm trying to remember what the hell we did.
Yeah, I bet you are.
We spread some fertilizer. I mean, like I said, I mean, if we need time to look in the computer to see where we're at for sure.
Right.
I mean, I don't think that's hard to remember what I did 2 days ago.
You're doing better than me. See you next Saturday,
She came back Saturday, she's in the house. I come to the house, first I got here, and I wanted to see the Angelina do their chicken chores, which they weren't done, so I came up and got her, and we went out and did the chicken chores.
Oh my goodness.
Her chores weren't done, so I came in and got her, and he was over here sucking in the chair, I could tell she's all upset, her face was red and all fucked up, she's crying. She didn't say nothing to me, I said, I'm taking Angelina out to, do chores, she said, okay, that's fine. Angelina out, we did the chores. And we come back in, I says, Dee, I'm gonna take Angelina, we're gonna go over to the other farm, and check the steers, because my son was spreading fertilizer. We came back down, we went to spread fertilizer. I think I went across the road and pissed the ground. I mean, after 8 p.m. No, before, we did piling, and I think we both came back, he went to spread fertilizer, and I was in the tractor across the road here, so. And I think, I can't remember which frickin' day, I mean, it sounds like I didn't know what I was doing, but the more I talk about it, the more I can kind of remember what we're doing. But I know my son was spreading fertilizer that night, because we went over to check the steers at the other farm, because he didn't have time to do chores, because he was in the trash there, fertilizer. So I came in and told Dee that I wanted to take Angelina with me to check the cattle over to the farm.
So you definitely, you tied us from now, maybe you're down to 60 pounds, how big of a field, how long it take?
Well, we only had one roll of tile put in, and then we sprinkled rain on and off, and then we ran out of tile really quick, so, I mean, without the time cards, like I said, I mean, I didn't know, if you want to have the exact answer.
No, I mean, this is rough, now, wait a second, so the field, how big was, how long did it take you to the field?
I didn't know if you was around, so there wasn't much that was getting late, so I just came over.
So maybe morning, say 8 p.m. get here.
Well, it was still about 8 when I got here. But I mean, for the time we was tiling until 8 p.m. here, there might have been some other things that was in between.
Okay.
I don't remember for sure, but
But fit in the field across the
I
street.
think I did go over there and fit, but I know my son was spreading fertilizer because I came in and told her that we were gonna go check the cattle at the other farm. And she says, no, you can't. Amy called and said this, gonna go over and play with Hazel. I'm like, well,
You have the foreperson come out. I'm going to give them a 10-minute recess, ask them not to deliberate for 10 minutes. The persons that need to use their cell phone outside, they're going to be escorted by the sheriff's department for security out to the parking deck. They can use their cell phones and come back in. And so we're just going to be sort of, I think 10 minutes probably should do it. So anyway, that's why obviously I needed you all here. So if you could knock on the door, please, and have our foreperson come back out. Might need to be 15 minutes, but.
Sorry, my breaks are like really super abrupt because that's how it comes through. I'm like, oh, I hear a lady's voice again.
Thank you, Madam Foreperson. Thank you very much for your patience. So this is just a matter of housekeeping, but we certainly want any jurors who need to make a phone call to be able to do that. My understanding is there are several that need to go to their cars. And so this is, okay, that's great. Okay, thank you very much. So we're going to take a recess until you all can make those phone calls and come back to the jury room. So your responsibility, thank you very much for being the foreperson, is to tell the jurors that they can't deliberate, right, until you all come back. And we're going to also have the sheriff's department escort you out to the parking deck and, make sure everything's okay. And when you get back in and you're all 12 here, you can start again. All right, well, I'll wait for y'all to come back out. Yeah, thank you.
Okie dokie. So I'll flip us back to old Dale weaving his web of lies. All right. And yes, I loathe him the more that I hear words come out of his mouth.
This plan, because I was gonna take her over here and I ain't seen her all day. I didn't say this, but I'm thinking this myself. I didn't see me all day. I wanna take my daughter with me. She's coming to get herself. When I stayed here, I jumped in the truck and drove over to town, checked the cattle out, talked to him for a few minutes over there because he's had an auction of the bird.
Roughly time, you hit the times.
Probably about not close to 9. Because when I got back here, it was 10, normally. So when I got back,
What roughly is he at?
early. 2 miles straight to Washington.
Okay. It was, roughly 95 Washington. Yeah, that's, you go there.
Checked the cattle, went through with them all, and then you feed, walked out, talked to Tom for a little bit. Because he's had an auction, like I say, on the first. And then I got back here, and Lena was gone, because they came pick her up in the meantime. I asked Dee if she's wanted something to eat, because she was having all the steps, and I said, I got hamburgers going on the grid, I'll make some burgers, what do you want to eat? No, I don't feel like it. She says, Terry quit today. I said, no, I did not. Oh, I know what it was. I didn't get back. Scratch it. Saturday, we got done tiling. Todd took me down to Finley to bring back the truck that was worked on. It's coming back. It might take a while.
Well, you are right.
Finley, Ohio?
It was Finley. We went down to Finley and picked up the truck and brought back. So
now roughly what time is it?
I'm thinking I'm still back here about 8:30, 7:38 to 8 o'clock. So when I got back. All Finley. I think we left here around 3:30. Hour and a half down, hour and a half back.
And so your phone already said you were in Finley,
Okay.
so I'm just trying to.
Okay, well, it's coming to me. It's coming to me.
Maybe you might just let you go.
No, it's coming to me. So that's what.
4:30, before 4:30.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, for what purpose?
We got a truck down there. We didn't compute about the service and brought back. So when I got into, I talked to Dee, she told me that Terry quit. She says, you know that? No, I did not know that. You know, I was riding with Terry's brother all the way down there. They were told Terry was fired. And then I got back, she said, Terry quit. I said, well, that's all right. Because I don't want to fight with Dee, because I can see she's upset already. And she was insistent on trying to start a fight. And she says, you don't care about me, nobody cares about me, and what does it matter if I'm even here? And I said, Dee, you can't talk like that. And she kept saying the jabs. We've been going miles on egg down there a while, but Craig was telling us how to de-escalate and the things to say. So we don't start a fight because, she knows how to get me fired up, and I know how to fire her up. And I was trying not to get to where we're both screaming at each other. There's nothing physics out when we're screaming at each other. And she was very mad because she was, after hindsight, I look back, I think she was trying to get me mad so she could have a fight so that she could have reason to leave that night. But she had a migraine.
You don't.
She had her medicine, and then she acted like, I gotta eat, because she was feeling sick. So she got up, came over here, and we had some, they probably threw out, burritos, breakfast burritos. And she got 3 breakfast burritos Saturday sometime on the way home. So she got one of the breakfast burritos out, and I made some toast. She got one of the breakfast burritos and half warmed up. And we sat down over there and ate the breakfast burrito. And she kind of was getting calmed down. I thought, well, okay, she's calming down. This will be good. Let's just lay on the floor. I'll rub your back. So your head goes away. She lay on the floor.
Roughly what time do you think this is?
I think it's around midnight, 1 o'clock. So she lay on the floor, but she took, I don't know, she must have been in the midriff. I don't know what the hell it is. She took
I ain't taking a picture.
Anyways, it's midriff is where she takes her migraines. Okay. And she took 3 of them, and I thought she was only supposed to take 1. But anyways, regardless. So she started calming down. I rubbed her back and shoulder. She started calming down. And she started getting where she's going to go to sleep. And I said, just go to sleep, honey. She And she started watching TV, and she kind of dozed off on sleep. So I picked her up, put her on the couch.
I noticed that too, Kelly.
This was 5 o'clock, and I got
Time to make some bread.
She's just half-assed,
No, she
was completely ran.
No, I didn't. Yeah, she was just, if your kids kind of asleep, you get them up there and healthy enough to get to bed, drop over, and then you cover them up. So then she went to sleep and she was snoring away. I went to bed. When I got up, I come out, she's still, snoring hard, like she's really sleeping.
Roughly 16.
Roughly 6, yeah, she was sleeping on the couch. And, so I went outside, I went out. I went up to this door, I got the loader, come around this way, and I looked and she's still sleeping. And I got back in the loader, went around, I had to get some different chemicals. Of course, nothing's ready to go first time, so I had to screw around. And then I come up, you guys see me on the camera, so you have to play with that. So I got chemicals, I went back loaded. I had 10 acres. I called 2 or 3 times and he didn't call me back, so I don't know why.
And then try to be efficient, give you constantly.
But anyway, so I got loaded. I loaded the small 10-acre bass, sprayed Leroy Sealers, which is just right beside the golf course right here on 50. I told him to spray that. I come back and I was going to be burned
Back to
outside
spraying
in
again.
Southwick. Then I had to have the forklift and I drove to the barn to get something on the damn barn because I had to get bolt tracks, one of the bird sides, took down, put in, got loaded up. And I took off, I think I pulled up on this way down, went up to Brooks Road, and sprayed this 5-acre field there. There was guys when I left here, so I sprayed that one, and then I went to, come back down all the way over to 50, went to Brooklyn right here, Brooklyn farm. Sprayed out there another 30 acres. And when I was spraying that 30 acres.
He certainly remembers his spraying.
No, I mean, that's true, I still catch you too, but that's.
Well, I sprayed that, I was up there spraying those 30 acres there. And in the middle of spraying that field. Stephanie called me. Our assistant works in the office. Stephanie called me in the house and said, what's going on with Dee? She's not, we don't know where she's at. I'm thinking, why is Stephanie calling me? How would Stephanie know Dee's not in the house? Why would she be here? So I'm thinking that, and Stephanie goes, well, she's not in the house. I says, okay. Raquel called me and said she can't find her. I'm thinking, why did Raquel call me? Well, I hang up with Stephanie and I instantly called Raquel. Well, the third time I called her is when she finally answered the phone and says, it sounded like she's kind of upset. She says, where's my mom? And I said, she's sleeping on the couch. Why? And she says, well, she's not here. And both the vehicles are here. And I'm like, I'm only about half an hour, 45 minutes, I'll be back. And I says to them, we'll figure out what's going on. So when I got here, they were out in the office. I think they were looking at security cameras to see if they could see anything. I came up, drove around, came in the house. I instantly went, I walk in, I open the door, look, see the car in the garage, which was, and I walk through here and I walk back to the bedroom. And when I walk to the bedroom, I instantly see the 2 bags are on the floor. And I walk in the bathroom and I look in there and there's grilling iron, a hair dryer, and a makeup bag. Well, that's a standard issue for her to go to Zach's house. So I'm not really that worried because she's at Zach's house. Well, then Zach shows up and he's telling me, if I'm wrong, then you're going to thunder because she's at your house. We've been married all these years and probably 100 times, that's where she's at, with Zach or Amber. So I'm not really worried at this point. And then he's like, no, she's not. Well, by the 3rd day, now I believe, that she's not there because the whole time.
3rd day?
You're lying to me. You know exactly where she's at. When you go by Zach's house on Pentecost, all the lines and everything are closed now. They've never been closed since he moved into the place. So why?
And you don't live on 2 so they open the tabs. I mean,
Right.
So he should be.
Right. I'm okay. So now, like I said, the 2nd, 3rd day, I'm like, oh shit. Well, yeah, maybe we don't understand. So now.
Oh my word.
Completely puzzled, just like you guys have. I mean, nothing
Well, let me go back, because she was gone, I looked in there, her bags are gone, her criminal and that stuff. Then when Zach did get here, he come in and looked too, everybody, even though somebody tells you they're gone, they're still gonna look. We go out to the office, and they're looking at the cameras. He's trying to get in the camera system, see if we can find out what's going on. And he walks through, and I walk through there too. But this time I walk through and I go over to my desk, because she's in the middle part, and our wedding ring is down my desk. So that's, with her not taking Angelina, which every time she's ever left and went to Zach's house, she's always took Angelina, right? And this time she didn't take Angelina, and when I walk through the office, her ring is on my desk. That's what just, something is fucking wrong, right? And then somebody picked her up.
Yeah, couple things here. The ring part. What cameras? How many cameras are here? Functioning and non-functioning.
They're all functioning, but the problem is the cameras were put in to watch the help and watch, make sure school wasn't being stolen and office stuff wasn't being stolen. There's nothing in here.
The one in the office.
He knows where they are very well, doesn't he?
Aspect, you know, is that one?
Well, that one isn't, it's in the main office where you walk in the doors. My office is basically the next was the lunchroom. I can push the lunchroom, that's where my office is. But right there, so if you come in the door down by Todd's, where Todd's office is at the very end, there's the cameras. So if you come in the door, come in.
So she could have came in there, dropped off the ring, she'll have me on camera. So about the vehicle, the Hummer, would that have made the camera? Okay. So camera's not.
Well, the Hummer would have been on there if she went that way, but the Hummer come up and went this way. And the cameras in the shop don't reach out this far.
The Hummer.
Knows where they are really, really well.
Well, she loved it. I cut her off on driving the Hummer, so she could drive it.
And this is someone who say it's basically been a month since she's moved that thing.
Since we got back from Florida.
Okay.
And I
But
go,
then what she does.
she's drove the Hummer 2-3 times in the last few weeks because she's brought me food in the field with it. She'll drive the Hummer out in the field, so.
Yeah.
But she hasn't been driving the Hummer because I had it in park with the camper. I parked it inside, I didn't go outside.
the Hummer.
I drove on in the camper, and you know, it only gets like 5-6 miles a gallon. She used to drive it every freaking where. I'm like, Dee, stop driving it. Just drive it. Well, you know, the Volkswagen gets 50 miles a gallon, but she wouldn't be caught that.
No, I got you.
This is complete contradiction of everybody.
So I basically told her not to drive the Hummer anymore. So.
Yeah, for whatever reason, but she wasn't taking anything to the field, unless you're honest, but you really don't know why she didn't offer not to have her.
Well, I told you, I think it's because she figured, she knows I can track her, and that's why I put that on stuff.
Yeah.
And then, I don't know, like, the device that I plugged into it was a diagnostic thing that also does the tracking.
Yeah.
My son-in-law had it, and he gave it to me because he bought a vehicle that didn't work, so he gave it to me, and I put it in my pickup for a while, it worked great. Diagnostic glow plugs weren't working and all that. So I pulled it out and I stuck it in the Hummer, figured, because it was missing, making noise, it didn't work. Well, we put it in there and it wouldn't come online, it wouldn't work, so he was going in online to see if it could get it to work. And we forgot it was in there, so hell, it had been in there 6 months, it wouldn't work or do anything. Well, she found it in there and she said, oh my God, you've been tracking me all this time. Even though it never worked, it was good. Now she's like, follow her, find your haircut.
With that being said, we either have anything on it now, so you think.
Just been on star, that's what you can find that. It didn't happen, that was nice, I never got it.
I forgot my boots today.
That's right, the Hummer not going down there, just whatever, just want to grab, or was there, the Hummer, when it was actually down there, so.
I think she was paranoid and thought there was still a tracker in it.
Okay, so you can just let it down.
Yeah, I think she knew that this one could be tracked, she went out with this one, and then she pulled out, went down there, put the ring on my desk, went back out, and said, oh, fuck, you can track this too, because he knows I know where I go.
So in theory,
I don't know that the JCB needed to be tested for blood or DNA.
so in theory, she would have made a phone call on, we should get that, through her phone, whoever's gonna pick her up, in theory.
No, because she's, well, no, she's got another phone.
Let's go talk about that, how do you know that, or what?
Well, now I know, well, when we
Has
went
the
to
right,
Mexico,
but not the ability.
I mean, I have to look back and find it, it's been a while ago, it's been almost 6 months to a year when we went to Mexico. We went down to Mexico, I just kind of blew it off because it wasn't worth the battle. When we went and checked into our room, it was unpacking. There was 2 phones in our suitcase, in her suitcase. And I got it out. Well, she had the suitcase open and I went the other room.
Here
They go
comes the
back to
two
she
phone
phones up
story
in her
again.
suitcase bag, laying there. I said, where'd the other phone come from? Whose phone is that? Oh, it was in the room when we got here. I was gonna take it down to the office and turn it in. We're on vacation, I'm not gonna start arguing. No, it wasn't fucking in the room.
He's such a great guy, isn't he? I'm not going to deal with all your
When we get
drama.
back, it wasn't his dad last time. I seen it in her car. It was in the center console. When she's got a phone, she's talking on it, and they go in the car, there's another one in here. I'm sorry, the phone in her car, yeah, I seen that just 2 weeks ago.
What kind of phone was it?
It was not a phone.
My phone.
It was at least a 10.
At least 10?
Yeah, it's a new one. But it looked like, you know, one of the ones you get like at Walmart, or the track phone, or the burn phones, or whatever. It wasn't.
Burner phone? Why would you say that?
I mean, it looked like the cases, it looked like, you know, like at Walmart, like a track phone case, it wasn't the fancy.
Did you ever discuss that with her? You know, I mean, you don't want to argue.
I wasn't gonna bring up an argument.
Yeah.
It wasn't, at that point, it wasn't worth the argument, because I already know the answer, but yet it's not my phone.
Yeah. And,
Then the other thing is she would just tell me that it was, you know, one of the other employees' phones, or something else's phone, so it wasn't worth the battle.
Yeah.
That's, you know, going to council talking to Craig, you got mine to choose your battles. So I'm guessing that other phone is who she was using to contact. And I don't know how we ever did. No,
we need to find, I've got a few things. Whether some guy doesn't buy something, just buy for her, give it to her, or
yeah,
or you just pay as you go type thing, you don't even give them your info. Give them the IT guy,
I mean, the only thing is that you.
I have to ask you all in the chat, and this could be completely my stupidity, but does a burner phone look different than a regular iPhone? I'm curious. Tell me in the chat, because I didn't know burner phones had a different look to them, and he kind of alluded to that. So tell me your perspective.
I don't know if you can do it, if it was ever hooked to our Wi-Fi, can you tell if something was hooked to your Wi-Fi?
we're on that right now.
So that would be the only way that I could think you could find that phone, but everybody that pulls in here, if your phone hooks to the Wi-Fi, you have a list of 1,000 phones.
He knows about the Wi-Fi too.
Sales guys, everybody hooks the Wi-Fi, then the meetings, whatever. But that's, yeah.
And it is, that is,
I knew I was talking through it, like, man, can go mess around. For Saturday. You know, like,
I would not use that line, I'm sure. I can tell you.
And I did get a hold of Craig, and he hasn't heard from me, I got a hold the other day. Ever get a hold of him?
I did, I did the counselor, you know, so yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, and just talking today. Said, you guys did do a January, it was had us out for February. Talked on the phone, and canceled for a reason or another, she did.
I thought she was still going, but.
Oh, you thought still,
That's when I talked to Craig, I said, well, because I knew she was scheduled in February for 2 more. Because the last time that I talked to her, we were both there together, he wanted to see her a few more times, and then after he got to be, they were back together. Well, I think the last time we seen was just before we went out to Florida.
Hopefully, one of these things is going to tell us something. What kind of devices, security camera. Now, there's a talk about black deep drivers.
Good question.
That's gonna be hard.
I can't see his arms to know for sure.
Roughly for that time frame.
Yeah, I think exactly, I'm looking for Friday till Sunday afternoon.
And with it, you see that or not?
Yeah.
Okay, just, you got it.
It went, I think, just by that way.
And then, refresh me, where's the stop sign for east, west, or north, south?
It's west of here. Or no, yeah, east of here.
So it's east, west stop sign, not north, south stop sign.
Right.
Okay, east, west stop sign. Yeah, and that's what I'm gonna get to with the speed of it, I mean, we have anything wrong, or is it slow enough, we're slow over the here, I mean, pull or stop and pick her up.
Well, we don't know because we only see it when it's past the buildings. I mean, if it did pick somebody up, it'd be up to speed.
When it's already at that point, okay. Yeah, she's I'll be able to speed it.
See, that's the camera that we need to work on, because when those grids get put up, pine trees is blocking most of the views on it.
She called Kyle recently to have, I think it's a little weight scale camera.
Yeah, fixed.
Yeah.
Fixed, so the plug on her bed, the old one up there, the plug was broken. And you put it up, and they put a different camera up.
I think it probably is pre-weld.
And on 429, you and Detective Greca continue having conversation with Dale Warner. Is that correct?
We do, yep.
One of those conversations deals with the camera system and the passwords. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. I would be playing Exhibit 260 at this time.
The 5200s missing.
Well, that's money that she took out of state, which that's her money. Yeah. But, so I'm going, man, I don't know, like when Dee was here, she talked to Kyle before, when we got back and forth, because we got new phones down there. Well, the camera system wasn't working on mine. When you get a new phone, you got to put all that shit back in to make it work. So I called Kyle to come up and fix my camera, or my security system on my phone. In the meantime, I told him, I says, I'm gonna change the password on it, because, I don't want to be here, man. I told him, I want to change the password on the cameras first, because Dee's got another phone, she's got a password for the camera system. She can look on it and see everything that we're doing during the day, and then she can come in the office and do whatever she wants. But she'll know nobody's there.
So that's why you wanted to.
So I wanted to change it, so she couldn't know what's going on. And at that time, I wasn't so sure that Zach wasn't in on it too, because this is early on. We're before day 3. Until day 3, I was convinced that she's over at Zach's house. I didn't hear what anybody told me. They know where she's at.
Whoa.
She's not. So that's why I changed it. And I didn't go to the banks and change anything else. I could, and I probably ain't gonna say I should have, because I want the biggest thing is I want my wife back. No matter what she did, it's irrelevant at this point. I don't know why she left him alone. Just that girl's the world.
Right.
So, but that's why I changed best. And I know Zach was pissed off because Kyle said that Zach was calling him 5 minutes after he changed the password. I'm thinking, I didn't even know he had access to my camera system on his phone. I thought he'd go look at it here. So that was news to me, and he was mad because I didn't give him the password back. I thought, no, I don't.
But then, did you at some point give him some access or
He
no?
can look at it in the office. I mean, I don't have no problem with that look at stuff, but I don't feel at this time that he has the right to have my security system on his phone.
Why
This
would
is
it
still
matter?
my business. He works for us as an employee. He's not part of this. He's family, but this is Dee's and my business.
Oh, boy.
And again, same date. Is there a discussion with the defendant about what the arguments are about that night?
Yes, there is.
Okay, we'd play Exhibit 218 at this time.
Right out of his own mouth, y'all.
There's
Good
no
grief.
fights over money. It's like I told him, we can make more money. I can't make another life. So I want my money, no matter what she's done or how much she's taken, it's irrelevant. And you can see, we've started with nothing here. I mean, nothing.
Started on Cody, you had 20 now. with something with vegetables.
No, I mean, when Dee and I first started, and when I moved here, we started nothing. I mean, I worked for crop production, she did, we built an empire together.
Right.
We, in 2015, we ventured off in Manchester and bought a 1,500 acre vegetable farm. You know, and it damn near fucking bankrupt. I mean, up until then, there was nothing.
You
we
did
couldn't
that.
do in Concord. But we did that one, and that one kicked my ass. You know, I let it right flat out, it kicked my ass, about $25 million possibly.
The employees are, it's, they're the cause of all the problems around here, the brown and stuff. That's the message we have. So that, you know, we heard a strong person.
So there's others, you look on my phone and you're gonna see, get back to the text messages, I'm gonna have my ass chewed more than you've probably ever seen in your life.
What we're doing with these is the pressure on her, I mean, in her heart. Oh, they hate me. What is that gonna do to her? I mean, I'm trying to get to you. Is that suicide, or is that, I think about it, or am I gonna go to a clinic, or am I gonna go get therapy?
That's why we're trying to get credit. I mean, we're trying to get it so that you know how to deal with employees. And Dee is a fixer. My wife is a fixer. Just like with Terry, you know, this has nothing to do with us, and she's trying to fix this damn problem. Why, Dee? And it's just caused a big argument between her and I that night. Because I didn't agree with her that he shouldn't apologize. And I'm still like, why would Terry apologize to you for, you know, you got divorced, okay? He didn't kick his ex out of his apartment when she was supposed to leave. He didn't get his pickup back from her. That's not Terry, that's not your idea. You did everything you could do. You went above and beyond. When he needed money, you made it out. You made a deal with Doug Martone so that you would represent Terry and you take care of it, and you guaranteed that he would pay. I mean, that's the only thing that would take me off of he hasn't paid the obligation that we stuck our neck out and said, Doug, do this for him. But, you know, she got out of it and he's paying it now. But
Eve, you missed last Friday night. I was on Slightly Buzzed with Mr. Nick. So, yes, I now have an open invitation to Nick to hang out with Nick. We were talking about Edric Faust, but I think this might be the next one we discuss. So, yes, there's a good possibility I'll pop over there again.
as far as him having to apologize to her for what he does his personal time, I mean, she was mad because I didn't agree with everything.
Would she check herself into being in the hospital?
I mean, it's been brought up several times in the past that my wife is bipolar, and if she hears that word, oh my God, that's not the mean to say around female.
I know that one.
No, and I think, personally, I think she does have a lot of mental problems, but I mean, if you look, we all have our problems.
So that question, do you think, did she get to that thought?
I don't know. I hope the God she didn't get to that problem, but if she was, I hope the God she would check herself, but I don't think she would. You know,
Oh boy.
In denial so bad.
That's how you make a woman calm.
She's threatened 3-4 times in her marriage. One time I go home, she had on the bed crying. I don't know if she wanted attention, or it's just an attention thing, or she's actually living.
Now with us, and we've done how much stronger now, if you were fully against it before, up there, or if we ever done.
I still don't, I'll fight that to the end, but no, I don't think she can.
We're not getting anywhere. No, I appreciate you.
You know, I told her the night before the yard, and I said, we got married for better or for worse. I said, do you still love me? She couldn't tell me no, but she couldn't tell me yes either. I looked her short in the eyes and she's trying to say, I love you no matter what. It's never gonna change.
I'm sorry, what night was this?
This was Saturday.
Okay,
Saturday and Sunday one.
Yeah.
You're still up. So, but I told her, I said, you know, she's sitting around and she wanted to sell everything. I said, it's not your decision to sell. It's not. This is ours, it's not yours. But she wouldn't say that, you know, she wouldn't come out and say that she didn't love me. She wouldn't come out and say that she did. So that was different than a normal argument too. Because normally she always would say yes. But
just be quiet.
I'm so triggered right now.
But, I mean, I've been through one of those. I sure as hell don't want to go through them, no matter what. It's not worth it.
Did you harm your wife?
No.
And it does.
Oh boy.
Your Honor, I believe this would be a good time if the court wishes to stop. I know it's a half an hour early, but the next body cam we want to play is approximately an hour and 5 minutes long.
That's correct. I've been monitoring the times.
All right, well, it doesn't make much sense to start a video and stop halfway through, so why don't we break for today then? The court is not open on Monday, so our next day will be Tuesday, and we'll start again at 9 a.m. And you get to hear the instruction. I'm not talking to you anymore.
Okay, everybody. Here's the deal. We made it through the first 2 days. First off, yay, us. Do you all want to try to just do replays in the evenings throughout this? We'll get behind, probably, well, I think we'll get behind pretty quickly. Let me know if that is something you're interested in doing in the evenings, and I can get that set up for us to continue the trial. Of course, we can always do it at a faster speed. Some of the body cam, I don't want to do it at a faster speed because I want to get it at actual time. So we happen to know there's going to be an hour right out of the gate that's just body cam. So let me know if that is something you're interested in. And I think what's happening in Georgia right now is a good sign. I don't know if you all feel that way, but I think they want to stay. That's a good sign. I think they likely right out of the gate knew the key points that they needed to hit on to come to some sort of agreement amongst them. And it sounded like the jury foreperson, it sounded like it was a woman to me. And I am very encouraged by that. And so I'm going to continue to pay attention. The Olympics are happening right now. That is a very big deal in the Demeanor household. And especially if there's figure skating to be seen. I kind of stop everything in my life for the Olympics, but I have still live streamed with all of you. So there's that. But I will, I'll keep it on. It doesn't look like I have a ton of people in the chat and that this evening. Well, I kind of don't have a ton of people regardless. There's so much happening right now. I feel like there are a lot of other live streams going on at the same time. So I get it. I will then plan to do a continuation of this trial tomorrow night. I don't know if I don't know whether I'll continue to keep everything set up in case there is a verdict tonight. I don't think that we'll get a verdict tonight, but you just never know. I don't know. I don't know how it works in Georgia. But at any rate, we will come back here tomorrow night, 6:00 Central Time. I want to thank my mod, Kelly, for hanging out all day with me. Oh, I am not the rock star. You are the rock star for also hanging with me for a 9-hour stream. I thought it would be a short one because of the testimony, and then we had to throw in all that testimony from the Georgia case. So you would just roll with it. Just see what life has to offer. If you were on Replay Crew, please make sure, put a comment, like, subscribe, become a member if you would like as well. That'd be fantastic. In the meantime, thank you everybody else that decided to hang out with me all day today on a holiday. I won't have a holiday to be able to do this for a hot second. So we're going to have to do it in the evenings, and we'll just plug through and see what we can get covered in the amount of time that we have. And hopefully we'll have good news for coming out of Georgia for Mr. Faust. So in the meantime, I don't think I have any other announcements. I'm trying to run through my brain right now. But in the meantime, remember that it does not cost a penny to be kind. So find someone to do something nice for today if you haven't already. And as always,